I am Alice sitting here, trapped in this white room with nothing but the moonlight slipping through a small window. It's my only glimpse of the world outside, the moon, the clouds, the sun. But inside these walls, everything is sterile, clean, and inescapable. My mind wanders to memories of a beautiful lake, a family who once seemed loving, but it all feels like a dream now, something shattered and unreachable. It all began on my 10th birthday, in a room filled with gifts and praise, the daughter of the noble Xania family. But then, in the shadows, something dark brewed. An attack came, and they injected me with abyss blood, turning me into a monster, yet somehow, I returned to human form. That's when they discovered my mutation, my resistance to the abyss blood. Suddenly, I was nothing but an experiment to them. Day after day, they used me, cutting me open, draining my blood, testing and torturing me, and all while my family watched with cold, detached faces. I screamed, cried, and begged, but no one listened. When I tried to end it, they put a collar around my neck to keep me alive, using abyss blood to revive me every time. 10 years I've been in this room, suffering, trapped, and filled with a hatred that's become my only purpose. Today, though, something different happened. A strange man came into my room, a man dressed in black with eyes that pierced through me. He looked at me, curious, and asked if I wanted to leave this heck. His words stirred something within me, a forgotten fire, a chance at freedom, at revenge. So, when he asked if I wanted to trade this heck for another, I nodded. The fire of vengeance blazed in my heart once more. When I heard, "Do you dream of the outside world?" I could barely believe it. After all these years, someone was here, offering me a way out. I felt a flicker of hope, but I knew that freedom would come with a price. He asked if I wanted to leave this heck, and I nodded without hesitation. How could anything be worse than the 10 years I'd already endured? The man in front of me looked at me patiently. He reminded me of someone fierce and determined. When I grabbed his sleeve, desperate to show him I wanted to leave, he only sighed and offered me a deal. He wanted me to survive in the abyss, to go further than anyone had before and uncover the truth hidden there. In return, he'd help me escape. I didn't fully understand what he was asking, but I accepted. Freedom, even with a cost, was too close to let go. Then he said he needed one more thing, an eye. Before I could react, claws grabbed my right eye and tore it out. The pain was sharp, but I didn't scream. He told me to find a woman named Allura who would keep me safe. And then darkness swallowed me whole. I felt like I was falling through a void, barely able to move. Yet, I felt calm, as if this emptiness gave me a chance to process what had happened. But my hatred, buried deep within, fueled my will to survive. I clawed my way out, reaching for the faint light above. Finally, I surfaced, gasping for air and feeling a strange grit beneath me, silver and purple sand. I'd escaped the room. I was free. But when I looked up, all I saw was a purple moon in a strange, clouded sky. My appearance had changed, too. My hair was now a mix of white and violet, and my eye had regrown with a black sclera and a purple pupil. I felt nauseous and weak, realizing I'd been submerged in the abyss waters, known to corrupt anyone they touched. Just as I collapsed, a figure appeared. He saw me struggling but alive, and decided to toss me onto his cart filled with bodies. He mumbled about taking me to the slaughter docks, where I'd apparently have a new purpose. It wasn't the freedom I expected, but it was still a way forward, and I knew I'd find my path out of this darkness someday. I woke up to the sound of whispers, like a swarm of ants crawling in my ears. They were the voices of the abyss, haunting me with the cries of those it had claimed. I jolted upright, panicking as I checked my body. Somehow, I was still alive, even though the abyss waters should have killed me. For a moment, I felt joy, but that hope was quickly crushed when I noticed the metal collar around my neck. Fear and panic clawed at me, and I slammed against the bars of my cage, desperate to tear the collar off. Was everything I experienced just a dream? The hope, the promise of freedom, was it all a cruel trick? Before I could hurt myself more, pain exploded in my head, and I was thrown against the bars. I realized I had been struck. The pain pulled me out of my panic, and I was able to calm down a bit. Looking around, I noticed a massive creature covered in stitches, with chains and a rusted iron helmet. He had punched the cage, and if not for the bars, I would have been dead. This wasn't the prison I knew. It was different, and I wasn't alone. There were dozens of other captives, some deformed and mutating from abyss blood. One man was turning into a vampire lily, a beast I knew from the experiments they did on me. Seeing him reminded me of the head scientist who had always called my body a gift from the gods, used to unlock the abyss blood secrets. A woman in the cage next to mine warned me to stay quiet. She had pale hair, one golden eye, and a vampire lily growing from the other. She told me this place was like a fighting arena, but she didn't know much else. I lay down on the straw, exhausted and scared, thinking about the man who promised me revenge. I couldn't let this be another nightmare. I had to believe I was closer to freedom. Meanwhile, far away, my father, Luther Zania, stood in the room where I had been kept. Surrounded by the bodies of his guards, he was furious and determined to hunt me down. He ordered his trackers to capture me, or kill me if necessary. As he left, he clutched a locket with a picture of my mother and whispered her name. But he didn't look back, confident I had nowhere to go. I woke up to the clinking of chains and saw bruisers moving cages under the orders of men in black cloaks. The cages, mine included, were being placed on a leather belt powered by some kind of technology one barely understood, something I had only heard about during the experiments done on me. I looked around, taking in my strange surroundings. The man who had been transforming into a plant monster the night before was now completely merged into the wooden wall, dead, with blood and flowers blooming from his body. I didn't feel anything seeing it. Maybe I had become numb after so many years of watching my own body get cut open. A woman nearby, the same one I spoke to before, mentioned A.B., which she said stood for abyss blood. She guessed I must have come from the battlefield, but I didn't want to talk about my past. We shared a few words before they started moving her cage. Her name was Lilia, and she was kind, even in this dark place. It was the first real conversation I'd had in years, and it made me feel oddly happy, even if I didn't show it. Soon, they moved my cage too, lifting me up into an arena. From the loud cheers and the announcer's voice, I realized I was in some kind of coliseum, where people bid on captives like me. They brought out Lars, a sigil warrior with incredible strength and fire abilities, and the crowd went wild. I learned that he would be fighting a monster called the Grave Robber, while the rest of us captives would have to face other beasts. When the cages of beasts opened, fear gripped me. They released hound, like creatures, and a ghastly, white behemoth that looked terrifying and powerful. I braced myself, knowing that I'd have to fight for my life, even if I'd never fought anyone before. Compared to everything I had endured, this was another challenge I had to face. I couldn't let fear win. As the event started, I couldn't keep watching Lars fight. I had to focus on staying alive. Even though I learned a bit about sigils and how they seemed like special powers, I didn't have time to dwell on it. My own survival was on the line. An abyss hound had its eyes on me, crouching and ready to attack. My hands were shaking, and I felt frozen in place. I wasn't scared of pain or death, but I couldn't let this monster steal my chance for revenge. I spotted a broken shortsword nearby, but even reaching for it felt impossible. The hound lunged at me, smashing through wooden walls with terrifying speed. I barely grabbed the sword in time, swinging it awkwardly. Its claws tore into my shoulder, and I crashed to the ground, bleeding. The hound circled me, waiting for another opening. I felt hopeless, unprepared for this fight. Stories of abyssal hunters fighting bravely felt like lies now. I wasn't a hero. I was scared and confused. But then, anger sparked inside me. I couldn't let this beast win. Even if I was weak, I had to find a way. I climbed up a wooden wall, hoping to make the hound crash into it. But the beast was smarter than I thought, leaping right for my neck. I dodged, landing hard on the ground, and the hound hit some planks instead. Seizing the moment, I ran and tried to stab it. But my attack failed, the sword bouncing off a bone. The hound turned on me, furious, and bit into my arm. Pain shot through me, and I knew I couldn't lose this fight. I had to survive, even if it meant becoming as desperate as the monster attacking me. With a burst of rage and a survival instinct I never knew I had, I bit down on the hound's neck, determined to kill or be killed. The arena roared with cheers, but I barely noticed. My life was hanging by a thread as I grappled with the abyss hound, and I had to fight like a beast to survive. The hound and I were locked in a brutal struggle, its teeth tearing into my arm as I bit into its neck, using every ounce of strength left in me. I tossed aside my broken sword and used the chains around my wrists to choke the creature. Pain seared through my body as its sharp bones pierced my flesh, but I didn't let go. I was desperate, determined not to be its prey. Even as the hound slammed me against walls and tried to shake me off, I clung on, fueled by rage and survival instincts. Blood filled my mouth, and I felt something dark and powerful pulse through me. My vision turned red, and a strange energy surged in my muscles, changing me slightly. I fought the urge to give in to the abyss blood's effects. I managed to force the hound to release my arm, but it left deep, bloody wounds. The creature eyed me warily, realizing I wasn't easy prey. Yet, a dangerous thirst for blood grew inside me. I tried to hold back, but the craving was overwhelming. I leapt at the hound with newfound speed, my body moving almost on instinct. The hound lunged to bite me, but I used its momentum against it, stabbing my broken sword through its jaw. It whimpered and thrashed, but I didn't let up. Even when it clawed at my leg, tearing flesh and making me scream, I kept fighting. I kicked and pulled at its jaw, determined to end the fight. Finally, I dislocated its jaw, leaving the beast injured and furious, just like me. We were both broken and bloodied, but neither of us would back down. As the crowd watched in shock, a black-haired woman in the stands seemed to recognize something about me. She noticed the changes in my eye and hair, muttering about a man named Caden and something called the Eye. She debated whether to sponsor or buy me, but for now, she kept observing. Despite everything, I felt strangely calm. My mind was laser, focused on the hound, and it was as if the rest of the world had faded away. I could see every move, every breath it took, almost in slow motion. Maybe I had gone crazy, but I felt like I finally had a real chance to kill this beast. Something had shifted inside me, and I wasn't going to waste it. Twisting her body to the side, Alice evaded the hound's jaw by a hair's width before plunging her finger into its eye. Without an ounce of hesitation, she crushed the eyeball with her finger as blood dripped into her palm. Using the hound's inertia against itself, she slammed it against the ground and jammed her finger further into the skull, remaining just shy of piercing the brain. Gritting her teeth, she pulled the finger out and reached for the sword in one smooth motion. Clawing at its own face in an attempt to dig into Alice's arm, the hound was unable to accurately hit her after losing sight on its right side. The weakness was fully exposed and Alice plunged the sword towards the orifice and gave the sword a twist after piercing the brain. As the hound struggled its last, Alice snapped out of her focused state and took rapid breaths as panic flooded her mind once more. While the imminent danger was dealt with, Alice had to sort out her blood loss soon, otherwise she would follow the hound shortly. Unfortunately, while her knowledge of different kinds of abyss blood was plentiful, she was ignorant when it came to medical science. All she could think of right now was to make sure the chunk of flesh hanging off her thigh was pressed tightly to reduce further blood loss. Looking at the dead hound, Alice thought of a risky idea, but, assuming it to be better than dying here and now, she grabbed the sword and started to harvest some of the hound's claws along with the sharp teeth. She was going to use them as makeshift pins to hold her flesh together. It was similar to the pins that held her skin in place when Alice was operated on by the scientists, though she didn't have the benefit of abyss blood to heal her. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and stabbed the claws through the flesh and hooked it against her thigh. It took 5 claws to make sure the flesh was in place without risk of falling off. The pain was tolerable as she tore off a strip of her dress to be used as bandages. Sighing in relief, Alice leaned against the wooden wall and glanced around her. In the time she had taken to kill one hound, around 7 captives had already died, while others barely managed to hold on. Some also found ways to kill their target one way or another, but they were heavily wounded just like her. Unfortunately, she wasn't safe just yet. One of the remaining hounds turned to face her. She didn't want to indulge in the abyss blood too much, since the side effects would become too obvious. But she had no choice. Biting her lip, Alice carefully shuffled over to the corpse of the hound that she just killed. There was only one way to get away with drinking too much blood and not encounter side effects. Purity. To her knowledge, there were 4 levels of purity. First was the impure kind she just drank. They brought low results with lots of side effects. The second kind had higher potency, while a third, higher category belonged to blood the nobility consumed to minimize the side effects. But Alice neither knew the purity of each level, nor where she should extract the blood efficiently. However, to obtain the highest level, there was only one place she could extract it from. The heart. Level 4, also known as the heart blood, was the purest blood anyone could extract. It had the strongest positive effects and little to no side effects. Though once it was exposed to the air, it would rapidly decrease in purity. Hence, actually buying a vial of heart blood that remained pure was a difficult task. Those who somehow managed to extract heart blood successfully would seldom sell the precious vial. But if they do, the money they could earn would be astronomical even for the standards of the aristocrats. And this heart blood was her goal. It hasn't been long since she had killed the hound, so the purity of the heart blood should be relatively high. If she drinks that, no one would complain about finding no side effects on her body. Though the hound seems to be rather weak, since it could be killed by me with a rusted blade. Alice thought to herself. Grabbing her blade, she sunk it deep into the corpse of the hound and pierced the heart. Moving the blade to widen the hole, she reached in with her hands and cupped a handful of heart blood. Bringing it to her mouth, Alice drank as much as she could before the hounds decided to attack her. Feeling the energy flow through her body, she estimated that it should be around the 3rd level in purity, if not level 2. It was more than enough for now, as she felt reinvigorated. With another dose of the blood, her eyes momentarily turned into bestial slits as she glared towards the 2 hounds with killing intent. The 2 hounds that had been eyeing her hesitated to strike. What they perceived as weak prey suddenly found a second wind. Deciding that she was not going to be as easy compared to the other prey, the hounds turned their attention elsewhere. Sighing out in relief, Alice felt glad she didn't have to fight. Even if she got another boost in energy, her body simply didn't have the strength or mobility to keep fighting. With her fight now over, she glanced towards the center of the area. She was curious about Lars and the power of his sigils. There were some visible wounds on Lars, but it was nothing compared to the damage he dealt. 2 of the grave robber's skulls was missing, followed by large cuts and burns decorating its body. Gritting his teeth, Lars glanced around him and found most of the hounds, leaving him alone to go for the other survivors. It was a relief for him, since he wasn't sure how well he could do if all of them attacked at once. But if it was just this grave robber, there will be no issues. Stomping down, Flames roared out with his renewed fighting spirit. Dashing towards the grave robber, Lars's first sigil glowed with a golden aura as a shield formed on his arm. Seeing Lars charging towards it, the grave robber whipped its head to the side as the stinger attached to the back of its skull lashed out towards the enemy. Green liquid flowed out from its tip as it neared Lars. He couldn't let himself get hit by it. If he did, his body would get paralyzed and his bones dug out. Bang! Parrying the stinger with his shield, Lars slammed it down and grabbed the tail with both hands. His biceps bulged as power flowed through them, dragging the monster towards him. In this contest of strength, he was stronger. A high-pitched screech followed by a rumbling clicking sound escaped the grave robber's mouth as it reached towards Lars' head with its claws. Ducking down, Lars dodged the claw and swung up with his blade. Blue flames roaring out like a serpent, coiling around the grave robber's body while leaving burns across its skin. Weakening the flesh around the joint with fire, the metal blade cleaved through it, shredding the tendons and separating the bone that connected the grave robber's arm and torso. "Yura!" Letting out a cry of power, the spectators cheered upon seeing Lars rip the grave robber's arm off. Stumbling in pain, The grave robber swung its shoulder towards Lars in an attempt to blind him with blood. But he saw it coming. Flicking his hand, he grabbed his blade in a reverse grip and stabbed it down. Jerk! Snapping the grave robber's collarbone in half, the tip of the sword sunk deep into its flesh as radiant blue flames flooded the insides of the monster. Due to the semi-transparency of the grave robber's skin, the flames caused him to glow like a lantern as fire erupted from his wounds. Curling his lips into a grin, Lars pulled down on his blade like a lever, gouging a deep, diagonal cut across the grave robber's chest. Evaporated, steaming blood and flames exploded out from the newly opened cavity. The smell of cooked flesh permeated the arena with the air warping from the heat of Lars's flames. Bang! Kneeling down from the injuries, the grave robber was unable to fight any further. But Lars was far from done. Pulling out his blade, he stabbed it deep into the grave robber's neck before grabbing it by the skull. With a single pull, he tore the head off the shoulders while using his blade to cut away any resistance. Raising the skull and spine towards the air with a triumphant roar, Lars slammed his hand against his chest for all to see, proving his worth as a warrior. With the main attraction dead and bids rolling in, hunters poured into the arena to subdue the leftover beasts while helping those who needed assistance. Ignoring the call for bids, Alice kept her eyes on Lars. The power that he demonstrated with the sigils, the way he could conjure their might at will. It was a whole new world for Alice, a world of power she had no knowledge about. How does someone get a sigil? What's the limit? If I can get my hands on sigils, would it be enough to defeat the Xania family? Countless questions paced through her mind. However, the biggest question that dominated her thinking was how one could obtain a sigil. Is there a specific monster that needs to be killed? Regardless, I need to get my hands on sigils. If I can master the power of sigils along with abyss blood, I'll have the tools necessary to get my revenge. Alice thought to herself, clenching her fist in determination. Did you get hit in the head, Heko? Hearing the voice next to her, Alice turned her attention away from Lars and saw a hunter crouching next to her. They wore a large cloak that hid their body shape. Yet, their voice revealed their gender. The coat had a hood that covered the hunter's head while a black mask covered his face, except the eyes. But her focus wasn't on their identity. She was concerned whether or not they noticed the abnormality with her body. If things went wrong, it'll be the past repeating all over again. Alice panicked in her mind. Seems like you can hear just fine. That there was a haphazard job, young lady, but if it wasn't for that, you might be in a worse state than you are now. The hunter explained while pointing at her thigh. But you're pretty impressive, if not a little reckless. The hunter chuckled. Alice wanted to say something, but she felt drained of energy. Seems like he didn't notice anything strange with my side effects. She sighed in relief. Now that her biggest concern was dealt with for the time being, all her fatigue rushed forth along with the side effects of using the abyss blood. Alice estimated the effect of the blood she drank had something to do with reinforcing her physique momentarily, since her muscles spasmed due to strain. Seeing Alice remove the claws from her thigh that held the flesh in place, the hunter couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. Not only did she not wince or cry, she even seemed unperturbed by the gruesome sight. Shaking out of his reverie, the hunter spoke. I suppose congratulations are in order. You've been sponsored. I won't patch up your injury completely since you've been granted a vial of high-quality vampire lily. It'll heal your injuries without too many side effects. The hunter explained as he gave Alice a fresh set of bandages for her wounds. Can you stand? Hearing this, Alice shook her head. With Alice unable to walk, the hunter thought to himself for a moment before carrying her on his back. I'll take you back to your cage. The next round of competition is starting soon. It wouldn't be good for people to linger. He explained as Alice nodded her head. Hearing that, Alice finally realized she did not spot Lilia once in the arena. I hope she's fine, she thought as fatigue warred against her mind. Feeling her eyelids drooping, Alice felt sleep take over, but not before she said one thing to the hunter. Thank you. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the hunter looked back and noticed that Alice had paced out. Letting out a weary smile, He shook his head and felt pity for the girl. After all, being sponsored is the last thing you want in this coliseum. Wandering the streets, a man clad in a raven-feathered cloak reached out with his hand to receive a small bird. Claiming the letter in the bird's grasp, he couldn't help but laugh at the message. She's the same as ever, still pay that I'm leaving everything to her. He laughed out loud. He wasn't afraid that Allura wouldn't look after Alice. After all, despite how she was on the outside, the woman was a huge softy inside. She would pity Alice's situation and help her out in the end, especially since he gave the eye to the girl. Yo, wouldn't you say this is a good occasion? I've managed to change a brat's fate by sending her to an old friend of mine. With that brat's strange body, she'll make a fine partner for the eye I planted in her. Look at me doing some good for the world. Caden laughed while glancing at his right. He was currently holding a man by his head as a light flickered through his eyes. The man's gaze quivered in fear, streams of sweat dripping down his head. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off easy. Generous, aren't I? Please, let me go. Stop, you fiend. Crushing the man's head, Caden watched his body squirm with satisfaction before it fell limp. Shaking the blood off his hand, he walked away from the area while the letter slowly disintegrated into ash. Caden recalled the moment he laid his eyes on Alice. At that time, he used an abyss beast's ability to hypnotize her so that she wouldn't get in the way of his search. Yet strangely, the effect only lasted for a short moment before fading away. That brat is resistant to the effects of the abyss. If Allura does what she's good at, this'll be a chance for both of us to break free. He thought to himself with a smile. Alice didn't know what happened afterwards. She was in a state of semi-consciousness. She felt like her mind was drifting off in a body of water where all that existed were her own thoughts. Visions of her past, before her 10th birthday, flashed before her. All of the happiness she felt, the joys of life, it was all a lie. After that day, all she could see was the ugly truth. The needles, the experiments, everything. Their family's history was built upon a mountain of corpses as far as the eye could see. Every breakthrough, every innovation, they sacrificed everything and nothing. They sat upon wealth given through blood and tears. The laughter of the head scientist as he tore away at her body. The gruesome sights of her blood splattering against the lights, basking the labs in a crimson hue. Echoes of his voice ringing through her mind, praising her tolerance and tenacity while tearing out her organs. Show me more. Can you still breathe and live if I remove your lungs? What if I feed you blood that gives you gills? Show me your secrets, O gift of the unseen gods. His haunting voice cornered Alice to a door behind walls, the final bastion within her own mind. How many times has she tried to lash out against him? How many times has she tried to use the blood against her captives? How many times has she failed? When did she stop fighting back? Why did she stop? Why did she begin to wait eagerly for the experiments? Before that feeling too died and all that was left was numbness. Why did she stop feeling anything? Yet it was futile with each attempt. They were nightmares that lost their meaning, questions that held no significance once their circumstances ended. Her blood boiled, her flesh carved, and her bones broken. Each flash of light in her mind showed a different torture, a different vial of blood that tore away at her body. Behind the scientist, Alice could see her father, his cold eyes watching her torture without any emotion. Was her life a lie? She reached out with her hands, but they weren't hers. Her flesh bulged under the skin. Strange limbs exploded out of the arms, and insectoid legs crawled across the bones. Alice felt herself splitting into a myriad different beasts, a moment when her resistances disappeared and the abyss tore her to pieces. The sudden fear she felt towards such a fate snapped her out of the nightmare. With wide, dazed eyes, Alice looked around frantically. Once Alice noticed she was back in the cage, a relieved, grateful sigh escaped out her lips. However, the cold sweat coating her back remained a somber reminder of the nightmare. Trying her best to sit up, she was surprised by the lack of pain. Her body had been bandaged up, and there were several patches of dried blood on the fabric. Feeling no pain from her thigh, she peeked through the bandages and saw that her flesh had been completely healed back up. Alice realized she must have been fed the vial of blood given by her sponsor upon pacing out. Looking down at her dress, she was happy that it was still holding together despite the beating it suffered. The torn portions were covered by bandages hiding her body. Looking at the damage, Alice estimated that it could hold on for another fight or two, so long as she limits the damage taken by her body. With furrowed brows, she felt the uncomfortable metal choker around her neck, secured tightly with no signs of being removed. "You're up. It seems like we both survived today." A voice rang out as Alice glanced over, seeing Lilia grinning happily in the cage next to her. There were visible blood stains around her clothes, but it seemed as though she had also gotten a vial of blood. "How long I sleep?" she asked. Alice wasn't sure how long she was out. If Lilia had fought her own events separately, after her at that, then it must have been a few hours. I'd say about 3 or 4 hours. I finished my battle after your batch got escorted out of the arena. I'm surprised you lived, though. Not that I'm saying I hope you died, but fighting those dogs isn't easy. They're pretty vicious bastards, Lilia sighed out while leaning against her cage. Look, but why so happy? Fighting makes you happy? I mean, not really. I'm just happy I get to live another day. I'd rather stay and fight for a bit if I can instead of being sold off to a bad buyer again. Lilia smiled bitterly while holding her arms tightly. Shaking her head, she looked at Alice. It seems like both of us got sponsored. I heard a bit about that when I was coming back, but it seems like they want us to stay and fight in this place for a bit longer. Maybe to train us into better combat captives, since sponsorships are usually reserved for those that show potential. For now, just get as much rest as you can while they're filtering through the other captives. I'm hoping we get a full day's break, Lilia said while stretching her body. Making herself comfortable in her cage, Lilia glanced over. If we survive the first day, the other days shouldn't be too hard. Hearing her optimism, Alice couldn't help but nod her head. She was still a little confused as to why she was sounding so happy and being nice to her, since there was nothing free in this world. Her own family taught her that. But for the time being, it was a nice company to have. It's better than going insane by myself, I suppose. Alice thought to herself while hugging her knees. Thinking back to her visions earlier, she could feel an all-consuming rage flooding her heart. She had wondered many times during her imprisonment about how she should feel towards her family. If they had a chance to sit down and talk, if everything was a misunderstanding, if her family asked for her forgiveness, could she give it? Never. Alice muttered coldly as pure killing intent flooded from her gaze. She would never forgive them for the harm they caused onto her. The pain she felt when her father watched on coldly as his 10-year-old daughter was torn apart by blades. They don't deserve her pity. They only deserve her hatred. Never what? Lilia's voice rang out as she noticed Alice's serious expression. While her face was always serious without much emotion, her eyes betrayed a lot of what she thought inside. Lilia felt chills just looking at her. For a girl like Alice, even for the short time they've known each other, Lilia didn't think she had such hostility within her. Everyone has their own story, especially if they ended up in a place like the captive coliseum, but Lilia couldn't deny that she was curious about Alice. Oh, sorry, just thinking about what happened before here. Alice shook her head as she paused for a bit, half-way through her sentence. Just calling those people family made her want to throw up in revulsion. I'm assuming from your reaction, you don't want to think about them anymore. Lilia chuckled as Alice nodded in response. What about you? Did you hate people before here too? Hearing this, Lilia paused. Flashes of her past flickered in her mind. The sight of a boy's body, the visions of a girl younger than her, both sharing her features. The smell of iron drifting through the air as she was covered head to toe in blood overtook her senses for a moment. Clenching her arms tightly, Lilia forced a smile and nodded. Yes, I hated it. I hated it a lot. It's why I'm here after all. But enough about our past. What do you think they'll have us fight tomorrow? Lilia asked, changing the subject. She'd rather not take the time to dwell on her past if she can help it. Maybe something weaker than grave robber, but stronger than the dog, Alice guessed. However, if the enemy was indeed something stronger than the hound she killed earlier, things were going to be much harder than before. Alice had never trained her body, She didn't ever get to learn any combat techniques to help her survive such a situation either. The only reason she won yesterday was due to drinking the beast's blood along with her perception seeing an increase. If the hound was a little smarter, or if Alice made a single fatal mistake, she would be a corpse in the arena right now. Maybe, but I'm guessing we might have to eventually fight other captives, Lilia replied in a low voice while eyeing the rest of the captives. I don't know the exact details of what goes on in this place, but I have heard of captives being pitted against one another on a whim. I know you showed no reaction to the body of the guy that died to the Lily AB, but have you ever killed anyone? Lilia asked, her voice sounding serious. Hearing this, Alice paused. Did she ever kill anyone? Never. Did she think about it? Plenty of times. But thinking and acting are two very different things. The feeling of extinguishing a life with your own hands, seeing the soul fade from their eyes as it loses its light amidst fear and desperation. Alice doesn't think she could do it. Not unless it was towards her old family. If she could help it, she would rather not fight. Yet for the sake of survival, she must revel in such acts to live. Thinking to herself for a long moment, she eventually opened her mouth. Never killed. But if killing means I live, I will do it. Seeing Alice's determination, Lilia couldn't help but feel pity for the girl. If she weren't in a horrible situation herself, Lilia would have wanted to protect Alice, if possible. It would be an act of repentance for her sins in the past. Well, it's very unlikely, so you should be fine. As long as you can kill abyss beasts, that's all that matters. Just get some sleep for now. I had asked earlier about our schedule. It seems like once we wake up in the morning, we'll be given breakfast then sent off to do some labor before fighting again at night. Lilia waved her hand dismissively as she laid on her back and closed her eye. Seeing this, Alice nodded and did the same. If they were going to be doing work early in the morning, it would be a good chance for her to build up some physical strength. She was simply too weak right now. She hoped she wouldn't get the strange vision again since she needed a good night's rest. That night, Alice dreamed of a time before her 10 years of pain. A time where things seemed too good to be real. She felt as though there was something she was forgetting. Something which served as the key to everything that happened. Yet her memories were fractured. All she could remember were the sights of her birthday banquet. The moment where things went wrong. Splintered visions of blood and death. Moments where strange, monstrous limbs would rupture from her own body. Cries and screams. Panicked calls of her name. A blurred vision of a woman jumping in front of her. But she did not stop. She was an unstoppable killing machine, and her thirst for blood could not be satiated. Snapping her eyes open, Alice shot up in cold sweat as her memories of the strange dream blurred and faded. But the feelings were all real. Looking down at her hands, flashes of blood flickered through Alice's vision. She clutched her head from the pain. Alice? Alice? Can you hear me? Hearing Lilia calling her name, Alice looked over, finding the girl looking at her cage with worry on her face. Can hear. Sorry. Bad dreams. Alice sighed as the pain faded away. If you're having bad dreams about it, then I guess it must be pretty fresh in your mind then. No, 10 years old. Alice shook her head as she should have stopped having nightmares about that event by now, yet something spurred it to re-enter her dreams. Am I missing something from that day? She wondered to herself. Before their conversation could continue, a metal bowl was slammed in front of them with scratches and dents visible on the surface. A thick, viscous fluid was slapped into the bowl with a loud splat as some of the liquid managed to get Alice in the face. Feeling the texture and smelling the odor from the fluid, Alice felt disgust rising up from the pits of her heart. The sludge itself was creamy in color with hints of green and purple. Strange chunks of what she imagined to be vegetables and other ingredients sunk into the fluid, unable to keep themselves buoyant. I'm guessing you never ate something like this. It's pretty much the usual food for captives in these parts. Disgusting yet nutritious and very easy to make. Lilia laughed. This comment? Alice asked while prodding the breakfast with her finger. The fact that her finger did not sink into the fluid, nor did any of it stick to her finger, caused Alice to do a double take. Yep. It's a blended mesh of vegetables, wheat, and some other leftovers they have lying around. Gives you what you need for the day and pretty darn hard for your body to chew through all of it. So it'll last the whole day. Lilia shrugged while picking up the bowl. Even though Lilia said it was common and that she'd seen it plenty of times before, it still didn't detract from the innate disgust Alice felt towards the sludge. Here's a tip. Don't smell it. Don't take a moment to savor how it tastes, and don't pause to chew it either. It's already blended, and the chunks are small enough to just be swallowed without issue. The moment you pause and think about how it tastes, you'll regret it. Here, let me show you a demonstration, Lilia explained as she gestured for Alice to look towards her direction. Pinching her nose, she grabbed the bowl and opened her mouth wide. Drinking the sludge in one motion without taking the time to chew, she swallowed it all in one go before slamming her bowl down. Gritting her teeth, she forced a brave smile towards Alice while tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Lilia punched herself in the chest and gave a wide, teary smile. To Alice, it looked like she almost threw up. Whatever you do, don't throw it up. If you do, you'll be forced to clean it. Trust me, you don't want that to happen, Lilia warned repeatedly as Alice furrowed her brows and grabbed the bowl. Pinching her nose in the same manner as Lilia, Alice squeezed her eyes shut and opened her mouth. The moment her tongue came into contact with the sludge, she already wanted to throw it away. It was stone cold to the touch, sending shivers through her entire body. But since the sludge seemed to be the only meal they would have today, Alice could not afford to waste it no matter how much she hated it. With tears in her eyes, Alice forced herself to swallow the sludge as the cold, thick mishmash of disgusting ingredients flowed down her throat before entering her stomach. She could feel where the food went due to the difference in temperature. She tried her best not to gag or retch. The moment any of that happened, Alice didn't think she could hold herself back from throwing up. You can do it, Alice. Just a bit left, Lilia cheered, praying hard that Alice could get used to the food for the time they were in the coliseum. Gritting her teeth, Alice swallowed the last mouthful and slammed her bowl down before looking towards Lilia. While her face was stone cold like before, the pain in her eyes and the slight redness to her cheeks from holding everything in betrayed her inner thoughts and her anguish from having to eat this type of food. Giving Alice a thumbs up, Lilia had to admit that the fact that she didn't throw up on her first meal was impressive already. With breakfast over, the two had a few short moments to themselves before needing to work. According to Lilia, there were 3 types of labor captives were forced to do in these parts. First was labor on the ships that entered the slaughter docks. Captives would be responsible for carrying parts of the cargo to their superiors. That was usually left to the combat captives either belonging to an owner or those who haven't been sold yet. They were, after all, captives who had their physique enhanced by sigils or blood. Since neither Alice nor Lilia belonged to this group of captives, they weren't going to help out on the docks. The second type of labor was performed by the carrier captives. Hunters will often temporarily hire these captives to help them, whether that be carrying their luggage or helping them hunt. Until they earn enough to buy a captive outright, they would usually borrow them. Naturally, if a captive dies out in the field, the hunter would have to pay a penalty. But compared to losing one's life in the wild, letting a captive die in the hunter's place was a much easier option. Thus, the casualty rate of captives was high. Both of us have been sponsored, so we won't be getting this type of job either. After all, if a captive one of the VIPs has their eyes on died, it'll bring bad rep for the hosts of this place. Hence why it's most likely we'll get the third type of labor. I suppose we can call it the easiest type, Lilia explained while scratching her cheek. We just have to help out wherever we can. It can be deep in the mining shafts or helping out at an apothecary. Depending on what's available that day, it could be easier or harder, Lilia shrugged. You know lots. Alice couldn't help but appreciate Lilia's knowledge. Ahaha, well, it's nothing. I was a captive before arriving in this place, so I've already been through a bunch of these things. I'm not sure how things work in this city since it's a new place, but it shouldn't be too different. Even so, still knowledge, Alice reaffirmed as Lilia nodded. It is indeed still knowledge. Lilia puffed her chest out. Looking at Alice's honest eyes and slight hints of curiosity, Lilia couldn't help but be reminded of her own sister. Despite Alice's appearance, she was more akin to a young teen with her mindset. Lilia didn't know what caused such a disparity between her actions and appearance, but it was most likely something along the lines of confinement, one that didn't allow her to interact with others. Either way, Lilia wanted to make life a little easier for Alice if she could. They didn't have to wait long. A man dressed in an all-black outfit with a silver chest piece, shoulder guards, and wrist guards approached their cage. Grabbing a chain, he secured it against their collars and opened the door of both cages. Without saying anything, he tugged the chain and turned around, dragging the two against their will. Alice noticed that Lilia was being oddly quiet, her usually cheerful disposition nowhere to be seen as she stared at the ground. "They'll probably treat us worse if they see us being happy," Alice mused. It was the only explanation for Lilia's actions she could think of. With the two of them following the man without saying a single word, they were led through the facilities of the coliseum. As they walked through the place, Alice spotted the main arena through the gaps of the wooden walls. Most of the obstacles they had placed there during the events couldn't be seen anymore. Furthermore, the area had been repurposed into a marketplace. Whether that was the main market for citizens or the black market where underground trade occurred, Alice wasn't sure. Glancing away from the arena, Alice saw waves of workers moving back and forth. Blacksmiths in the red hue of the smithy hammered away at metal collars while abyssal beasts were chained up in cages, awaiting harnesses. Apothecaries extracted the blood of abyss beasts while keeping them alive. Large bruisers with iron cages over their heads guarded the entrance to each facility, and mysterious cloaked figures wandered around the place, making their way toward the captive quarters. "They're probably here to buy captives without letting people know their identity," Alice thought to herself. While she wasn't sure about the overall captive system and the public opinion on it, Alice could still imagine that the cloaked figures probably didn't want to parade around town letting everyone know they bought a captive. But those were just her own thoughts. Once they were opposite the captive quarters on the other side of the building, the two were led into an elevator that sent them underground. The elevator was running on the same red liquid Alice had seen on the conveyor belts that sent the cages towards the arena during her first day here. If she remembered correctly, all of this was due to abyss engineering, running on blood. Descending into the depths of the Coliseum, Alice could feel the temperature drop as water droplets formed on the rock walls surrounding the elevator. The echo of machinery from above slowly faded out into the distance with the sound of shifting gears ringing ever louder in the silence. Neither Alice nor Lilia made a single peep. The person leading them away was silent as well. They assumed he would explain their job to them once they get to the bottom. "How far are we even going?" Alice thought to herself with a frown as the lights around the elevator flickered to life, illuminating the three of them in an orange hue. Strangely, the rocks surrounding them lit up with a fluorescent green color in the presence of light. Turning to Lilia to see if she knew what was going on, the curious light in the older girl's eyes told Alice everything she needed to know. Lilia didn't know where they were. Once they reached the bottom, the man tugged their chains once more. He didn't even let the two admire their surroundings. The girls didn't imagine a place like this even existed. There was a single river flowing through the cave, reflecting the soft rays of light emitted by glowing bugs on the ceiling. Large stalagmites surrounded them with the rhythmic sound of water dripping every so often from the ceiling. Above, the stalactites slowly faded into a strange, translucent crystal that gathered a clear fluid which coalesced into an orb of water and splashed into the rocks below. In the distance, lanterns had been set up to light up the cave. The flames inside flickered against a soft gust of wind that flowed through the cave. With each flicker, the cave would shine with the fluorescent green Alice saw on the way down. In the presence of the glowing rocks, there was a strange fluid mixed into the river that lit it up with a neon blue, turning the ordinary body of water into an ephemeral sight that flowed like graceful silk. In all her years trapped within the Xania prison, she had never heard or imagined such a scene. How much of the world had she missed? How many sights like this exist in the world? Clutching her chest, she could feel a fire burning within, a desire to see more of this sight. She wanted to witness the beauty of the world she lived in. Seeing Alice's enraptured gaze, Lilia couldn't help but chuckle. She found it rather cute how Alice was so enamored by such a sight. Though she wasn't any better since this was the first time she had seen something like this as well. With the two of them standing still, the man frowned and gave the chain a hard tug, causing Alice to fall forward while Lilia barely managed to keep herself on her feet. "Stop dawdling," he uttered coldly. There was a clear sign of disdain in his eyes, as though he was questioning why he had to be the one to show them where to go. Sorry. Lilia apologized while helping Alice up. Let's keep up with him. The more we annoy him, the worse it'll get for us, she whispered to Alice while dusting her skirt. Nodding her head in agreement, Alice gave the cavern one last glance before jogging behind the man. Leading the two through the cavern, they soon arrived at a man-made entrance surrounded by lanterns that illuminated the surroundings. The entrance was in the form of a large set of stone doors that had the visage of a multi-limbed beast in a low crouching position. Strange glyphs and patterns surrounded the beast, with a single red jewel serving as the eye of the beast. Pushing the door open without any issues, he revealed a prison of sorts, hiding a myriad of abyss beasts within the cells, chained against walls. Their bodies were malnourished and they lacked energy, a clear sign of having their blood repeatedly extracted for their effects. Alice could even spot a large cluster of vampire lilies attached to one of the walls, with several lilies already wilting in the darkness. However, this wasn't their stop. Their destination was much further into the prison. The sound of their footsteps filled the silence within the rooms, as all of the abyss beasts were currently resting. Those that were awake dare not make a single sound, lest the man in the armor turned his attention towards them. Seeing the fear within their eyes and the way they shrunk into a corner, Alice was reminded of herself. How she wanted to be ignored so that she could be spared from the experiments. Glancing around the prison, Alice could say that her room within the Xania household was much better than what they got. Bloodied and rusted chains that hung off the ceiling, constant echoes of water drops filling their mind, the humidity of the rooms and the stench given off by other beasts. Both the smell of rotting flesh and mold forming on wilted and dried-up plants mixed into a horrendous blend that invaded the nose. Reaching the end of the prison, there was another elevator that greeted them as the man opened his mouth. This is the last elevator. Get in. Once you're at the bottom, someone else will take over. You'll be given a task, and I'll collect you once it's time for you to fight in 2 days. The man explained coldly before tugging their chains and pushing the two of them into the elevator. Without waiting for a response, he watched as the two descended into the darkness before turning around. Now that they were left alone, both Alice and Lilia sighed in relief. "URG, what a rude bastard. I didn't want to say anything the entire time, since I know what kind of person he is. The more we talk during that moment, the more he'll just hit us," Lilia complained while stretching her body. Standing up, she helped Alice to her feet. "From the sounds of things, we'll be staying at wherever we're going for the next 2 days, then we have to fight again." "Do you think he's sending us to the mines?" Lilia asked while trying to get a peek of what was below them, but she couldn't see anything. "Don't know, but unlikely. This place for beasts." Alice shook her head. From the rooms above, she could tell that this entire place was for keeping beasts. There were other levels to the prison, but the man had taken them straight to the elevator down, meaning their destination was not within the usual prison cells. As they continued to descend, their questions were answered. "Say, Alice, you don't suppose our job has something to do with that thing now, do you?" Lilia asked hesitantly. "Don't know, but hope not." Alice shook her head. She's heard of abyss beasts, she's experienced their blood, and she remembers their information. Yet despite all of this, she had never imagined or heard of a beast of this magnitude. Large chains with each segment bigger than the cages the two were in hung from the walls and ceiling towards a pit of crimson within the depths of this cavity deep below the surface. Charred skeletal plating served as land to walk on, with what seems to be skin ripped and burned into the surface. 2 large dorsal fins cleaved the chasm in half as large metal spikes were stapled through the flesh and bones of this behemoth. Jagged bone dyed with the brightest red erupted from the back of the head, spine, and elbows, threatening to destroy anything that stood in its way. The plating around the arms and body seemed to mimic muscle anatomy, as jerks could be observed across the surface. Yet there were signs that such armor could be abandoned at will. Red flesh peeked through the gaps and twitched with life. Its skull was segmented into 4 parts that was split with a cross, each covering a quarter of its monstrous head. 3 gaps in the bone armor revealed dormant eyes that threatened to awaken at a moment's notice, while waves upon waves of teeth are sheathed behind the plating. It had 4 large arms pierced and chained tightly against the walls, while 2 smaller arms could be seen hugging its chest. Each breath it took caused the plates around its body to shake while a pulse of orange spread across the gaps. Smoke formed from its body and shot out of the gaps across the plating while the unstable ground beneath the Titan would quiver at each breath. A monster of this size dwarfed the arena, and Alice couldn't imagine the devastation such a beast could bring. Yet there was another thought surfacing in her mind. What if she drank its blood? The beast was still alive, that was certain. What power could she harvest from such a beast? Just thinking of the possibilities caused Alice's mouth to water. Could it be enough to go against the Xania family? She wondered to herself, but rejected the notion. While she was imprisoned for 10 long years, she knew that her family was famed for its research and strength to protect itself. With her new knowledge regarding sigils and how they seemed to be more permanent forms of abyss blood power without side effects, there was no doubt that her family must own sigil warriors of their own. I don't know what kind of power this monster's blood would give me, but if I get a chance, I should harvest some into a container. It might come in handy when I fight again in the arena, Alice thought to herself. However, it couldn't be any random container since the purity of the blood will drop as time passes. Ideally, it should be a glacé vial designed to hold abyss blood with a cap. But such a handy thing was too hard for Alice to get her hands on right now, so any sealed container would do. Though I doubt they'll let me carry a container of blood with me, no matter how much I try. She sighed inwardly before turning her attention towards the buildings that surround the Titan. Tall towers could be seen at each mace of stone, protruding from the pit of crimson. Interconnecting bridges stretched across the towers at different levels, creating a labyrinth of paths with captives walking in single-file lines. Protruding platforms could be seen with bipedal abyss beasts crouching on the edges with wings folded on their back. Iron armor decorated their bodies, and guards could be seen saddled on the backs of such beasts. Large bodies of lava pooled out from gaps within the towers, forming lava falls that poured into the depths without signs of stopping, and the heat rising from below warped the light around the buildings. The sound of metal clashing against one another melded into loud rhythmic symphonies that welcomed Alice and Lilia into the pits of heck, while the screeches of abyss beasts sounded their arrival. Looking at one another, the two couldn't help but swallow their saliva in nervousness. At least it's only 2 days, right? Lilia forced a smile in an attempt to lift the mood. Nodding her head, Alice was now grateful that it was only 2 days. While the allure of powerful blood was nice, she didn't want to be anywhere near the Titan when it might wake up. Upon arriving at the bottom, the two could see an old man waiting with a list in his hands. He wore a pair of glacés, large white beard, bald with several scars showing from his eye to the back of his head. His outfit consisted of a single cloak with a hood, a sleeveless shirt, some basic pants, and a pair of brown boots. Strapped to his waist was several pouches and leather whip. Let's see. Only 2 for Area 4, he muttered before eyeing both Alice and Lilia up and down. Can you two even lift the bloody thing? Whatever. I'm not one to distribute what the captives do here. You two, follow me. Your job for 2 days is to harvest some plates from the big bastard's back and carry it to the other captives. He sighed deeply while gesturing for both Alice and Lilia to follow him. Bringing his finger to his mouth, he whistled loudly as soft rumbles could be heard nearby. What they thought was a large boulder was in fact an abyss beast that stood up on all fours. The rock acted as a check on its back, as soft flesh could be seen through the gaps now that it was standing up. A small round head poked out of the body and glanced towards the man as though awaiting orders. Deep cuts could be seen carved into its forehead, allowing a metal helmet to be stabbed into its skull, permanently embedding itself as the flesh bulged out and grew around the helmet. Grabbing onto one of the rocks on its cheek, the man hoisted himself onto the back and glanced towards Alice and Lilia. Climb on however you want. If you fall, you're getting dragged across the floor, he warned while grabbing their chains and cuffing it against a hoop that was pierced through one of the rocks. Hearing this, the two quickly grabbed on and found some footholds to keep themselves attached to the beast. Without waiting to see if the two were ready, the man ordered the beast to move towards their next destination. As the beast carried them to their next destination, each of its footsteps caused the ground to shake from its weight. Holding tightly onto the side of the beast, Alice couldn't help but notice something on the skin of the captives that carried different parts of the Titan. Each of them had a brand that was seared into their skin. Within the brand, a dark purple glow was present at all times, stretching out like roots. It's the captive brand. They're usually one-time uses to make the captive obedient, but that strips them of their free will. Makes it so that they can only follow orders and can't do things on their own, Lilia whispered over. It does cause the body to deteriorate though, so it's more a last resort. Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but feel shock and be grateful that the Zania family never resorted to such a method. Though I suppose they didn't brand me because they wanted to get as much out of me as they could. Alice thought to herself, it's a last resort because the brand is created by mixing two types of A, B. The first belongs to a hive mind type beast while the second is a parasitic type. It eats away at the host while making sure they're obedient since it injects a venom that affects the mind. Once it finishes eating away at the host dies and the captive is lost. Lilia explained while thinking back to the time before she turned up at this place. My old owner explained this to scare me and my sister, and it worked to an extent. Seeing the forced smile on Lilia's face, Alice felt pity for the girl since she had her own story, one that caused her grief. Turning her attention back to the captives, Alice could see that they carried a variety of parts freshly extracted from the body of the Titan. From skeletal plating to lumps of flesh, blood would drip against their skin, burning the surface as their own flesh would bubble and boil. Yet all of the captives did not react and continued to work as if nothing was wrong. She could see just how oppressive this brand was with this demonstration. Their journey was short since the beast they were holding onto took large steps at a time, covering a surprising amount of distance. The place they arrived was directly next to the beast and had a large bridge created from metal hammered into the sheck of the Titan. From afar, the sheck looked smooth, but now that they were within touching distance, Alice could see countless jagged layers overlapping each other on the surface. It created a decent foothold for them to stand on while more metal spikes and chains were inserted into the sheck, creating a pathway onto the Titan's back. Wait here. I'm going to get some equipment, the man ordered as he jumped off the back of the beast and made his way to a nearby building situated next to the bridge. Jumping off the back of the beast as well, the two of them watched as it dug a hole nearly and sat down. Sitting there unmoving, the beast became no different to a pile of rocks. Coming out with a pair of pickaxes and boots, he threw them towards the two girls. Your job will be to harvest bone plates from the back of this beast. There's a supervisor above, and he'll assign you an area. You're responsible for yourself. If you fall, you fall. We're not going to break our backs saving some captives. Now hurry up and get up there so I can take my break, the man complained. Nodding their heads, the two quickly put on the boots and made their way up the bridge. The steps were carved out of metal with the edges being worn down from repeated use. Some of the steps were completely unusable as Lilia had to help Alice to avoid her stumbling down. Seeing that both of them were making their way up, the man went back into the building. Phew. Goodness, I didn't think a monster like this would exist. Lilia sighed out in relief, seeing that they were no longer being monitored by that man. Peering over the edge of the bridge, she held on tight against the chains to stop herself from falling. At first, she thought the monster was being chained from below, but after peering over the edge, she saw the truth. It was missing its lower half and being suspended by metal chains and stakes. Blood continuously dripped down to the crimson depths, while strands of organs hung loose. Ignoring the fact that a monster like this even exists, what the heck do you think can even harm it? Lilia asked as she continued up the steps. No clue. Maybe someone with lots of sigils, Alice replied while pulling herself up with the help of the chains. She had to admit that wearing boots felt weird as she had spent most of her life without shoes. Since she was trapped in the room with nothing that could harm her, they saw no reason to give her footwear. Now that she was wearing a set of boots, it felt uncomfortable and hard to walk in. Hence her trouble climbing up the steps. Seeing Alice's eyebrows furrowing at the sight of steps, Lilia couldn't help but laugh. While they haven't known each other for long, Lilia enjoyed Alice's company. She understood that Alice rarely showed emotion on her face, even if she's happy. Most of her emotions would be seen in Alice's eyes with the exception of frustration and annoyance. Struggling with the steps, Lilia asked while reaching out to help Alice. No, just shoes annoying, Alice complained. Grabbing onto Lilia's hand, she skipped a few steps as the two of them continued to the top of the Titan. As they approached the top, They could hear the sounds of pickaxes clashing against the hard skeletal plating growing louder with each step, followed by frustrated shouts of the supervisor. Are you actually trying to get the plate, or are you trying to destroy it? Cut around the darn thing, you useless sack of... Stop hitting the center, the supervisor shouted out in anger. He was a short and stout old man with long, frizzled gray hair. Soot covered parts of his face, along with a large, unkempt beard. He wore a sleeveless shirt with a leather chest piece adorned with silver buckles. A pair of thick boots stomped against the ground as Alice could see the vein on his forehead bulging from his anger. The FCK? 2 newbies? Perfect. You two. Get over there and take his place. The dumb motherfucker can't even harvest plates properly. And you. Get your daft ace over there and harvest the flesh instead. The supervisor shouted out as he pointed at Alice and Lilia before gesturing towards the set of skeletal plates that was being harvested by one of the captives. Looking at one another, the two nodded their heads and made their way over since it was better than getting shouted at by the supervisor. Taking the spot of the other captive, Alice glanced around her and observed how the other captives hacked away at the plates. They would space out their targets, creating a line of evenly spaced out holes. Once that was done, they jammed the sharp end of the pickaxe into the center hole and, through the use of leverage, create a split that stretched across the entire plate, connecting the holes to one another. All of the captives hacked at the same pace, creating a rhythmic beat to help them work through the hours. It was a way for them to use muscle memory in order to make work easier. Taking a deep breath, Alice grabbed the handle of the pickaxe and tried her best to keep up with the beat. Bringing her arms back, she pushed strength through her body and took a wide stance before letting out a hard swing against the plating. Clang! A harsh sound resounded through the area as the vibration traveled up the pickaxe and into Alice's arm, forcing her to drop the equipment. What the heck are you doing? Are you struggling with just swinging a darn pickaxe? Pick it up and do it properly. The supervisor shouted out as the harsh sound had disrupted the rhythm. Picking up the pickaxe, Alice furrowed her brows and aimed again. Don't use your full strength. Just use enough to chip away at the plate. Aim for the same spot so a hole can be made. The captive next to her whispered over quietly while keeping his gaze focused on his own task. Hearing this, Alice nodded her head while Lilia whispered a quiet thank you to the man. With new advice, they were able to make more progress without disrupting the rhythm. Naturally, Alice and Lilia were still struggling, but they were able to hold on. The vibrations that coursed through the pickaxe left Alice's hands numb, yet this was nothing she couldn't handle. As she continued to hack away at the bone plating with the pickaxe, Alice soon got into a rhythm as she was able to keep up with the other captives to a certain extent. Naturally, with her physical powers, her work speed was much slower, but she made up with technique. Thanks to the advice of the captive next to her, she was able to get more hints from observing the others. How they prepared their body for the swing, the anticipation of each impact, and the recovery. How they used the rebound from the pickaxe to prepare their next swing so that they didn't need to fight against the force. It was a strange moment similar to what had happened during her fight against the hounds. The world seemed to slow, and she understood that it was not adrenaline, but rather a strange condition with her body. The moment her focus exceeds a certain threshold, the world seemed slowed down around her. Her eyesight improves drastically, and her mind seemed to comprehend the actions with greater efficiency. But the duration was brief. What felt like a minute or so was in fact only a few seconds for Alice. Could it be because of this eye? Alice thought to herself as strange things keep happening to her body after the man planted this eye in her. There was simply too many mysteries that she had no way to solve as of this moment. Her future was still uncertain with her current identity as a captive. While her stamina could not keep up with the work, Alice's will did not falter, and she continued to push on. She viewed this as a chance for her to build her stamina, as it was abysmally poor at this moment. She could barely handle a fight with a dog and had to rely on a boost of power given by its blood. If she couldn't drink any blood, she would have died within that arena. Just this fact alone was enough motivation for her to push through the exhausting task presented to her. If a task like this is enough to cause me to falter, I can't forget about getting revenge. Hours passed as sweat soaked Alice's clothes. Since she didn't change her bandages, they were still soaked in her blood. Spots of red started to bleed through to her dress, but she didn't care. As long as the clothes were enough to cover her and didn't interfere with combat, she was content. There was no benefits to dressing up cutely like she did 10 years ago. Alice had immersed herself in the acts of hacking away at the plates to the point she didn't even notice how much time had passed. Lilia needed to take regular breaks from the lack of stamina. Yet every time she turned her gaze towards Alice, she could see Alice being 100% focused with her task to the point she practically ignored her own fatigue. Seeing this, it was hard for Lilia to sit still as she pushed herself past her limits. All right, all of you can stop. They are going to collect everything that you've harvested. Once they're done, you'll go back to work? The supervisor shouted out as everyone dropped their pickaxes and collapsed on the floor. Hearing that she could stop, Alice felt a wave of fatigue hit her like a wall of force, knocking her against her floor. Her lungs burned and her heart pounded. The world seemed to be spinning, yet she had never felt more alive. The light within her eyes burned with vitality. This pain, this fatigue, this satisfaction from moving her body. It was all proof that she was alive. Proof that she was no longer just waiting for the next experiment. I've never seen anyone so happy after such a workout. Lilia gasped as she laid on her back. I'm alive, Alice replied simply as her throat burned with the desire for water. Of course you are. You're breathing, are you not? Lilia joked. Before Alice could reply, the sound of a metal plate being hit cut her thoughts off. Glancing towards the source of the noise, they could see a group of captives carrying a large barrel of water towards the center of the area. Here's some water. Move out of the way so that the others can collect the materials. The supervisor shouted as the captives scrambled to the barrel for a desperate drink of water. Helping Alice to her feet, Lilia grabbed both of the pickaxes and moved with the other captives. With the second group of workers coming from the other side of the Titan, Alice could see that they were similar to the group of captives she saw on the way here. The ones branded by the captive brand and carried flesh that burned their hands. As Alice was observing the new group of captives while also queuing up for a drink herself, Lilia spent the time seeing if anyone was kind enough to share some information with her. Information regarding where they are and some knowledge on what's going to happen next, who their sponsors might be, and so on. She wanted to gather as much information as she could and share what she knows with Alice. It was strange, but Lilia saw her little sister in Alice. Someone who was naive yet curious about the world. Someone she wanted to protect. Unfortunately for her, there wasn't much to be gained from the captives. After all, they were in the same situation. Most of them were rather new to this place, as well as they had come a few days before Alice and Lilia. Naturally, she couldn't count on the supervisor to be kind enough to give her any information. But despite all of this, she managed to get some decent information about where they are and how the coliseum functioned within the slaughter docks. Making her way back to Alice, the two of them got a drink and sat down on the ground while watching the other captives carry away the bone plates. Now then, I managed to get some good news for us. Lilia grinned as Alice listened intently. There wasn't much I could gather, but I can make a few educated guesses here and there. With the slaughter docks being a large trade port within the abyss, especially when it come to captive trades, they allowed this place to be legal. Naturally, the governor of the docks gained money from this too. Most of the VIPs are merchants or nobles that are just visiting. That's good news. Alice raised an eyebrow, unsure if this could be classified as good news or not. No, that's not the good news. The good news is regarding the next round of combat. We'll be allowed to choose 2 items to assist us when we fight. One being our weapon, the other being a vial of blood. It can be healing A.B or an offensive one, it's up to you. But apparently the selection is quite vast. Lilia shook her head as Alice was silent. But wouldn't that mean our next fight will be much harder if we need the blood? Honestly, it's a coin flip. The beasts we fight next round will depend on who's the main attraction. If they are weak, the beasts we fight will be stronger. If the main attraction is strong, our opponents will be weaker. It's so that the fight is more entertaining for the guests. I'm hoping that the main attraction for when we fight is someone actually competent. Lilia shrugged. Nodding her head in agreement, Alice had the same thought. However, she was more curious about what kind of blood they could choose. And more importantly, if she could sneak an empty vial for herself. If she could use it to collect the blood of the Titan they were standing on, it'll be a good lifeline for her survival. The only issue with this is that she didn't know the side effects of consuming the blood of such a behemoth. If the side effect was something major, she might as well forget about escaping from this place. Maybe I could try obtain a drop of the beast's blood later in the night when everyone is sleeping. But with guards on the backs of those flying beasts, it'll be hard to go unnoticed. And there's no guarantee that she could come back to this place after her fight. Shaking her head, Alice couldn't see a way for her to obtain any of this blood, nor a way to find out its side effects. The risks were simply too big for her to take the gamble. With my skill level, a defensive abyss blood is pretty much asking to get killed. I need something that can end the fight quickly. The longer the fight drags on, the worse it becomes for me. Alice thought to herself with a sigh. Her fight against the hound made it clear to her that she couldn't fight a prolonged battle. She had to aim for ending the fight as quick as possible. Once their drink break was over, both Alice and Lilia returned to work. Even though she understood the technique, the second round of work became much harder as her muscles screamed out in pain. Every swing she took towards the plate would cause her skin to split apart. However, Alice didn't notice the blood that was slowly dripping from her hands and onto the pickaxe. It wasn't until Lilia stopped her did Alice see what had happened. Using some of the bandages on her body, she cleaned her wound as quick as she could before the supervisor could scream at her and got back to work. Just take it slow for now. You don't want to get splinters in your hands, Lilia whispered as Alice nodded her head after a short pause. Okay, I slowed down, Alice whispered back. She understood that she couldn't force her body to keep working at the same pace as she did at the start. Even if she could hold on through sheer willpower, her body could not keep up. The mind was willing but the body lacked. Repeating the cycle of working, drink break, and working again, Alice could barely feel her body anymore. Even raising her hand was difficult as Lilia was in the same situation, especially since she took on some of Alice's burdens. Thankfully, their work shift was over as the supervisor instructed everyone to leave so the next batch can work without them taking up all the space. Follow me. If any of you tries to run, just remember what's waiting above. And if you are caught, I can guarantee that you'll be branded like those bastards over there. The supervisor shouted out while scratching his beard. Leading the way down the steps, he made his way into the building next to the steps. It was the same building where the previous man had given Alice and Lilia their equipment. Following the group down, Alice noticed that Lilia was clenching her fists tightly. There was a faint trail of green oozing from the side, causing Alice to frown slightly. Bleeding. You shouldn't take my work, Alice sighed. Oh, don't worry about it. Even if I didn't do the extra work, it wouldn't matter. Lilia shook her head. Don't feel guilty. I'm taking your part of the work because I want to. Hearing this, Alice's gaze fluctuated for a moment as she was unsure as to why Lilia was like this. Why was she being so nice to her? Why was she going out of way to take extra work so that she could have it easier? She didn't know if she could trust the help that Lilia was giving her as doubts surfaced in her heart. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm doing it because you remind me of my younger sister, Ahaha. We got sold to our old owner at the same time, but she couldn't make it. I wasn't able to do enough for her when she was around, so I'm just making up for that. Lilia reasserted as she could see the doubts in Alice's eyes. Even so, Lilia is too kind, Alice sighed. I'm not that kind. Like I said, I'm only doing it because you remind me of my sister. Now stop thinking too much, Lilia reasserted while giving Alice's head a gentle knock with her hand. Following the group to the building, Alice saw that there were several staircases leading down. On the surface, this building was rather unimpressive, but that was only because it's built into the stone platform they were on. Steel braziers could be seen lighting up the interior with an orange hue. Cells decorated each side of the hallway, each fitted with 2 beds each. Though calling it a bed was putting it lightly, as it was simply a stone block and a thin sheet of fabric. Assigning cells to the captives in pairs, Alice and Lilia were put together in a cell 1 floor down. Laying on the stone bed, Alice glanced towards Lilia and hesitated. Why do I remind her of her sister? Is that really enough for her to do so much for me? You know, usually people would talk if they have a question. Lilia sighed, seeing Alice stare at her so intently. I've noticed that you don't speak unless necessary. But even for me, it gets a little hard to talk to myself, you know? Especially when you have questions. Sadly, I didn't learn how to mind read, Lilia joked. Sorry, not used to talking a lot. Spent long time alone. People that come only hurt, so I don't talk to them. Alice replied as she tried her best to find the correct words. Well, that's fine. So long as you take the time you have now to improve. I don't know what your situation is before, but at least now, you have a chance to find a good buyer. Eminem, can you tell about your sister? Why me and her similar? Alice asked, causing Lilia to pause as memories flooded into her mind. Clutching her arms, Lilia sighed and laid down on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Sure, why not? We got a few hours to sleep before going back to work. Let's see. I suppose I should explain my family first. Lilia smiled softly. I don't remember much about my mother and father since I've been a captive since I was young. The only people I remember clearly are my little sister and little brother. My brother was the hyperactive type, always looking for ways to spend his energy. He loved to fight and would protect me and our little sister if we ever got picked on. Lilia explained, remembering the fond memories with her brother. As for my little sister, she was quiet like you. Not because of what happened in her life, but naturally quiet. She didn't like to bring attention to herself. She was a curious kid, though, always loved to run around and finding new things to play with. The three of us were always sold as a batch since we were pretty cheap. She chuckled. My brother was considered a free guard while they paid mostly for me and my sister. As for what happened later, well, my brother was sent to the arenas to fight. Upon saying this, Lilia bit her lip as she was forced to remember the sight of her brother being torn apart by beasts. After that, it was just me and my sister. You can guess what happened to her since I'm here alone now. She paced away too, and now it's just me. Since there's a chance to make up for the time I lost with her, I took it. Though it's just me soothing my own heart, I suppose. Lilia smiled bitterly as Alice was silent. But what about yourself? I told you about my family. Maybe you should tell me a little about what happened before you came here. But don't feel pressured if you're uncomfortable. Just take things at your own pace. Hearing this, Alice was silent. She felt the collar around her throat gently as she remembered her 10 years of torment. My family locked me away alone for 10 winters. Collar kept me alive even when I wanted to die. Didn't know why they hated me. Then strange man arrived at my prison, sent me to this place. And that's when you saw me in cage. Alice confessed slowly as she hid parts of the truth. Even though she somewhat trusted Lilia, having a body that was resistant to the adverse effects of abyss blood wasn't something she could reveal lightly. Not when she could see that Lilia was suffering from vampire Lily. I see. That's why you panicked when you saw the collar on the first day, Lilia muttered, feeling pity for Alice. While she has been a captive for longer, she couldn't fathom the pain of 10 years in solitude. Not only that, it was a state where she couldn't even die if she wanted to. With the freedom of death taken from her, she had to suffer every agonizing moment throughout the decade. Clenching her fist, Lilia made up her mind. We only have a few more days to stay here. Since we've been sponsored, there's a high chance we'll be picked. We definitely need to help you recover some of the 10 years that you missed, Lilia smiled. Hearing this, Alice's eyes flickered as a warm feeling entered her heart. The thought of exploring the world after leaving this place gave her a feeling she had never felt within her time at the prison. I want to look for story shop. One that told story of hunters. Her response took Lilia by surprise as she didn't think Alice was interested in children books. But thinking back to how she said she was imprisoned for 10 years, she must have been quite young at the time of her capture. All right, a story shop it is. Honestly, I thought you would be interested in other things, but this is fine. Lilia laughed. What shop do you like? Alice asked curiously. Probably just some clothing shops. I want to find some really cute dresses. Talking between themselves for a little longer, the two fell asleep. Waking up in after a few hours, Alice and Lilia was forced back to work as they had to work on another part of the Titan. It was the same work, but different location. Unfortunately for Alice, the wounds on her palms have not healed up yet as the bandages stuck to her flesh. Each swing she took with the axe would reopen the wounds, causing fresh blood to soak the bandages. By the end of the second day, Alice's bandages were now completely red, with her cleaning her wounds using some of the drinking water left over when needed. Food was the same disgusting sludge they had the other day, with the only change being the liquid being much thicker due to the heat. It stuck on the walls of her throat on its way down, causing her to feel more of its texture with each swallow. Thankfully, their time within this underground prison was temporary as their next fight was scheduled for the next day. During this time, Lilia managed to get a bit more information that could be useful for the two of them. It was regarding a new import of abyss beast that was recently acquired by the Coliseum, and she shared the news once they got back to their cell. Some of the guards were talking about it when they were doing patrols. I didn't hear their full conversation, but I got a gist of their description. They said it was apparently a beast that walked on all fours and had two tail-looking things on their back. A bunch of bone spikes all over their body too, Lilia explained as Alice tried to match that description with any of the beasts she had heard of before. There was a few that came to mind, but she needed to hear more before she could make an educated guess. Do you know more? Maybe what the head looks like? Alice asked as she had a few candidates in mind. What the head looks like? No, they didn't mention anything like that. What they did mention, though, was what the main attraction looked like. They sounded pretty excited when talking about it, too. Lilia shook her head. Apparently, the beast was donated by one of the VIPs because they wanted to test one of the combat captives they had their eyes on. So they specifically acquired this beast from the wilds and donated it to the Coliseum. They said it was an overgrown spider with blades on each of its legs. The main body is covered from head to toe with something similar to metal, Lilia explained as Alice furrowed her brows. Did they see pattern on back? If they did, bad news. Alice frowned as she hoped it wasn't what she thought it was. A pattern? They said there was a red pattern on the back. Something like a crescent moon with a dot. Lilia replied while recalling what she overheard. Not good. That spider blood makes person hallucinate. They should have strong illusion power, very dangerous. Eh? You know about this spider? Lilia blinked her eyes in surprise. From what Alice had told her, she should have been in a prison for 10 years. The fact that she even knew about this abyss beast was very surprising. Yes, blood called twilight reflection, while spider called twilight hunter. Lots of illusion powers and strong paralysis poison. Blood worked as hallucinogenic drug and very addictive. 1 dose makes you happy, but 2 doses give nightmare. 2nd dose can even make you rip own body apart. Alice explained seriously. From her own experiences, the first dosage was like heaven. It gave you the most pleasant feeling you could ever feel, one that freed you from all the worries in the world. But once you start coming down from the high of the first dose, an insatiable thirst for a 2nd dose would overwhelm you. The first dose also granted the body superhuman strength in order to claim the 2nd dose from whoever you set your eyes on. It was a drug she never wanted to experience ever again, since she could clearly remember her maniacal screams for the blood. The way she tore away at herself, feeling stinging sensations from not drinking more. The blood itself was a trap, as once you take the first sip, it was very hard to escape the cycle before you died. Each subsequent sip would only amplify your desire for more, making it harder and harder to stop yourself. Once the substance ran out, the victim wouldn't even notice themselves peeling their own skin and flesh from the side effects before dying a painful death with a smile on their face. It took a few days to flush the blood out of my systems, even with my resistances. They had to strap me to a chair and constantly give me healing blood. Alice shivered at the memory of this incident. That's all from its blood, right? URG. I can't imagine what the spider can do. And we have to fight in the same arena too? Lilia complained while leaning against the wall. I don't know a lot about beast abilities. I only know need to be careful of legs. Legs inject the venom, so getting hit by it is dangerous. Alice shook her head. She wished the head scientist told her more about what each monster did. But he only focused on the effects of blood and rarely talked about the abilities belonging to the beast they harvested the blood from. Then maybe we should get a shield when they let us pick the weapons. If the spider is dangerous like you said, we want to kill our enemies as quick as possible, then probably hide until the fight is over. Lilia shrugged as Alice agreed with her thoughts. For blood, probably find healing one. Or something that can detoxify, just in case things go wrong. Safety first. Yep, safety first. If the two of us group quickly, we can kill one of the beasts before focusing on another. Lilia grinned as their plan for tomorrow has been set. Speaking of which, what weapon do you prefer? Thinking about this for a moment, Alice shrugged. Used sword last time. Felt weird. Maybe you're just not used to it since a sword is the most basic. Personally, I got more experience with daggers. Lets me get close and personal while controlling what I want to do, Lilia replied, mimicking the hand movements of using a dagger. What kind of weapon do you want to master? I hate to say it, but with the world we're in, a person needs to learn how to defend themselves one way or another, Lilia shrugged. Placing her hand on her chin, Alice thought about how she wanted to fight. Naturally, she wanted to use her physique to her advantage, but she needed a weapon for moments where she couldn't drink blood. She could use a bow, but she didn't know if she had the strength needed. After all, for an arrow to pierce the armor of an abyss beast, the tension in the bowstring couldn't be pulled back by just anyone. Heavy weapons such as a hammer, axe, greatsword, and so on were off limits for her. Ideally, I should use finesse weapons, something that doesn't require strength, Alice thought to herself. She still wasn't sure, but daggers are probably a good start for her. Daggers maybe. Something that don't need strength. Good choice. Though I thought you were pretty strength-based, no? Considering you bit the hound on its neck and even dislocated its head. Lilia laughed as she remembers the talks of both guards and captives that saw her in action. She truly couldn't believe a frail-looking girl like Alice could fight in such a vicious manner. Who in their right mind would bite back at a beast and even drink blood directly at the source? Yet Alice did just that. That was special. Blood gave me boost to strength. Otherwise cannot fight with strength. Alice shook her head. She knew that an amateur like herself couldn't contest with the beasts, not without taking them by surprise. Had the hound been prepared, the fight wouldn't have ended in her favor. If two of us surprise one beast, we can kill quick. Then it'll be easier to fight against the last one. If you go with dagger, maybe I use weapon to hold beast still, Alice suggested. If she was to restrain the beast momentarily, it'll allow Lilia to land the killing blow without issues. That sounds good. We'll need to try group up quickly since there's no guarantee that we'll be placed next to each other. I think a spear or a shield will probably be good for you if you want to restrain the beasts so I can kill it. Thinking about it, Alice would much rather having a spear than a shield. At least with the spear, she has the option to try killing something herself. I go spear then. Sounds like a plan. Rest up for tonight and let's give it our all tomorrow. Lilia grinned while raising her fist towards Alice. Tilting her head in confusion, Alice wasn't sure what Lilia was wanting to do. Bump fists with me. I suppose you can say it's like an act of agreement and an action between friends, Lilia explained. Furrowing her brows, Alice nodded her head and bumped fists with Lilia awkwardly. Good enough. Shrugging her shoulders, Lilia laid down and went asleep while Alice was thinking about what she had just said. Friends. It was a word she hadn't heard in a long time, as all of her connections had been cut off after she was locked away. She could feel a warm feeling spreading through her heart as she laid down and gave Lilia once more glance before going to sleep herself. Waking up in the morning, their routine was the same as it had been for 2 days. Wake up, eat sludge, prepare for work. Only this time they were escorted out of the underground area. They were led back to the elevator up as both of them gave the giant titan one last glance before focusing their mind on the task at hand. Neither of them talked much as they were making mental preparations. If it really is the Twilight Hunter in the arena, we need to be careful about getting hit by any stray attacks. If either of us is harmed by it, it's safe to assume we'll be taken out of the fight. I might be fine since I have my resistance, and as long as I hold on, it'll be flushed out of my system in due time. I can't say the same for Lilia, though. She's already suffering from vampire Lily. I doubt she can survive a hit from the spider without it creating a negative reaction with the lily. Alice thought to herself as she wondered what kind of blood she wanted to choose. Arriving at the top of the elevator, they could see the same armored man that brought them here 2 days ago. Seeing their disheveled appearance, bloodied bandages, and unkempt hair, the man smirked as this was more in line with how a captive should look. What annoyed him, however, was the fact that there was still life in their eyes. If it wasn't for the VIP sponsor on these two, he would have punched the life out of their eyes since they're expendable goods anyways. Without saying anything, he connected a chain to their collars once more as he gave them a harsh tug and dragged them away. Almost falling over from the sudden tug, both Alice and Lilia jogged after him. Making their way through the iridescent cavern, they soon arrived at the surface and the man threw the two of them to a nearby hunter. Take them to get healed, them prepare them for the second round. The VIP wants them in their best condition when they fight. He instructed as the hunter nodded his head and obeyed. Unlike the armored man, the hunter didn't radiate malice as he simply gestured to where they were going without tugging harshly on the chains. Going around the outer edges of the arena, he showed them to what seems to be an apothecary. Myriad of dried plants hung from the ceiling while vials, bottles, and jars full of different liquids decorated the shelves. Countless drawers with harsh scribbles can be seen below the shelves as a woman would open them without looking and grab strange ingredients before placing them into a bottle. She had long brown hair and large earrings, deep sunken eyes, and dark bags under her eyes. The woman wore a large black robe that hid her body. It was adorned with mechanical trinkets that seemed to assist her with potion, making as half of her face was covered by a mask with several magnifying lenses. "What do you want?" the woman asked as she noticed the hunter with the two captives. "2 vampire lily vials. Quality high since the VIP wants them at their best," the hunter replied as the woman squinted her eyes towards Lilia. "All right. I don't think that girl can take any more low-quality vials anyways if you want her at her best." She nodded before reaching her hand toward a drawer near her. Opening it gently, the sound of glacé vials shuffling in their stands could be heard as she pulled out 2 vials and offered it to the girls. "Drink it now and give me the vials back," she ordered. Looking at each other, both Alice and Lilia took a vial each before opening the lid and drinking the contents. Feeling the wounds on her palms stitching together, Alice could see the faint signs of roots appearing beneath the bandages before withering away and disappearing. As for Lilia, the colors of the flower growing from her eyes seemed to twitch momentarily before falling silent again. Handing the vial back to the woman, they were guided away from the store. In the distance, Alice could see heavily armored boxes being placed on the belts and sent underground. The low screeches echoing from the boxes told her that the beasts were being kept inside. Peeking through the gaps of the walls, she could see the arena already being set up with tall platforms, hanging bars, and a myriad of other obstacles that will help the captives hide from the beasts. From how much they're setting up, it seems like this event will be bigger than the one I was in 2 days ago. The one before was only a few weapons scattered around the place and a few walls, but this is a full terrain. Alice mused to herself. But even for someone like her, she understood that this terrain benefited the monster the most. As a spider, the Twilight Hunter prefers setting traps rather than upfront confrontations. Arriving at a large staircase down, the hunter turned to the two. "You won't be in cages for this round. Pick a weapon and some blood. Once things are ready, the gate doors will open and you'll be allowed in," the hunter explained before removing the chain from their collars. Guiding Alice and Lilia down, they realized that they were in a waiting room of sorts with armored hunters watching silently around the corners of the room, presumably to kill those that try to escape or rebel with the weapons. With the new additions, the other captives glanced towards their direction. Their gaze focused on Alice's strange hair and eye before losing interest. They just assumed her hair and eye was a result of abyss blood. Pick any weapon from the weapon rack, then go to the counter. There will be a list of blood that you can choose from. Nodding her head, Alice walked over to the weapon rack and started to look through the options. As previously discussed with Lilia, she chose the spear and felt the weight in her hands. Moving the spear around, Alice furrowed her brows, realizing that it was going to be more annoying to use this than a sword. If the beasts get past the spear tip, it'll be hard to push them off or protect herself, unlike the sword. But since they were working together this time, Lilia will be able to help her cover this weakness. Plus, if they were trying to kill her, it meant that Lilia will be able to get a free attack against them. With the weapon now obtained, they walked over to the counter situated near the staircase and saw a list of blood. There was 3 categories to choose from: offensive, defensive, and healing. Unfortunately for them, all of the blood was low quality, which meant the side effects are stronger. The woman earlier said that Lilia shouldn't have any more low-quality healing blood, so she'll have to pick the offensive type. If we want the battle to end as soon as possible, it's probably better to have 2 offensive vials ready. We should both get offensive blood. That way we can keep the fight short, Lilia suggested, just as Alice thought the same. Nodding her head, she glanced through the options. There was a total of 4 options for the offensive type, and she recognized only one of the names. The other 3 was completely foreign to her. The one she was familiar with was extracted from a beast called the frozen sloth. It's an offensive type blood that allowed you to coat your arms in ice and cold mist. The moment you touch your enemy, they will freeze from the inside out, slowing their movements and making it easier to cause large internal damage with a single attack. On the list, the frozen sloth blood was simply noted as such. Frozen sloth. Slow enemies through touch. It wasn't incorrect, but it wasn't exactly correct either. All of the listings failed to mention the side effects, so they needed to guess. Spore Queen. Infections make wounds worse. Copper Fong. Large boost to strength. Reinforces arms. Blood Rabbit. Huge boost to speed and leg power. Furrowing her brows, Alice turned to the hunter behind the counter. What side effect? She asked, causing him to laugh. If I tell you, there's no fun in that. Just pick one and sit down. We're not forcing you to drink the blood. The hunter shrugged. I'm thinking of grabbing frozen sloth or blood rabbit. Either of these will be quite helpful, though they don't give much in terms of offensive power, Lilia muttered softly. All right, I've made up my mind. Can I have a vial of blood rabbit? Lilia asked as the hunter nodded his head. Reaching down and out of sight, he pulled out a small vial of fluorescent blue blood. What are you going to pick? Lilia turned to Alice, who was still weighing her options. In the end, she decided to choose something she was familiar with. She didn't know the side effects of the other blood, and it could even expose her secret. With the frozen sloth, she knows that one dose of this blood, even low quality, will only transform your hands for a short period of time. But the permanent side effect was slowly freezing your internal organs. It'll slowly decrease your temperature until you die. Since it was internal, they wouldn't know if the side effects disappeared. Collecting the small vial of blood from the hunter, the two sat down on an empty bench and waited for the event to begin. Hearing the clamoring of guests entering the arena, Alice glanced past the gates and watched the influx of people slowly filling the arena seats. Now that she wasn't dropped into the arena immediately, she took the time to observe the VIP decks that hung above the arena. It was connected by 4 bridges that stretched to the edge of the coliseum, as she guessed there was possibly 4 rooms, or one large room for many guests. Are they not afraid about their safety? What if the beast jumps up and breaks one of the bridges? If that happens, the whole deck would crumble down. Alice thought to herself, as she didn't know why they would make such an illogical setup. As the guests filled the seats, a familiar voice started to introduce the event as the main attraction appeared in the middle of the arena. Shadows flickered under the spotlights before gathering in the center. A man slowly crawled out and glanced towards the audience before giving a small bow. He wore a large, tattered robe that covered his entire body with golden chains around his arms. A variety of trinkets and pouches could be seen hidden around his body. Raising his arms from under his robes, he revealed his forearms as black markings slowly revealed themselves before solidifying as a pair of elaborate sigils that covered his entire forearm. Jerk! Breaking through his skin, handles crafted from his own bones could be seen as he pulled out a pair of daggers. Once the daggers were removed, his skin started to repair itself and return to normal. Is one of his powers to create daggers from his bones? Doesn't look like his actual bones are missing. Maybe it's making a set of duplicates. Alice wondered to herself while the man demonstrated more of his talents. Just like Lars, he is also a 3 sigil bearer, with his second ability seemingly to be the ability to increase his speed in shadows and move through them. The third ability was unseen, as Alice assumed it to be something that takes effect within the opponent. His power to move through shadows reminds me of the man who freed me. I wonder how many sigils he has. If he could send me to the abyss with ease, then he should rather powerful. Alice thought to herself. Turning to her side, Alice noticed Lilia having a worried expression. Something wrong? HM? Oh, just a little. If the main attraction is someone specialized in assassination, it might be a bit more annoying for us, since that means he wouldn't have the power to go head-to-head with the main beast. If the beast turns its attention elsewhere during the fight, some of the captives will be in trouble. Lilia frowned as Alice agreed with her worries. Since he seemed to be an assassin, revealing himself would be throwing away his biggest advantage. Either way, his goal is to kill the Twilight Hunter. It's not something we should be concerned about. Our concern is the small beasts the Coliseum chose for us. We have no idea what beasts they are. Lilia got some info, but it's still uncertain. Alice thought to herself. Announcing the Asiacian's name as Rain, the announcer called for all the captives to enter the arena. The sound of gears turning could be heard as the metal gates dropped down, allowing the captives to enter the arena. Looking at each other, both Alice and Lilia nodded as they made their way inside. Their first goal is to find an advantageous location away from the others. If they group up with too many people, it's asking for trouble. There's no guarantee that one of the others wouldn't push them from behind or use them as meat shields. It's better for the two of them to rely on each other without others. With the arena now transformed into somewhat of a labyrinth with splitting paths, tall walls, and dead ends, the two eventually decided on hiding near the edges. It reduces the areas where they could be attacked from, while the other captives seem to have split into their own groups. There was a total of 30 captives within the arena this time, not including the main attraction. But considering the beasts were going to be harder this round, it was a way to stop it from being a one-sided massacre. With all the contestants ready inside the arena, the announcer signaled for the beasts to be released as Rain blended with the shadows and disappeared from the arena. He wanted to take the main beast by surprise, so it wouldn't be good if the beast saw him at the start. Crouching near the edge of the walls, Alice poked her head out so that she could see what kind of beast they were going against. One by one, metal cages were dropped down into the arena, and there seemed to be around 20 small cages and one large cage, meaning each beast aside from the main one had to handle more than one captive on average. As the cage doors opened with a slam, Alice was able to see what kind of beast they had to fight against. They had long, elongated bodies with a large, muscular torso, dark gray muscles similar to what she saw with the abyss hounds. Connected to the torso was two large humanoid arms with claws on the end and bones erupting from their forearms up to their elbows. Aside from the arms, they had 3 pairs of insectoid legs attached to their serpentine bodies that ended with a tail. A myriad of dark crystals pierced out of their back that hummed with a purple glow. On their head was a large skeletal helmet that didn't have any openings for their eyes. A forked tongue flicked out from the gaps of the skull as Alice swallowed her saliva. "Do you think you can kill in one go?" Alice asked as Lilia was behind her. "With that much armor? No. Unless we can get a hit on the stomach area, it'll be hard for me to kill them." Lilia frowned as this was different from what she heard. The guards whispered rumors of a beast without armor and 2 tails, not whatever this was. Letting out a hissing sound as though communicating with each other, they slowly clawed their way towards the labyrinth of tall walls. Meanwhile, the large cage opened and the beast within caused Alice to furrow her brows. She was somewhat familiar with what the Twilight Hunter looks like, but this did not match the head scientist's description of it. It was much bigger than she expected, and white chitin armor covered it from head to toe. Large red eyes, scythe-like legs that was dyed a deep red at the edges, and a large red pattern that covered its entire body. On its back, a myriad of crystals could be seen similar to the earlier beasts that had appeared. Apparently, a normal Twilight Hunter should have dark armor. Is this one a mutation? A variant? Alice thought to herself. From above, the announcer explained that the beast was indeed a Twilight Hunter, while the smaller beasts were called Dusk Reapers. "Say, Alice, didn't you say the Twilight Hunter had dark armor? Why is this one white and red?" Lilia asked. Sweat covered her palms as she felt nervous just being in the presence of such a beast. "Don't know. Maybe a variant of Twilight Hunter." Alice shook her head. She didn't know what kind of power this new variant would bring, but it didn't give her a good feeling, especially when the Asiacian was now missing from the arena. While Alice and Lilia were contemplating their options, the Twilight Hunter narrowed its beady eyes and scanned its gaze across the arena. It could tell there was another presence watching it from the shadows, but it didn't know where. However, its attention was dragged away by a strange aura it was feeling, something that could also be a threat towards it. Snapping its head towards Alice's location, it let out a low screech as Alice felt a chill down her spine. Tapping her legs a few times, several Dusk Reapers started to make their way towards Alice's location. Seeing their shadows flickering past the ground, Alice knew we're in trouble and grabbed Lilia by the wrist. "Run!" she shouted out in a panic. Bang! Just as they moved, the body of a Dusk Reaper dropped down from above right where they were a moment ago. Hiss! Letting out a threatening hiss, It clawed towards the two of them as Alice turned around with her spear in hand and aimed it towards its mouth. It didn't expect Alice's retaliation as emerald blood splattered across the walls. Swinging its head, Alice was flung up as she was unable to keep it restrained. "Alice!" Shouting out in surprise, Lilia gritted her teeth and narrowed her eye towards the beast. Crouching down low, she dashed towards its neck while it was trying to pull the spear out. Cutting the beast once in the armpit, she tore through one of its tendons before stabbing her spare dagger under the skull armor it had on its head. Injured from the sudden attack, it lashed its tail towards Lilia and smacked her towards Alice's location. Unfortunately, Lilia was unable to retrieve the dagger she left in the beast's head, but she didn't care. Sliding on her feet, she ran over to Alice and helped her up. "Are you okay?" she asked, wanting to make sure Alice wasn't harmed too much. "Can move, though rotation is limited." Alice frowned while feeling pain across her torso. Before they could retrieve their weapons, they watched as two more dusk hunters climbed above the walls and turned their heads towards the duo. Now that it was a 3 versus 2 situation, both Alice and Lilia took a step back with a frown on their faces. It was now harder to retrieve their weapons from the body of the first dusk hunter that was still alive. With 3 of the beasts now eyeing them down, Alice narrowed her eyes as she slowly backed up with Lilia. Even with the benefit of the blood they chose, fighting against 3 was still a difficult task. I kept the vial of blood under my bandage. Thankfully, it wasn't shattered by the first attack, or else I'll be in trouble. Alice thought to herself in relief. Since she didn't have pockets, she could only keep the vial under the bandage around her chest. "On the count of 3, we should run and find a better place to fight," Lilia asked as Alice nodded her head. She had an idea, but it will require the help from the other group of captives. "I should try get the spear back if I can. I'd rather not fight without a weapon." As Lilia slowly counted to 3, both of them turned around and broke into a sprint at once as the sounds of enraged hissing could be heard from behind. Turning the corner, they then the sense of death from behind as Alice quickly grabbed Lilia and tugged her down harshly. Bang! Looking above Lilia, they could see a crystal embedded into the walls as one of the dusk hunters had catapulted a crystal from its tail. "They can do that!" Lilia exclaimed in shock as Alice continued to drag her forward. She could feel their gazes on her back as it was like prickles on the surface of her skin. The closer danger was, the stronger the reaction. Alice didn't know what the cause of this was, but she focused on this feeling to keep them alive. "Other captives, where? Need their help?" Alice asked as she panted heavily from running at full speed. Her lungs burned as her muscles screamed out for a moment of rest, but Alice knew she couldn't slow down. If she did, she'll have to fight at a disadvantage against these beasts. "Follow me," Lilia replied as she started to run ahead. As they were running through the maze, they could see the shadows of 2 dusk hunters flickering form above. They were chasing them along the top of these walls, all while waiting for the moment they run out of stamina. Feeling a sharp prickle on her skin, Alice immediately reacted and pushed the 2 of them apart. Bang! Another crystal was shot towards them, but they managed to dodge it once more. However, this pause in their momentum caused Alice's to stumble from the exhaustion. Seeing that Alice was in no state to run, Lilia gritted her teeth and prepared to fight with her dagger in hand. Narrowing her eyes, Alice could see one of the hunters embedding its claws deep into the walls as it slowly crawled down while another waited at the top. The third one that they had injured first couldn't be seen just yet, so it was a 2 versus 2. There are still holes in their tails and crystals are slowly regenerating. Maybe they can't fire the crystals just yet. Lilia has a weapon, so we could get a chance to kill one of these and make it easier to fight the other one. Formulating a plan in her mind, Alice gestured for Lilia's attention. "Keep running in a moment. Then I'll drink blood and turn around. We focus on killing one of them since I can't run too much anymore." Alice sighed as Lilia furrowed her brows before nodding. "Do you need my vial as well? For that extra boost?" Shaking her head, Alice didn't want to use up all their resources immediately. "One is good enough. Plus, each vial was akin to an adrenaline booster, so she'll recover parts of her stamina once she consumes this vial." "All right, I'll trust you on this." Nodding her head, Alice turned around and started to jog while grabbing her vial of frozen sloth blood. Sensing a decrease in the prey's speed, The closest dusk hunter reared its head back and let out a strange gurgling sound mixed with some hisses towards the other dusk hunter waiting above. Getting a response, it crouched low before dashing towards the two at full speed. The strength of its claws and legs dug deep holes along the walls as it closed the distance between them. Not yet, Alice thought to herself as she watched the distance close between them. Waiting till it was roughly a few meters away, she opened the vial and drank all of its contents in one go. Feeling the ice-cold fluid travel down her throat, Alice threw the vial aside as a layer of ice started to form from her elbow to the tip of the fingers. With the ice now reinforcing her arms, Alice knew that they were tough enough to help her parry a few attacks. The only issue lay in how long the duration was going to last, with each vial being low quality. Once the blood had completely taken effect, Alice stomped down and swung her momentum backwards towards the beast. Her eyes focused on its movements, the way it had jumped out towards them with both its claws reached out. She understood that she could get through the gap in the middle and counter the beast. "I just need to focus," she muttered to herself. During her time mining on the back of the Titan underground, she understood that she needed to fully focus on whatever she was targeting for her vision to improve. A moment of focus where the world will seemingly slow down. Now, rushing forward, she dodged the two claws as she came face to face with the beast, the motion of its tongue and the saliva dripping from its teeth. Ducking down, Alice wrapped her arms around the beast's neck while flipping her body onto its side to avoid getting crushed. Bang! Colliding harshly against the ground, missing its initial target, the dusk hunter hissed in annoyance, feeling a flow of coldness invading its body. Ice seemed to form on its joints, causing it to stumble as it tried to bite towards Alice to no avail. Twisting its body along the ground, it tried to get Alice off through crushing her with its weight, but Alice was already prepared. Adjusting her grip, she swung her body around to the other side and avoided the first attack. With enough ice now forming on its limbs, Alice could see the range of motion decreasing, while the dusk hunter above noticed the anomaly and dashed towards them. They only had a few moments to try kill this beast before the other arrived. "Lilia!" Alice shouted out as she pulled back as hard as she could, exposing the beast's neck towards her companion. Seeing the opening that Alice gave her, Lilia gritted her teeth and plunged her dagger into the neck of the beast. After her failed first attack, she knew that it wasn't going to be enough, so she didn't stop. Grabbing the dagger with both her hands, she tore apart the soft part of its skin, revealing the rib cages along with the organs it was protecting. Without turning back to see how close the other beast was, she shredded holes into its lungs and shoved her hand up the rib cage towards the heart. During this time, the beast was failing its limbs, trying its best to kill Lilia, but the ice on its joints allowed Lilia to dodge its attacks with relative ease. Cutting the heart in two, she pulled her hand out and jumped to the side as blood coated her body. Even without Alice warning her, she knew the other beast was close and had to dodge. Seeing that Lilia succeeded in giving what she assumes to be lethal wounds, Alice jumped back and avoided the second beast. Hearing its angry hiss while standing over the corpse of its fallen ally, Alice knew that the second beast was going to be wary of them, making the fight harder. Wiping some of the blood from her face, Lilia slowly walked next to Alice while making sure the beast was on guard and didn't attack. Her entire front side was coated with the dusk hunter's blood, and she could tell the second beast's attention was focused on her. "How long do you think you got left for the blood? Is it going to last another battle, or should we run to the other group?" Lilia asked while trying to catch her breath. "Not sure, but probably not long left. Ideally, we should run to other group. We also don't know where first beast is. One I stabbed with spear," Alice sighed. "Think it died from the wounds? If we're lucky, yes. If we're not lucky, no," Alice shrugged. She could feel her fatigue setting in once more, but the ice from her arms weren't fading, meaning she might be able to fit another fight within the duration she has left. Just as she was about to rush forward, Alice noticed a growing shadow aiming for their general direction and jumped towards Lilia. Grabbing her by the waist, Alice took cover with Lilia as a cloud of dust was kicked up by the sudden attack of a foreign object. Standing back up, Alice glanced towards the source of the attack and paled, seeing that it was the body of the first dusk hunter they fought. one that had the spear pierced in its mouth. Neither of them dared to breath as a looming figure slowly revealed itself in the distance. Without the Acacian keeping it busy, the Twilight Hunter was allowed to observe the fight and move at will. Following its initial attraction towards Alice's aura, it eventually decided to target her first. Since the Acacian wasn't going to reveal himself just yet, it was going to start culling the people within this arena. With the Twilight Hunter now on the move, the remaining Dusk Hunter of the trio seemed panicked as it immediately scuttled away, not daring to share the area with the spider. Quickly grabbing Lilia by the wrist, Alice started to run without looking back. It could feel the spider's gaze locked onto her back as it slowly pushed aside the walls that had been put in place. This was not the time for her to stand still. She had to move or die. As the two scrambled through the paths while trying their best to avoid the spider, Alice knew that it was just toying with them. She could sense its beady eyes focused on her back while slowly throwing parts of the walls towards their general area, forcing them to run at their top speed as their life depended on it. It wasn't aiming towards Lilia at all, but she was just unfortunate enough to be within Alice's area. "What did you do to pee it off?" Lilia shouted as she dodged some incoming debris. "Don't." "No," Alice shouted back through gritted teeth. Grabbing Lilia's wrist, Alice swung Lilia around the next corner while Lilia did the same, cutting the time needed for both of them to run. As bad as it was, they had to group up with the other captives so its attention could be divided amongst everyone. While they may not be the weakest of this batch, they are certainly not the strongest. Seeing the shredded corpses of the captives with crystals embedded into their chests, Alice knew that they had struggled against the Dusk Hunters. However, with the Twilight Hunter on the move, everyone was running away, friend or foe. Picking up a leftover spear from one of the captives, Alice furrowed her brows in annoyance, seeing a hand still holding onto the shaft. Flicking the hand away, she glanced back and saw a thread shooting towards her face. Widening her eyes, she instinctively threw the spear back and ducked to the side. TSSSSSS. Melting the spear, Alice understood that there was acid spread on those threads. "TSK, I just got that spear," she complained in her mind before conjuring a new plan in her mind. "My stamina is limited. Even with the boost I got from the sloth blood, it's running out and I can feel it. The captives are also running, so it'll be hard for us to catch up with them. The Acacian is waiting for the perfect chance, meaning he won't make a move until the spider lets down its guard." Alice thought to herself. She knew the spider still had its guard up since the biggest danger was the Acacian, while the Acacian was probably waiting for one of them to die before making the move. Scratching her neck out of annoyance, Alice gritted her teeth since her options were fading. She cursed the fact that the main attraction was an Acacian of all things, and not someone that could face it head-on. Picking up a dagger on the floor, she turned the next corner and hugged the walls. Seeing that Alice wasn't running, Lilia panicked. "Keep running," Alice shouted, not wanting Lilia to waste her time. Lilia wanted to complain, but seeing the frustration and annoyance in Alice's eyes, she knew that Alice wouldn't suggest this if she wasn't prepared. Gritting her teeth, she dashed around the next corner. Sighing in relief, Alice took a moment to catch her breath while keeping an ear out for the spider's movements. Alice's plan was simple: stall out the fight. She wanted to stall the fight until the Acacian has no choice but to move. If the spectators get bored, the hosts of this event will force the Acacian to intervene in order to not lose public interest. Her idea was to take advantage of her eye in order to run circles under the spider and keep it in the same place. It was a fool's plan, but it was the best she could think of. There was still some abyss blood left in her body, so she can make use of its slowly attributes. Taking deep breaths to prepare herself, Alice tightened her grip on the dagger as the ice on her arms started to coat the dagger as well. Bang! Crashing against the wall, Alice could see the giant spider from below. Each segment of its legs was just as tall as her, while the main body towered over her in size. Alice didn't make her move just yet. The longer she waited, the more beneficial it is for her. Just as she expected, the spider didn't chase after Lilia. It was locked onto Alice's aura and slowly turned its body to see where Alice had been hiding. However, Alice was not there as she was now sneaking behind the spider. She was using the advantage of her new perceptive abilities in short bursts to control where she was within the spider's eyesight. A low hiss could be heard from the spider as it slowly approached the spot on the wall. It could still sense Alice's aura nearby, but the small human was nowhere to be seen. Understanding that Alice should be in the same area, the spider turned its body around and came face to face with Alice. Even though Alice could see it coming, her body was simply too slow to react to the sudden movement. With no other choice, she held her breath and lunged forward with her dagger, stabbing the spider in the eye and dragging the blade across its face as much as possible before letting go and rolling back to avoid the flailing of its claws. Lifting her head, she widened her eyes as she was greeted with one of the spider's legs almost piercing her head. Quickly tilting her head to the side, the leg shaved off part of her hair. A faint green liquid could be seen on the tip as Alice knew that it was the venom the Twilight Hunter would inject into its prey. The same venom that's present within its blood and causes people to hallucinate. One wound from that and I'm done for, Alice shouted in her mind as she jumped back to create some distance. Seeing that the spider was enraged from Alice injuring its eyes, Alice knew it was going to stop playing around with its food and aim for the kill. Focusing her mind, she wanted to take advantage of the perceptive abilities she had received her, and trying to do so, she felt a pain in her right eye, forcing her to close it momentarily. Did I strain it too much already? I used it against the first dusk hunter, then I used it against the second. I used it in short bursts against the spider when I was hiding from it. Hesitate. Alice cursed in her mind as she had overused it from how much danger she had been in. It was no wonder her eye would be strained. Clutching her eye, Alice slowly backed away from the spider as she wanted to find a chance to run, but the spider was not allowing such a thing to happen. Rearing its head back, it spat a ball of webs that erupted into a web wall, blocking Alice's path of retreat. You've got to be kidding me. Standing up with fatigue, Alice looked up at the sky and sighed. Shaking her head, she glared at the spider. If it was thinking she'll give up and allow herself to get killed, it's in for a rude awakening. She wasn't going to go down without a fight. Before she could charge towards the spider, she noticed a spear being thrown towards the spider's head. Quickly turning around, the spider blocked the spear with one of its legs and noticed Lilia above the wall with a myriad of weapons next to her. "Alice!" Lilia shouted out as she grabbed another spear and threw it. This time it was aimed towards Alice so that she had a weapon to defend herself. Once she was sure that Alice received the weapon, Lilia opened her vial of abyss blood and drank the contents in one go. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed 2 daggers and jumped down from the wall before kicking off the surface and charging towards the spider. Letting out a loud hiss, it tried to stab Lilia in mid-air, but she managed to twist her body and dodge to the side. Getting within the range of the spider, Lilia swung her daggers up at the joints, causing orange blood to spill before ducking out the way since she remembered what Alice said about its blood. One dose of that, and she could forget about surviving this fight. Just stall. Don't risk yourself trying to kill. If it gets too boring, Asian has to fight, Alice shouted back as Lilia glanced back and nodded her head. If her only task was to stall, it'll be a lot easier. Ducking through the legs, she left a myriad of cuts across its abdominal area before throwing a spare dagger towards the face, blinding another eye. How do you want to stall it? Keep running circles around it while wounding it, or threaten the kill? If a bunch of no-named captives like us take the kill without the main attraction doing anything, don't you think he'll be in trouble? Lilia grinned as she was annoyed by the actions of that Asian. Let's threaten kill. Alice nodded in seriousness. Then let's go before the blood runs out. Crouching down, Lilia charged towards the spider while Alice forced her eye open and readied her spear. Seeing the actions play out in slow motion, she intercepted the spider's attack with her spear, allowing Lilia to get closer and landing more cuts across its body, as well as a few stabs into the joints of its legs, causing them to fall limp. Feeling a sharp pain in her eye, Alice was forced to close it once more as Lilia was about to stab the base of the spider's neck when a sudden force threw her backwards. Furrowing her brow, she saw that it was the Asian who grabbed her by the back of her dress and threw her aside. "Know your darn place," he grumbled in annoyance as he heard their plan of going for the kill. "About King time you showed up, lazy bastard. We practically delivered the kill to you. Lilia laughed as she landed next to Alice. The show was now out of their hands. It was time for the main attraction to earn his pay. Ignoring the remark that Lilia had just made, the Asian narrowed his eyes at the spider. There was a bad feeling in his heart, hence why he chose to hide, but he couldn't hide any longer. If he let these two girls steal the show, his own future will be at risk. Summoning his blades, he threw both of them towards the spider before crouching down low and dashing towards the beast. He had already made his observations. With what the spider has shown, killing it was simple as long as he avoids the legs. Entering the spider's attack radius, he dodged the legs with ease while cutting the joint areas, focusing the spider to fall limp before attempting to finish it in on go. However, sensing the danger, the spider released a large web in the area around it, coated with the venom from its body. Not good. The Asian thought to himself as his instincts were screaming for him to dodge the attack. Trusting in his senses, he stopped his attack and latched onto the wall while watching the spider trying its best to get back on its feet to no avail. Glaring at the Asian in annoyance, it snapped open its mouth and let out a ear-piercing screech. Furrowing his brows, the Asian noticed the dusk hunters converging towards their location, specifically towards him, and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Dusk hunters are coming. FCK off if you don't want to die. He shouted out towards Lilia and Alice since he didn't want them stealing his show any more than they already have. We were about to run without you telling us, Lilia retorted in annoyance since they've been trying to cut apart the web behind them to open a path of escape. They barely managed to open a hole big enough for them to crawl through when the spider called towards its allies. Seeing that both Alice and Lilia now left the area, the Asian ignored their presence since it was his show now. The main act. Summoning another pair of daggers, he stood straight on the side of the wall as a myriad of dusk hunters shot their crystals towards him. Flicking out his cloak for extra flair for the audience, he parried each of the crystals with ease before diving into the shadows and appearing behind one of the dusk hunters that shot first. Stabbing both daggers into its back, the Asian flayed its back, revealing the bones and organs. A third sigil lit up on his arms as black spikes erupted from the organs, piercing through other important organs as collateral. With one dusk hunter down, he bent his body back and fell into his own shadow before disappearing once more, leaving the other beasts confused. Jumping out of the shadows of a second beast, he stabs a dagger to the back of the neck before kicking it with the back of his heel, decapitating the beast without an issue. All of the dusk hunters were small fries to him, but he had to make up for the time he spent observing the spider. There are 8 of these small fries left. If I kill them then focus back on the spider, it should make up for everything and give me a good standing with the VIPs. He thought to himself as he threw 2 daggers at the beast that lunged towards him, while finishing it off with a final stab to its brain from under the jaw. With 7 beasts remain, he dongayed through the shadows like a phantom, leaving behind corpses with black spikes erupting from their bodies. Seeing the main attraction finally making a move, the crowd cheered for each kill while the announcer tried his best to keep the crowd entertained. He was just happy the Asian finally made a move since it had him worried. Many of the VIPs were expressing their discontent, seeing the Twilight Hunter going for some nobodies while the main attraction watched while doing nothing. Once he was finished with the fodder, the Asian turned towards the spider once more as it was the last beast in the arena. Once he kills the spider, the event will be over. Looking down at the beast from above, it noticed a few faint glimmers due to the light. So you made some traps while I was killing your allies. That makes sense since you're a beast that uses traps. Not it's no use, he smiled confidently. He figured that he must have been too cautious at the start when he heard that the VIP captured this beast specifically and thought there was something special to it. But regardless the form, a beast is a beast, no match for a human. Created a handful of daggers, he threw them with pinpoint accuracy and destroyed all of the webs before jumping down headfirst. Power surged through his muscles as the look of fear within the spider's eyes caused his lips to curl up into a smile. Bang! Transferring all of his force into a downward swing, he tried to decapitate the monster, but it was able to use webs to pull itself to the side, dodging the blow. Spitting out a mouthful of venom towards the man, The spider let out a furious screech while the man fell into his shadow and dodged the attack. "Is this all you've got?" he asked with a confident smirk. Appearing next to the spider, he twisted his body and launched a kick to the spider's body, causing it to crash against the arena wall as blood dripped from its body. Twitching on the spot while flailing what remains of its legs, it tried to get up and failed to do so. The Asiasian knew that he could play with the spider some more, get more reactions out of the crowd, but things had to end. Just as he was about to decapitate the spider, his dagger missed its target and the world seemed to spin. What the? The lights within this arena seemed to flicker with a myriad of colors while the walls and the spider itself twisted together before disappearing from his view. Clutching his head, he could feel himself losing energy as he stumbled on the spot and barely managed to keep himself upright. The fumes. Widening his eyes, he understood that he was being poisoned from the fumes of its blood. "Darn beast!" he shouted in anger and kicked forward. Feeling his kick connect with the body of the beast, he sighed in relief since all he had to do was kill it now. Flicking his wrist, he summoned a dagger and stabbed it into the beast's body before activating his third sigil. Black spikes erupted from the spider, and the kill was secured. Standing up, he was about to celebrate his victory to the crowd when he noticed something was off. There was no one in the stalls, and the arena was empty except for him. A sense of harrowing unease flooded his mind as the grips of panic wrapped around his heart. Looking up, he could see the beady eyes of the spider acting as moons in the sky. Stumbling back, he started to take rapid breaths as he frantically threw daggers towards the eyes in an attempt to break the strange illusion. Pausing in shock, he slowly looked down and saw the spider's leg piercing through his chest. In a moment of soberness, he managed to break out of the illusion and saw that what he was hitting was the molted skin of the spider. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he gritted his teeth and glanced back. He could see the new form of the spider. Unlike its previous body, it was now coated with a pristine white with red highlights across its back. The tips of its legs akin to scythes dipped in a pool of blood, while a ghostly glow radiated from its body. Summoning a dagger, the Asiasian turned to strike at the spider. "You darn inferior bias." Before he could finish his sentence, the spider opened its jaws and crushed the Asiasian's head. The sound of bones crunching silenced the crowd as the Asiasian's body twitched momentarily before falling limp. Placing the corpse on the ground, it started to eat away while replenishing its strength. Meanwhile, both Alice and Lilia were shocked as they watched everything happen all at once. The moment the Asiasian entered the range, he had already sealed his fate as he didn't even notice the spider molting its outer shell. "You don't happen to know what kind of spider it changed into now, would you? Because that is definitely not a Twilight hunter," Lilia asked while trying her best to sound calm. Unlike before, the spider now radiated an overpowering aura that caused her to become breathless. Each breath was taken with great difficulty as it felt like she was getting strangled by the spider. However, Alice did not respond. There was a strange foreign feeling within her, as though something was reaching out to her from the depths of the abyss. It felt similar to the moment she killed the abyss hound, only this time it was much stronger. She felt as though she was sinking down with no signs of stopping. She did not hear nor see anything, yet she instinctively felt it in her heart. A question for her, the bearer of the eye. "Do you wish to hunt this beast? Do you wish to hunt this beast?" It was a strange feeling in her heart, as though the world was at her fingertips. She was no longer in her own body, but rather overlooking the arena. Looking at her hands, she could no longer see her physical body. There was nothing. She was here with her consciousness. There seemed to be a water reflection beneath her that revealed the arena while darkness surrounded her on all sides. Spotting the spider, there was something around it that wasn't there before. A black and green swirl pulsed around the spider as the question rang out in her mind once more. "Do you wish to hunt this beast?" There was no one asking this question. A strange sensation as though someone was directly giving her the question into her brain. "What do I get if I hunt it?" Alice asked after a short pause. She wanted to find out what this strange phenomenon was. If it could ask her this question, could it answer her queries? However, she did not get an answer. Instead, the question changed. "Would you like to designate this beast as your bounty?" "Bounty?" What do you mean by bounty? If it's a bounty, does it mean I get something from it? Alice asked, but once again, there was no answer. Furrowing her brows, Alice wanted to ask more questions, but she knew it was futile. That was fine. She was looking to kill this beast anyways since it had already locked its attention onto her again. With her lack of stamina, there was no way for her to run. Since I'm going to be forced to fight it anyways, I might as well see what this is about. Upon thinking this, the swirls around the beast halted as a connection was formed between the two of them. A tether connected them to each other as Alice started to fall. Colliding against the reflection, her mind was shot back into her own body as she could no longer observe from above. "Are you all right?" Lilia asked with a frown on her face. "HM? Yes. You should get away. Spider focused on me," Alice said as she stabilized herself and picked up a spare dagger that Lilia had thrown earlier. "You know I can't do that, Alice. We just have to wait. The hunters will clean things up since the main attraction is dead," Lilia tried to persuade. But before she could head Alice's response, she watched as Alice pushed her to the side, ducking down, dodging the web that the spider had just shot out. "It's not going to wait that long." Alice shook her head while dashing towards the spider. She didn't know what was going through her mind, but she felt like she could do anything, as though something was urging her forward. The smell of blood in the air, the feeling of barely dodging an attack that could end her life. Everything felt just ecstatic for Alice. She could certainly wait for the hunters to sort things out, but that wouldn't be a hunt. No, she wanted something more, something that got her blood pumping through her body from sheer excitement. Throwing the dagger towards the spider, Alice took a sharp right as she dashed towards the corpse of a dusk hunter that was killed by the Asiasian. Grabbing the head of the beast, Alice tilted her own head back as she opened her mouth, allowing a stream of blood to enter body. Feeling the flow of energy in her body, Alice couldn't help but let out a laugh. Throwing the head aside, she jumped to the side, dodging the spider's attack with ease as was in a state of euphoria. Grabbing one of the bone daggers that belonged to the Asiasian, Alice threw it towards the spider while dashing forward in a straight line. Not only did she get a boost in stamina thanks to the blood, she could also tell what ability she got from it. Heightened senses. She could feel the stare of the beast against her skin, the moment when an attack is about to hit, even the vibrations through the ground. All of her senses except for sight had been boosted dramatically, with the only downside being tiny crystals growing near her eyes. Had she drank more, she figured that they would have covered her sight as payment for heightened senses. But for the duration, this was the best effect she could have asked for. Paired with her eye, it was easy for her to see every attack that was going her way. Even with her lack of physical capabilities, as long as she moved ahead of time, it'll be as though she could see the future. Closing into the attack range of the spider, she could see the surprise in its eyes as it cut a wound into its own leg in an attempt to poison her through smell. A good tactic, but she wasn't bothered by that. Holding her breath, Alice narrowed her eyes and stabbed the dagger into the spider's face before swinging herself behind it. Grabbing a dagger from the molted corpse of the spider, she stabbed 2 more into its back before jumping off and grabbing another pair. There was more than enough daggers for her to use, as the Asiasian had kindly created plentiful. Littering the spider's back with daggers, she avoided its legs before stabbing a blade into the joint. Kicking the handle, she tore the spider's leg off as blood poured out from the wound. Even though the spider had evolved into a new form, it was still low on energy, having fought the Asiasian earlier and put to a near-death state. If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't be this slow. Hissing out in frustration, it swung its legs around blindly, but Alice was unfazed. She only laughed as there was a light of insanity in her eyes. From the outside perspective, it seemed as though she was drunk from the adrenaline pumping through her body. Seeing Alice breath in the fumes from its blood, the spider crouched down and wanted to sneak away momentarily before landing a final strike. Yet the moment it turned its back, it felt a chill and quickly stabbed towards Alice's location out of pure instinct. Seeing its leg missed its target, the spider widened its eyes when Alice cleaved up with the dagger, tearing apart the joints. Grabbing the leg, Alice looked at the scythe-like tip as a sadistic light filled her eyes. "Say ah!" She grinned as she stabbed a dagger into one side of its jaw, forcing the mouth loose. Holding the spider's leg, Alice laughed while jamming the blade like appendage into the spider's mouth. The hunters that were making their way into the arena paused in shock, seeing the ferocity of the girl in a white dress that was now coated in blood. Her laughter ringing out extra loud against the silence of the crowd, seeing her jam the leg into the beast until it died from blood loss. However, Alice did not register the death of the beast. She continued stabbing the corpse as the fumes of the blood warped her perception. No longer was she stabbing the corpse of a spider. Instead, she was now stabbing the body of her own father. Her cruel smile seeing the life fade from his eyes, her revenge for the years of suffering she had to endure. This was far from enough. Grabbing the daggers, she started to shred the corpse until it was split in two, and she sat in a pool of the spider's blood. Her vision was hazy, as she had overtaxed her own stamina. Standing up, she slowly stumbled towards where Lilia was before collapsing on the floor. The last thing that she could remember was a swirl of energy that was around the spider gathering towards her forearm as a single sentence appeared in her mind. Bounty claimed. Upon hearing the sentence, the feeling of a knife cutting across her arm could be felt as the energy craved itself upon her flesh, manifesting as a black tattoo that twisted before fading away. The bounty was a sigil. Alice thought to herself before losing consciousness. Watching everything unfold from the VIP suits, a woman with long black wavy hair furrowed her brows and frowned at the conclusion. She wore an elegant black and red dress that accentuated her curves while revealing her cleavage and a peak of her thighs towards the other guests. A semi-transparent silk jacket was draped over her shoulders while a single rose adorned the side of her dress. She had captured a beast for the ACACian as a test to see his capabilities and to see if he was worth her coin. Yet not only did the ACACian die, but she also couldn't salvage the beast either. After all, it was slain by a girl she had sponsored out of a whim and brutalized in front of the entire crowd. A freshly evolved Twilight hunter could have brought in more coin than any 3 sigil hunter. If the ACACian died, so be it. But the only thing I have to show for this farce is a single girl that doesn't even have a sigil? How can she even compare to the profit I could have gained from the spider or the ACACian? She thought to herself as she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Glaring at the duo of Lilia and Alice, an idea surfaced in her mind, as there was a way to make things profitable for her. Flicking her fingers towards her servant, she whispered a few instructions she wanted him to tell the host of this place. She was going to let Alice off easily for killing her prize. With Alice now paced out and the spider dead, they were taken out of the arena as the hunters started to clean the place up. Just as Lilia was about to be taken back to the cages with Alice, she was separated from the group. What's happening? Lilia furrowed her brows in confusion, as she should logically be taken back to the cages with everyone else. Instead, she was taken up a flight of stairs and towards a luxurious room. A myriad of paintings were placed upon the white walls. 2 large windows could be seen while a chandelier hung above her. There was a round table in the center, while 2 sofas flanked the table. Facing the door was a single table and a woman sat upon the surface. Behind Lilia, 2 masked hunters stood on either side of the door and guarded the entrance, while there was another hunter besides the woman. Lilia didn't dare utter a word since she knew who this woman was. She was the VIP that sponsored her and Alice. Any wrong move here, and she may as well forfeit her life. Welcome. Finding information about you was a little annoying, Miss Walker. I wanted to find the background of the 2 who decided to kill my little pet, and I must say, I did not expect you to have that kind of past. The woman chuckled as she narrowed her eyes at Lilia, who only looked down while biting her lip. Mother and father, both AB addicts who turned to gambling so that they could purchase their next dose. Going into debt, they sold you first, then your brother, and finally your sister. Brother died in an arena like this one, while your little sister eventually begged her new master to purchase you, so you two could reunite. But by then you already had that flower growing out of your eye. Hearing all of this, Lilia clenched her fist and tried her best to block out the words as to not hear them. However, the woman stepped towards her and grabbed Lilia by the chin. Forcing her to look up, she curled her lips into a grin. From what I heard, you stole the master's attention away from your sister, making him only look for you. With your sister losing interest from the master, She got tossed to the tavern for some coin. What a cruel big sister you are. Your little sister helped you from dying to vampire Lily, and all you do is steal her master while she's tossed away. The woman laughed as she touched the flower growing from Lilia's eye. Then you found her body sprawled out next to the stables lifeless and took it upon yourself to kill your master in a delusion. Did you think it wasn't you who sealed your sister's fate because you feared the same outcome? What do you want? Lilia squeezed through her gritted teeth as she didn't want to hear any more of her past. She didn't want to remember the scene of seeing her sister's dead body in the morning. The results of her selfishness. Losing her smile, the woman stared at Lilia before slapping her across the cheek, causing Lilia to fall to the ground. Don't interrupt me, you vile thing. TSK, I feel dirty just hitting you. The woman glared before tossing aside her gloves. Anyways, before you rudely interrupted me, I was going to give you a little task for a new start. We'll wipe out your history, free you of your captive status, and even help you get surgery to remove parts of the vampire Lily. If you do a simple task for us, she smiled cruelly as Lilia listened to the task. Hearing the contents of the task, Lilia widened her eyes and wanted to deny. Don't think about denying, because if not you, we'll get someone stronger to do it. The woman cut her off as Lilia hesitated for a moment. A sadistic light filled the woman's eyes as she watched Lilia struggle from the choice of whether or not she should go ahead with the task or not. Gritting her teeth, Lilia nodded her head. Fine, I'll do it. Hearing this, the woman clapped her hands. That's what I like to hear. I'll set things up for an underground match in round 3. You can go back for now. And remember, I have eyes and ears everywhere. So if you decide to leak it, neither of you are going to have a good time. The woman threatened with a smile. Without replying, Lilia bit her lip and nodded her head before being taken out of the room. Do you think she'll be able to carry out that task? The hunter beside the woman asked as she shook her head. I say there's about a 20 to 30% chance that she'll actually carry out my orders. After all, she's already betrayed her family once. Doing it a second time will be difficult. The woman shrugged. Then why did you trust her to do this? Wouldn't it be better to get the half-white-haired girl to do it instead? No chance. We don't know anything about her. We don't know her name, background, or where she even came from. We just know that someone found her on the beach and sold her to this place. Without any information to go off, it'll be difficult. She sighed while pulling out a stack of paper. But we can dig up a bunch of old trauma for that Lilia girl. There's a few ways we can force her hand, but we'll just see how things progress for now. And if nothing happens, well, there's always other ways I can earn some compensation from them. Hearing his master's plans for the two girls, the hunter couldn't help but shake his head but made no action to change his master's mind. Standing above the arena, Allura could be spotted sitting on the edge as her hair fluttered from the wind. There was a single cigarette in her mouth as she was contemplating on what she should do next. She was observing the second round to see how Alice was going to fare, but things go more out of hand than she expected. If Alice was in threat of dying, she would have stepped in at a moment's notice. She seems to have unlocked more powers than I initially estimated. Her kinetic vision improved, and so has her absorption of blood. Though the key is still her obtaining a bounty and getting her first sigil. I didn't think she'll get this far. Allura thought to herself while taking a deep breath before blowing out a cloud of smoke. Hey Jin, what's the schedule looking like for the next few days? Allura asked as there was a man standing next to her. He had medium-length gray hair that's been pulled back, a pair of black eyes with a scar over the bridge of his nose, a full beard, and wore a rather simple suit with a large jacket. A little busy. There's some strange movement with the sailors and hunters outside of the city. Some of the cargo was tampered with. There are 2 new commissions that needs to be urgently dealt with. Jin sighed as he groaned while sitting down. You should stop calling me to darn places like this. Do you know how hard it is to climb up with my old bones? He complained as Allura offered him a smoke, but he shook his head. I had to keep an eye on someone today. Plus, it's not like I'm calling you to places like this all the time. Allura shrugged, but Jin only stared at her. What? Nothing. Just admiring how shameless you are without batting a single eyelid. Anyways, setting that aside, which one do you want to handle? Jin asked while looking down at the arena and noticed the brutalized corpse of the spider. Give me the closest one to the city while you prepare some funds for me. Allura replied after a short pause. Are you planning to buy a captive? Didn't think you were the type to purchase captives. If you need an extra hand, you got my granddaughter following you around religiously like a fanatic. Jin sighed while massaging his forehead. Just remembering how his granddaughter acted gave him a headache. Yeah. Sadly, some bastard from my past decided to drop a brat here of all places and wants me to take care of them. I'll need about 35 platinum pieces since a VIP got their eyes on her. Theory 5? Do you think I'm still in business? Jin shouted out in shock. It's only 7 years' worth of earnings for a small family. Isn't it pocket money for you? Allura smirked while glancing at Jin without turning her head. Even so, I'll sort out the mission in one day for you. And you can think the coin as an investment. Allura interrupted. An investment in what? Jin furrowed his brows. In me not killing the woman trying to purchase who I got my eyes on. Thought she was pretty important for your city? Fine. I'll get the money ready for you while you sort out your mission. It should be ready by the time you get back. Jin sighed as Allura grinned. Pleasure doing business with you. FCK off. Jin rolled his eyes while holding a hand out. HM? A smoke. I need one after spending 30 F King 5 platina on you. Jin clicked his tongue as Allura nodded her head with a laugh. Handing him a cigarette, she lit it with a small flame on the tip of her finger. Returning to her cage, Lilia sat down and sighed deeply. Looking towards Alice's cage, she could see Alice seemingly suffering a nightmare as cold sweat filled her forehead. Leaning against her cage with her back facing Alice, Lilia closed her eyes and sighed to herself. SHT. Is this karma for what I did before? She questioned herself softly. Shaking her head, she laid down and went to sleep. There was nothing else that can be done. If she rejected the task, someone else would do it. I haven't even known her for that long. Lilia thought to herself as she drifted off to sleep, dreaming about the sins of her past. Alice didn't know when she woke up, but she found herself in a strange corridor. Tall walls flanked her sides as she couldn't see the top of the walls. Decorated with a dirty cream-colored wallpaper, rotting wooden pillars was spaced out evenly along the length of the wall. Darkness surrounded on all sides with no end nor start in sight. Where am I? Alice wondered to herself as she started to walk down this corridor. The longer she walked, the deeper her frown. She tried to damage the walls, whether that be through punching, scratching, or other methods, but nothing worked. The walls remained the same while her surroundings didn't change. Letting out a frustrated sigh, she continued to walk down the path as she slowly reached towards her neck and started to scratch. It was at this moment she noticed that she no longer had a collar on. Touching her neck, her eyes widened in surprise. This is wrong. I should still have the collar around my neck. Lilia should be in the arena, and I had just killed the spider and got a bounty. Alice frowned as she started to sprint down the corridor. She noticed that she had become faster, and she wasn't even close to being out of breath. Stopping in her tracks, she looked down and wondered if it was the sigil causing this change within her body. Recalling where she saw the pattern emerging, she glanced towards her forearm and saw an eye staring back at her. Before she could react, the eye sunk into her body and could no longer be seen. What the heck? Examining her arm closer, she couldn't see any scars or wounds where the eye was, almost as though she was hallucinating. Taking a step back, unfamiliar controls assaulted her mind as she stumbled over her own legs. Just as she was about to clutch her head from the sudden headache, Alice saw a pair of scythes swinging towards her face. Are these my hands? She questioned with disbelief as her heartbeat started to increase. Looking down slowly, she could see blade-like appendages acting as legs while a large mound of flesh protruded from behind her. She was now in the form of a spider, the same spider she had killed in the arena. Trying to move her body, she realized that she was rooted in place. Her body not hers to control and felt as though thousands of strings were threaded through her body, forcing her to dance to another's tunes. The way she breathed, the way she looked around, everything was out of her control. She was merely there in consciousness. Then she saw her, a visage of her own body. A vicious demon with the cruelest smile and eyes that illuminated the darkness with malice and sadistic lust. Alice watched as her other self threw a wave of daggers towards her before taking a sharp turn. the glee in her eyes as she drank the blood of a fallen dusk hunter. She understood that this was a recreation of their fight, but this time she was in the place of the spider. A foreign sense of fear wormed its way into her heart as she witnessed her other self tear off the leg of the spider and jammed it into its mouth, killing it through internal wounds. Feeling the fear and despair of the spider, Alice watched as it was torn to shreds. Even after its death, she did not stop. Alice had no recollection of this. She only remembered feeling intoxicated from the taste of blood before seeing the spider's corpse. A complicated expression could be seen on her face as she was unsure of what to feel towards this vision of her berserk self. The way she lost control, how she laughed as she brutalized the corpse. Was this really her? Before she could dive deeper into this feeling, she felt a stinging pain on her arm. Shadows slithered across the surface of her skin and started to converge into a pattern, yet it wasn't fully formed. There was still one thing that was missing: the power she wished to steal from the spider. Glancing towards the corpse of Beast, she could see a purple flame dancing in the air above the body. Reaching out towards the flame, Alice watched as it split into 3 paths, with each one showing a different scene. The first path showed the spider swinging its scythe like legs, cutting apart anything in her way. This then transformed into the figure of a man doing the same, with scythes erupting from his forearms. The second path displayed the spider firing its webs coated with acid that melted everything it touched while also restraining the target. As for the figure of the man, he would weave webs between his palms before doing the same. The third and final path was the most confusing, as the spider was not doing anything. It merely showed the spider standing still with a wound on its body and the sight of people stumbling over their own feet. It was the same vision for the man. He simply stood still with a wound on his body. Are these abilities that I can choose? Is this the final thing needed to achieve my first sigil? Alice wondered to herself as she theorized on what she was supposed to do. Analyzing the different paths, she came to a conclusion on what kind of power she was getting. The first path allows me to grow weapons from my arms. Useful if I was strong physically. The second path seems to be similar to the first, except this was more controlling a target rather than damaging it. The acid is nice, but the main benefits seem to be restriction. It'll require strong physical powers if I want to restrain a target. As for the third, seems like it's poison blood. The spider was able to affect both me and the Asian with just fumes from its blood. I assume taking this path means I get the same ability. Furrowing her brows, Alice started to scratch her neck while thinking of what she should do. She wasn't a physical fighter at all, so the first one was completely off the table. She preferred the restraint option if she could, but she lacked the powers to do so at this moment. Thus, she only really had one choice with this matter: poison blood. With poison blood, even if she takes damage during a fight, the scent of her blood would affect her target, letting her have an easier time as the fight continues. Plus, this will also help her outside of fighting if she was to extract her own blood. With her mind made up, she stepped towards the third path as the other 2 paths extinguished themselves. A wall of flames coiled around her body, yet strangely, they did not hurt at all. It converged towards the ink on her forearm as a sudden burst of pain filled Alice's body. Her heart felt as though it had been set ablaze while her blood began to boil. Little by little, the outline of the sigil revealed itself on her left forearm, starting from the tip of her ring finger. A streak of darkness that slithered up her arm as curled hooks branched out from the main body. From afar, the sigil looked similar to a weave of thorns, a beast's claw, or to some, even a heart at certain parts. Etching itself permanently on Alice's skin, it slowly faded away as there was now a foreign power that flowed through her body. She instinctively understood that her body had been changed, and if she was to reach out for this power, the sigil would manifest itself and activate the powers along with it. With the branding of the sigil complete, Alice felt a wave of lethargy hit her mind as she was forced out of this realm. Feeling control being returned to her body, Alice sat up in a panic and saw what she was now back at the cage where she first arrived at this place. Furrowing her brows, she felt the collar on her neck once more. But unlike before, she didn't feel as weak as she did back then. She felt energetic. Looking down at her left arm, she reached within for the foreign power and felt a surge of heat on her forearm. Little by little, the sigil manifested itself. So it seems like I can get sigils through killing beasts. But it doesn't seem to be just any beast. Something to do with a bounty. I also need to know more about the abilities of my current sigil. I need to know the potency and effectiveness against beasts and people. Alice thought to herself. But despite all of this, there was a sense of excitement fluttering in her heart. Letting go of the power within, her sigil faded away and her arm returned to its previous state. Looking to her side, she saw that Lilia was in deep slumber and seemed to be on the verge of waking up from the noise. With a sigil at her disposal and the two of them safe after the last fight, Alice sighed in relief and laid down in her cage. She'll ask Lilia later about what will happen to them now that they've paced the second round, on what their VIP sponsor would do. Waking up in the morning with a long stretch, Alice felt strangely refreshed after obtaining a sigil. Her body felt stronger, and each of her movements was filled with energy. She wanted to jump, run, and enjoy her body to its fullest, but with her being restrained in the cage, she had to restrain herself. Looking to the side, she noticed that Lilia had woke up but looked devoid of energy compared to how she felt. "Are you okay?" Alice asked curiously as Lilia glanced over and forced a smile. "Yeah, I am. Just a little out of it after the fight yesterday." Nodding her head, Alice sat down. She looked at the cold bowl of sludge placed in her cage as breakfast while two words ran clear in her mind. She's lying. Alice has seen that smile plenty of times before. A smile that attempted to hide something deep within. The guilt in her eyes that ate away at her mind. Something happened in the time she was unconscious. Alice didn't know what had changed, but she knew Lilia was feeling great about it. "So how are you feeling? Are you feeling any side effects from the fumes of the blood?" Lilia asked with genuine concern as Alice picked up on this. Maybe it's just something that happened to her. If it's private, it makes sense she doesn't want to share it. "I'm feeling energetic, not tired. Maybe because Spider died, fumes didn't affect me too much. It's also different from normal Twilight hunters, so maybe different effect." Alice bluffed. She knew that the fumes had indeed taken effect on her and wore off in the same she was sleeping. Same with the effect she gained from drinking dusk hunter blood. Both of these side effects couldn't be detected too easily, which makes it easier to draw less suspicion upon herself. The only issue now is how she drew attention to herself with the act of killing that spider. Alice didn't know what came over her, but it was not normal. Now that they saw how I killed the spider, there will be more pressure with how strong the enemies are. I'm not sure if they saw the sigil on my arm either. Alice sighed to herself. That's a little strange. I thought you would be feeling sore with how much you were moving yesterday. Lilia scratched her hair in confusion, while Alice shook her head. No sores. Anyway, do you know where we going next? Underground again, or somewhere else? Alice asked curiously. She wanted to know what kind of fight they were going to have next, so she could do some tests with her sigil. I don't know how many days it'll be, but I do know what the event is. Lilia replied slowly as she looked down and bit her lip. Taking a deep breath, she looked back at Alice. It'll be an underground fight. The two of us will be pitted against a few others for all to see. It'll be hosted in the same arena as always, but standard bidders won't be allowed to watch. I'm not sure how many obstacles there will be, but expect a head-on fight most of the time. Thankfully, we're against humans, so smaller weapons that we can use easily are pretty handy this time. Lilia explained as Alice nodded her head. I guess. We make traps? If there are obstacles. Exactly. We need to take advantage of sneak attacks since we don't have their power or durability. Which role do you want? The one that kills or baits them out? You have to remember that being the bait is the more dangerous and harder task. Lilia asked seriously. I can use my first sigil as a hidden trump card if things go south. Even with my increased physical powers. I don't know how that compares to the others, so it'll be best if I don't force things. Lilia is used to assassination, while my eye lets me see things in slow motion. Alice analyzed as she opened her mouth. Bait. I'll be bait. It's better if you go for kill. Hearing this, Lilia furrowed her brows. You've been the bait for the last fight as well. I know you can dodge well, but are you sure? Our attacking power is roughly the same, so if you want to be the one who lands the final hit, that's fine too. Lilia asked as she wanted Alice to change her mind. Being the bait was going to put her life in more danger. It's fine. Safer if me being bait. Less chance of death, Alice reasserted as Lilia scratched her hair and nodded her head. All right, but once we get our first kill, we'll see what happens. If the others become wary, I'll take over as bait and you kill, okay? Coming to a compromise, the two discussed some plans while Lilia showed Alice certain weak points that can be exploited. Listen to me, Alice. Since neither of us are head-on fighters, ignoring what you did yesterday, we need to fight dirty. Sand in the eyes, tripping people over and so on. Nothing is off limits. That means underhanded methods like poking eyes, hitting crotch if they're male, stabbing the chest if they're female, or even going for the butt. All of that is extra good for fighters like us, Lilia explained while pointing at parts of her own body to demonstrate. Don't get go of your weapon if you can help it. Don't jump into their reach unless you're absolutely sure you can go for the kill. Sometimes people will fake weaknesses and then hit you with a large counter. If your attack doesn't kill, they won't care. Hearing all of this, Alice nodded her head earnestly while trying to make a mental note on all the points that Lilia raised. Okay, so, if I can poke eye, why not just stab mouth? Big hole, I stab. Alice asked curiously. I mean, I never said you can't. Just they don't usually open their mouth unless they talk. Then let them talk. Or ask question middle of fight. Or just stab anyways. Stabbing teeth hurts, Alice said while pointing at her own teeth. PFT, that's true. Stabbing teeth does hurt. But either way, as long as you can disable them momentarily, it'll help you set up the next attack. Lilia laughed with a small smile on her face, seeing Alice's earnest eyes while talking about how to best kill a man. It was a strange sight to be sure, but for Lilia, seeing Alice happy like this wasn't a bad sight. Perhaps she would have seen more of this happiness on her sister's face if she had helped her instead of actually happened in reality. But there was nothing she could do now. Her sister was dead. Her brother was dead, and now she was in this heck hole. The only thing she can do is to keep moving forward and atone for her mistakes. Something wrong? Alice asked, seeing Lilia stare at her face without saying anything. Nothing. Just focus up for tomorrow, and we'll get through it easily. Lilia shook her head as Alice nodded. The next morning, both Alice and Lilia was taken out of their cages before they could have breakfast. Neither of them were dragged by their necks, and the cuffs around their wrists were undone. Bringing them to the weapon room, the hunter waited for them to pick a weapon. Nodding at one another, they followed their previously discussed plan and chose daggers. Follow me. You'll both be on the same platform, the hunter said coldly as he led them to the platform. Closing the gates, he left them to themselves as Alice took a few breaths to calm her nerves. Fighting monsters was one thing, since they could be predictable, but fighting humans was another matter. Just like how she could use underhanded tactics to fight, they can do the same. Nervous? Lilia asked with a chuckle. A little. Human different to beasts like the spider, Alice sighed. Eminem, though if we're lucky, it'll be easier since humans are more likely to drop their guard. Give them a false destination and they'll drop their guard right after achieving it, and that's your time to strike. Remember that. Hearing this, Alice took the advice to heart, as it would be the perfect time to use her sigil if the situation ever arises. A moment when they think they've won. It was the same way the Asian died to the spider. He thought he won only for the spider to use the blood against him. If she wanted to use her sigil well, she had to do the same. She had to adopt the mindset of a hunter, laying down traps for her prey. In this situation, the prey was the other captives they had to kill. Thinking about what she must do, Alice thought back to what Lilia asked. If she has ever killed a person, or if she was willing to. If it meant her freedom? Yes, the lives of these captives are of no importance to her. She'll kill them all if she has to. She knew that this is a brutal world, one where the weak were abused and tossed aside. I'll do it. I'll use every method available to me in order to survive. Standing in the cage, Alice focused her mind while peeking through some of the gaps. She noticed that the patrons are already in the arena, and compared to the usual patrons, they seemed more serious. Without an introduction, the cages were slowly raised into the arena as Alice immediately analyzed their surroundings and looked to see if there was anything they could use to their advantage. High ground, cover, and so on. Similar to the round with the spider, there was tall walls surrounding the place with steps hammered into the side to allow for easy climbing, while also having small wooden walls. A variety of barrels, boxes, and even broken debris were placed within the arena. "Look up," Lilia whispered as Alice glanced up and saw a large wooden board with names written on panels. Beside the names were numbers that seemed to be the money that was being bet on each of them. 12 names. If working in groups of 2, that's 5 other teams. Alice furrowed her brows. Looking at the bets, she could see that their duo was rather high up, presumably due to the fact that she had killed the spider in the last round. The same spider that killed a 3-sigil Asian. That also means more groups will be focusing us if they saw what happened in the arena. Alice thought with a frown. If more teams focused on them, the chances of survival will dwindle rapidly. Will my sigil even be potent enough to disarm the other groups? Would the hosts allow it? There will definitely be questions if I use the sigil. Better save it until the last moment, even if we're outnumbered. Let's try set up traps once we're a little further away from the cage. I can probably hide in some debris and wait for a good chance, Lilia said as she adjusted her grips on the daggers that she had picked. Okay. Right after finishing their plan of action, the doors to the cage dropped down as the two looked at each other and nodded their head. Running to the right side, they made their way into the forest of tall walls. However, they noticed something strange upon entering the area. The walls were different compared to the fight with the spider, as mechanical parts could be seen around the top and the edges. As the gears started to turn, a row of turrets were mounted at the top of certain turrets near each turn and exit. A bad feeling surfaced in Alice's heart as she couldn't help but doubt their choice of entering this area. Can't go back now. If we do, there might be a group waiting for stragglers. Without the advantage of a surprise attack, it'll be more disadvantageous for us. Lilia furrowed her brows while looking up at the turrets. She wasn't sure if she wanted to test her luck by climbing up, since there's no telling what will happen if she does. They might fire on sight, and that wasn't a risk Lilia wanted to take. I'll go on ahead and find some hiding spots. It'll be harder to take them by surprise if I'm always by your side. Hearing this, Alice nodded her head as she watched Lilia sprint ahead. Now that she was on her own, Alice started to investigate the rubble around her. She wanted to see if there were any spare weapons or tools she could use. Unfortunately for her, there was nothing at all. Scratching her hair in annoyance, she started to walk towards where Lilia had ran off to. She was going to conserve her stamina where possible. Lilia should have had enough time to hide. I don't hear any fighting yet. Not sure if the patrons are enjoying the silence. Alice thought to herself while glancing towards the crowd. They seemed to be whispering amongst each other while pointing towards her location. Feeling that something was wrong, Alice wanted to get away from her current location when the turrets that she had walked past started to turn towards her location. Widening her eyes, Alice's instincts were warning her as she immediately started to run away. From the turrets, a wave of fire rushed out, burning the path she had just come from. With the wall of fire rushing towards her, Alice had no choice but to run. Are they just forcing people to meet now? Alice thought to herself with a frown, since she could see the other turrets activating as well. With several paths now cut off, she could only grit her teeth and keep running towards the fight with no other option left to her. Turning the corner, Alice felt the surface of her skin tingle with goosebumps on the left side. Trusting her instincts, she jumped towards the right and bent her body back. Watching a sword miss the side of her face, Alice widened her eyes and rolled back before adjusting her body so that she was back on her feet. I could have sworn that would have taken your head off. No matter, just means I'll have to use more effort to kill you. I don't even know how a brat like you got such a high bounty. Did you even kill that spider? Or did you just get lucky? A guy asked with a crooked smile. Despite being a captive, he seemed a little different than the others and had more armor on. It reminded her of the main attractions of each event. He wore a dark red shirt and jacket that showed off his chest with a variety of belts, buckles, and armor around the shoulders. A pair of leather pants and brown boots. Attached to his belt was 2 sheaths, one still having the sword inside while the other is in his hand. He had short brown hair and a pair of blue eyes that found interest in seeing how Alice was able to dodge his surprise attack. He doesn't feel as dangerous as Lars or the Asian. Perhaps he's got less sigils than them? Alice thought to herself while slowly backing off. She didn't know where his partner was since this was teams of 2. Though I suppose I can see how you could get lucky considering that you dodged my attack. But if you get lucky multiple times in a row, can it really be called luck? He asked while slowly approaching Alice. He had one hand on his sheathed sword, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice. "We're your friend. Thought this was teams of two?" Alice asked as she adjusted her grip on the dagger. Since he was most likely another sigil bearer, it was going to be hard to outrun him. "Oh? Are you asking that because you want to fight us 2 against 1? Or are you asking that because you're worried that he'll sneak attack you while you fight me? Either way, it's just me around here, so don't worry." He smiled while dashing towards Alice with his sword swinging down in a downward motion. Seeing this, Alice wanted to parry the blade to the side, but eventually decided against it. She was fast enough to dodge, so there was no need to risk things just yet. However, the main thing she noticed was that he was lying. His friend was around here somewhere, just like how Lilia was waiting in the dark. With both sides keeping one partner hidden, it was going to be a fight of who forces the other first. If Lilia appears first, we'll be at a disadvantage. I need to hold my ground and try push him into a bad position. Let's try force out his sigil powers. Narrowing her eyes, Alice decided to go for the initiative. With the man missing his cleave down, she rushed in from the side and stabbed towards his armpit with her dagger. She wanted to injure his shoulder to remove the threat of him being able to dual wield. "That's pretty vicious of you." He laughed while blocking her dagger with his sheath. Twisting his body, he wanted to sweep Alice off her feet, but she was prepared. She had flicked her wrist upwards, and the second dagger was flying towards his face while she jumped over the leg sweep. With no other choice, the man parried her dagger with his sword and managed to dodge the attack in time. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, Alice decided to stab towards the thigh instead. Surprised by Alice's ruthlessness, the man stopped smiling and pulled his leg back before creating some distance between them. "You know, I have to say I was rather confused. These underground fights are usually done with captives that only have 2 sigils. Once we win one of these fights, we'll be allowed to see the shaman to take a bounty for a 3rd sigil. After that, we'll be a main attraction for the fights. Yet somehow, you and your friend were chosen for this fight despite not having a single sigil. I underestimated you, and for that, I'm sorry." The man apologized as he unsheathed his second blade. "Clearly, I'll be making a fool out of myself if I don't take this a little seriously, so don't hold it against me." He narrowed his eyes. Shadows lurked around his body before converging towards his chest and forming a sigil on his collarbone, while a second sigil formed around his eye. 2 sigil user. Alice widened her eyes. She understood that she had been sabotaged. The VIP that brought the spider must have been annoyed that she killed it after the main attraction died. Gritting her teeth, Alice couldn't help but curse the VIP in her mind while trying to keep her focus up against this man. She had never fought another person, never mind a 2 sigil user. One wrong step, and this was going to be her end. With things as they were, it was very risky for Lilia to reveal herself. Every contestant in this arena has 2 sigils, if what he said was correct. While I do have 1 sigil, Lilia doesn't have any. The moment she appears, she'll most likely get killed by the other person that's hiding. Alice thought to herself. "Before we start fighting for real, care to tell me your name?" The man asked with a smile. "Only if you tell me yours. It's only natural of me to do so." "All right, the name is Tristan. Now, may I know the name of the lady I'm about to kill?" Tristan asked as he entered a battle stance with his blades. "Alice." Right after finishing her reply, Alice dashed forward. She had to pressure him and force his partner to reveal himself. Just before reaching Tristan, she stopped her momentum and kicked dirt towards his face, causing him to frown before swinging in Alice's direction. Missing his attack, Tristan immediately backed up while preparing the second blade for a follow-up if Alice revealed herself. A small hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, preventing him from swinging the second blade. Widening his eyes in shock, Tristan watched as Alice swung herself behind him with her momentum in an attempt to stab him in the back. Using his main sword, he parried her attack before letting go of the other blade. Grabbing Alice by the wrist, Tristan attempted to swing her over his shoulder and into the ground. However, just as he swung Alice over his shoulders, a dirty foot kicked him in the face, some dirt entering his eyes. Stumbling back, he let go of Alice and wiped his face to get the dirt out of his eyes. Once he managed to open his eyes, Tristan watched a blade enter his vision, threatening to cut his head in two. Is this really a girl with no sigils? She fights more viciously than some of the beasts I've killed in the past. Tristan screamed in his mind as he bent his body back, narrowly avoiding the blade. Before he could counter, Alice had already abandoned the sword that was more than half her size, knowing she could not recover fast enough for a follow-up swing. There was simply too much momentum for her to stop. With the blade now tossed aside, Alice returned to her original spot after picking up the dagger she threw earlier. Seeing that Tristan was not harmed in the slightest, she clicked her tongue in frustration. She had tried her best during that barrage of attacks, yet none of them landed. Panting softly, she was trying to catch her breath since it seemed as though Tristan was also taking a moment to recover. As much as she wanted to attack him again, she didn't have the stamina to keep up a fast-paced assault like that back. No more playing around. Tristan gritted his teeth as his first sigil lit up with a purple glow. Dashing forward, he twisted his body, putting his full force into the swing. Watching it in slow motion, Alice caught a small flicker of lightning on the blade. She knew she had to dodge. Putting as much force into her legs as she could muster, she barely dodged a streak of lightning that exploded forth from the blade. KSH, striking the wall behind Alice, the wood was ripped apart and set aflame. She couldn't help but sweat at the thought of what might have happened if it hit her. If she wasn't able to dodge in time, she would have been taken out of this fight. Gritting her teeth, she lunged towards Tristan in desperation. There was no telling how many times she would be able to dodge the lightning. She couldn't hold back. Shocked that she was able to dodge the lightning, Tristan paused for a moment before quickly recovering as he adjusted his grip and thrust his sword forward. A streak of lightning arced towards Alice's face, but once again, she was able to dodge it. She had relaxed her legs and rolled across the floor. She could feel her hair stand up from the lightning. Throwing her dagger, Alice took the small window of time to drag the blade of the other dagger across her palm. Since her first sigil was in her blood, she wasn't sure if it was a passive effect that permanently changed her blood or if the poison was something she had to activate manually. Either way, it was a good time to test its effectiveness. As long as she cuts him or finds a way for her blood to enter his body, she should be able to test if it worked passively or not. With a plan in mind, she jumped towards him with her dagger hidden behind her. "You darn brat!" Tristan shouted out in frustration, his composure long gone. He couldn't believe he wasn't able to kill a brat despite having two sigils. Closing his left eye for a moment, he reopened it as Alice felt the fear of death. Bang! Before she could react, a bolt of lightning dropped down from the skies and struck her body. The power of this lightning was weaker than the previous strikes, but it made up for that in terms of activation speed. Seeing Alice drop to her knees while struggling to stay conscious, Tristan sighed in relief. He couldn't admit that a no-sigil brat actually made him panic, but it was the truth. The way she moved, her reaction speed and her instincts were all top tier. Had it not been for the unseen surprise attack thanks to his second sigil, he didn't think he would be able to catch her without exerting himself to the limit. But now that Alice was defenseless, he sheathed his second blade and prepared to kill her with his main sword. Now! Snapping her eyes open, Alice glared at Tristan, who had walked within her range, and lunged towards him despite being riddled with open wounds and burns. She can still move in that state? Stumbling back in shock, Tristan was unable to react in time as Alice managed to stab her dagger deep into his forearm. With her blood now entering his body, she gave the dagger a twist just to make the wound bigger. Just as Tristan wanted to throw Alice away, he buckled over on one knee as strength left his body. His muscles fell limp as he seemed to be struggling against something. Seeing this, Alice realized that her blood had indeed changed. It was passively acting as the Twilight Hunter's poison. However, the potency of the blood was severely weakened as Tristan snapped out of his stupor and grabbed Alice by the head before slamming her against the ground. Cough. Feeling the wind being pushed out of her lungs, Alice was not able to move her body at all. With anger in his eyes, Tristan no longer wasted any time and tried to stab her with his blade. Arggggg. Before he could kill Alice, Lilia appeared behind him and stabbed his heel. Forcing him to collapse onto his knees, She sighed in relief, seeing the sword miss Alice. Her life was spared, for now. Changing her target to his neck, she was about to end his life when a wave of spikes shot towards her location. Quickly jumping back, she grabbed Alice's body and created some distance between them. "Don't smell blood. Careful," Alice muttered as Lilia furrowed her brows. However, she had already breathed in the fumes. Her body was continuously losing strength. Widening her eyes, it reminded her of what happened to the Asiacian against the spider. "It can't be." Lilia furrowed her brows since Alice shouldn't have been able to get a sigil from that kill. However, if she had seen a shaman before arriving at the docks, it would make sense why she was adamant on killing that spider. But these were questions she could ask later, once they got out of their predicament. Kill them both. Especially that flower-eye brat. Make sure she dies painfully. Tristan R.A. as he was clutching his heels in pain. His friend that had arrived was dressed in a similar fashion, only with his forearms fully exposed. Spikes could be seen growing out from his forearms towards his fist, and it was these same spikes that had forced Lilia to back off. He was also a 2-sigil user, as a sigil could be seen on his forearms and on his neck. "All right." The man nodded his head as the sigil on his forearms lit up with an orange glow. Flicking his arms, tens of spikes launched towards the two of them as Lilia grabbed some nearby planks and used it as cover. However, the spikes easily demolished the plank as though it was nothing. But Lilia's goal had been reached, and it served as a small protection against the lethal spikes. She covered for Alice and was littered with wounds from head to toe. "Things are looking a tad rough, huh? If you have any more Twilight Hunter blood, this might be the time to use it." Lilia forced a smile, since facing against a duo of 2-sigil users was not what she had expected coming into this. "All right." Alice nodded her head. This was no time to hold back. She understood that her first sigil now had a passive effect, one that was slightly weaker than the Twilight Hunter poison. But there was something more. She could still feel that her sigil could grant her another ability, an active ability. Alice just had to reach deep inside and pull out the abyssal power that dwelled within her body, one that required her to active her sigil. Taking a deep breath, she could feel a wave of shadows squirming towards her arm as it solidified into her first sigil. A deep crimson energy pulsed out as a new sensation filled Alice's body. Seeing the sigil on Alice's arm, Lilia was shocked speechless, but a smile appeared on her face. She understood that Alice was something that could protect herself when needed. She wasn't something that needed Lilia's protection constantly. "Get back and find a chance when you can. I don't know what else my sigil can do. Might drag you into it," Alice muttered as she was about to activate her sigil's ability. Nodding her head in understanding, Lilia jumped back as Alice seemed confident that she could handle this. "I'll look for a chance to sneak attack the lightning guy while they're focused on Alice." Now that she was on her own for now, Alice dashed into some cover and coated her dagger with some of her blood once more. Taking a deep breath to prepare herself, she jumped up and threw her dagger towards the duo while activating her sigil. Waiting for her dagger to react, she was shocked to see nothing happened. Noticing Tristan with his eye closed, Alice widened her eyes and tried to get back into cover, but it was too late. Watching the skies rumble momentarily before a bolt of lightning struck towards her, she watched everything happening in slow motion as her body reacted much faster than she had expected. Within this slowed world, she was moving as though in normal speed. Bang! Dodging the lightning strike with ease, Alice understood what her active ability was. The passive allowed her blood to poison while the active enhanced her physical capabilities. The only issue with this is that it increased the amount of blood she was losing through her wounds. "I can probably use this in small bursts like I do with my eye. Overuse it too quickly and I'll pace out from blood loss. I'm already feeling dizzy from the short bursts that I used it," Alice thought to herself with a frown while deactivating her sigil. Clutching her head, she wasn't allowed to rest as the second man launched another barrage of spikes towards her location. Dodging the strikes, she took a deep breath and scanned the battlefield. Both of her daggers were beside the duo, meaning she had to run towards them bare-handed. She only needed to take out the spiked man since he was the only one that could still move. "Since my blood affected Lilia, it's safe to assume that Tristan can't use his lightning near his duo unless he wants to kill us both." while the spiked man can't use his ranged ability near Tristan, or else he might die. It's risky to run towards them, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm at an advantage. Making up her mind, Alice vaulted over the cover and dashed towards them while keeping her body low to the ground. She was prepared to activate her sigil when needed to dodge the lightning. Seeing Alice charging towards them, the spiked man glanced at Tristan and nodded his head. His second sigil lit up with a golden color as spikes grew all over his body, forming into a layer of armor. Charging towards Alice with a surprising burst of speed for a man of his stature. Widening her eyes, she wanted to dodge his charge when he activated his first sigil, launching a barrage of spikes in close proximity. Gritting her teeth, she activated her sigil ability once more as blood rushed through her body. Observing the incoming wave of spikes in slow motion, she dodged the barrage and grabbed the dagger on the floor. Grabbing one of the spikes on his back, she used it to swing herself onto his shoulders and prepared to stab down with her dagger. Feeling a sense of unease in her heart, she looked up and saw the bolt of lightning falling towards her location. SHD. Cursing inwardly in panic, she gave up on her attack and jumped away. Bang! As the lightning crashed into the second man, Alice watched as he escaped unharmed. Understanding that Tristan will just target his friend if she tries to kill them, Alice turned her attention to him and narrowed her eyes. Activating her sigil, she dashed towards him, but Tristan was unfazed. A wall of spikes shot out from the ground, protecting him. Widening her eyes, Alice felt her vision blur. A skull-splitting headache assaulted her mind as she saw the second man charging towards her at full force, but she didn't have the strength to dodge. With no other choice than to just brace herself for impact, Alice crossed her arms and protected her upper chest and head. Jerk! Feeling an unstoppable force crashing into her body, Alice could feel several spikes piercing into her flesh as she was flung back. Rolling across the ground, Alice coughed profusely as blood started to pool under her body. She could feel the heat departing from her body as the tips of her fingers became cold. Her vision was growing darker and darker with each passing moment. She could see the barrier of spikes around Tristan dropping as he prepared to kill her with lightning. However, before he could, a figure dashed behind him as both of their attention had been placed on Alice. Flicking her wrist, Lilia stabbed down with her daggers into Tristan's neck. There was one dagger on each side, and she gave the blades a harsh twist as Tristan shook in his eyes, unable to process what had just happened. Decapitating Tristan, Lilia turned her attention to the man in the spiked armor. She could see several gaps within and knew she only had a short window to kill while he was shocked over his friend's death. Stabbing the back of his knees, she kicked him in the legs, forcing him to collapse on his knees before narrowing her eye. A cruel light flicked through her gaze as she plunged the blade down against his upper spine. Jolting up from the shock, the man wanted to scream out, but his body was unresponsive. Widening his eyes in shock, he was unable to comprehend what had just happened as he laid against the ground, trying his best to move his body as dread filled his heart. What did you do to me? Is this a sigil? Answer me, woman, he shouted out with fear overwhelming his body. He tried his best to activate his sigil, but the spikes did not fire towards her direction. With him unable to control his arms, it would only fire backwards, away from his target. She could see the panic in his eyes as he was trying his best to move his body. It's no sigil. I'm just a captive who understood the human body after killing her old master. Lilia spoke coldly as she kicked him only his back. With him unable to react, he could only try to use his second sigil to harm her, but she was already on guard against it. Grabbing the corpse of Tristan, she threw it against his chest before sitting down, using Tristan as a seat. Taking hold of his chin, she narrowed her eyes before grabbing her dagger and plunging the blade into his face repeatedly. Every stab caused blood to splatter around her as the flowers on her body seemed to revel in the bloodshed. With the man's face now mutilated beyond recognition, she stabbed the blade into his ear and pierced his brain. Seeing the sigils deactivate, Lilia sighed in relief before making her way over to Alice. Alice was barely conscious as her body heat was rapidly decreasing. Turning Alice onto her back, Lilia grabbed her knife and narrowed her eyes at Alice. Lilia, Alice muttered softly. "I'm sorry." Lilia apologized as that was the last thing Alice heard before darkness gripped her mind once more. Standing alone in a cave, Allura furrowed her brows in annoyance, as there was nothing but false clues within this cave. All of the people here were expendable pawns, with some being brainwashed members belonging to the Church of the Sun. The sun-worshipping beastards aren't gonna like this. URG, there's going to be a bunch of them in the slaughter docks in the coming weeks. Allura sighed as she massaged her head. Right now, there was already quite a few Church of the Moon followers residing in the slaughter docks. If the Church of the Sun arrive, tensions will be high and fights could break out at a moment's notice. Shaking her head, Allura wanted to investigate more when she sensed a connection faltering, a sense of death. Widening her eyes, she snapped her head towards the direction of the slaughter docks and gritted her teeth. Throwing her cigarette aside, she exploded in a burst of flames and disappeared from the cave. She transformed into a streak of light that cut a path towards the slaughter docks. Her eyes narrowed in annoyance as she didn't even contact Jin about the results of the mission. She had bigger worries in her mind right now. Standing in a familiar room, Lilia stood without saying a single word while the VIP stared at her silently. The guards around her blocked the exit while another guard stood beside her as usual. Nothing had changed since she had last arrived in this place. Now I must say, I do believe I have been quite kind to you. Even now, I'm expressing a tremendous amount of patience, and it all hinges on how you will respond to me from this moment onwards. I do hope that you prepared an adequate explanation for why you deviated from the plans. The woman asked as Lilia stood still. Because if I didn't make a move, I would have died with her. I could find a knot, Lilia tried to explain, but the woman shook her head. No, what I'm asking is why you decided to feed her your own vampire lily blood at the end. She would have easily died from her wounds sooner or later, yet you decided to feed her your own blood. The woman narrowed her eyes with a glare. When a person suffering from the side effects of vampire lily begins to reach the final stages of their transformation, their blood will take on the properties of vampire lily, meaning it was a slightly weaker healing tonic if given to someone. While the potency of such a haphazard fix was low, it was good enough to seal a few wounds and stop blood loss. The important fact was that it had allowed Alice to survive. Though I must say, I was rather surprised by both of your performances. Hers especially. Who knew she actually got a sigil from her fight against the spider? Perhaps that was why she was so adamant in killing it despite the dangers and the Asian already having died to the spider. Either way, I have discovered more uses for that girl, but for you. Your uses are running out. The woman sighed while standing up. Walking around her desk, she sat on the table and looked at Lilia before crossing her legs. What reason do I even have to keep you around? She asked as Lilia gritted her teeth and had nothing to say. How about this? I want you to carve off everything affected by vampire lily manually. After that, I'll forgive you for what you have done in round 3. Surely, this is easier to do than to sacrifice your friend, right? I'm just asking you to take out everything that's negatively influencing your body. The woman asked as she gestured for her guard to throw Lilia a dagger. She wasn't scared of Lilia attacking her with the blade since there was 3 guards in the room. Widening her eyes, Lilia knew that the woman was just playing around with her, but there was nothing she could do about it. Holding the dagger in front of her, Lilia bit her lip and adjusted her grip. If I carve out everything, you'll forgive me, right? Lilia asked as her voice quivered from the thought of carving her own flesh. Of course, you have my word. In fact, we'll even make sure you live through the process. The woman smiled. There was a glint of amusement in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lilia plunged the blade into the flower growing out of her eye. Argg, letting out a scream of pain. Lilia wanted to stop, but she had to keep going. She had already betrayed her own flesh and blood once. She refused to do it again for someone like Alice, someone who she wanted to protect like her little sister. Tensing her jaw as hard as possible, she continued to dig away at the flower as green and red blood splattered across the floor. Grabbing the petals, she tore it out with her own hands before throwing it against the ground. You're not done yet, the woman laughed. Ignoring what the woman said, Lilia continued to flay her skin as she tore out the roots growing through her body. The flowers that slowly blossomed on the side of her body, her back, Everything. Every root, every flesh petal. She carved it all out. Her bloodshot eyes continued to glare as she carved the last piece of flesh and tore out the roots. The entire right side of Lilia's body was now torn and bloodied with large chunks of infected flesh tossed out around her. PFDD. Aha, okay. I didn't think you'll actually go that far. Oh goodness. Alright, I'll reward you for that. Keep her alive with this. I don't want to touch her. The woman laughed while throwing a blue vial to her guard. Kneeling next to Lilia, he stuffed the vial into her mouth as her flesh started to melt together before stopping. Once all of her wounds had been patched up, the guard could see Lilia's gaze fluctuating as she was barely keeping herself conscious. The amount of pain and shock she must have gone through was enough to knock out a seasoned hunter, yet she was able to keep herself awake during all of that. As promised, I'll forgive you for what you've done. The woman smiled as Lilia felt relieved. Don't thank me just yet. Just because I forgive you doesn't mean I don't have more jobs for you to do. She grinned sadistically as Lilia felt her heart sink through her chest. Take her away. I'll have the hosts set up round 4 in an hour. And take her to Kalen while you're at it. Make sure she actually does her job this time. The woman narrowed her eyes. Hearing this, Lilia widened her eye and grabbed the blade. She wanted to see if there was even a small chance that she'll let them go. But with things as it stands, she had nothing to lose. Throwing the dagger towards the woman, she wanted to lunge forward and kill her, but her actions had been predicated. An expectant gaze could be seen on her face as the guard parried Lilia's dagger before grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the floor, causing the wooden boards to jerk from the force. What did I say? She'll try to kill me no matter what. The woman chuckled. Setting that aside, has the host given a deadline for purchasing Alice? Not yet. It seems they are apologetic that both the spider and the Asian died in the same fight. They're extending the grace period for a little longer if you wish to play around some more. The guard shook his head. Perfect. That means my plans for today can go ahead as expected. The woman smiled in satisfaction. Once the meeting with Kalen finishes, go take the half and half girl to the arena, then wake her up with Vampire Lily. Nodding his head, he understood that Alice was in for a terrible life at the hands of this woman. Making his way out of the room, he went to notify the hosts that his master wished for round 4 to start in an hour, as Lilia was now on a timer while Alice was still suffering from wounds. Dirty jobs as always. He sighed. But as much as he hates what he has to do under that woman's name, he had to follow orders. He was simply a guard doing his duty. With the hosts notified, he arrived at Alice's cage and unlocked the cage. Seeing that she was pale from the blood loss, he was tempted to feed her some blood now to stabilize her condition, but that was not what his master wanted. Taking her away from her cage, he lifted her up on his shoulder and made his way to the arena where round 4 was going to be hosted. It's a much smaller venue compared to the main arenas for the more intimate combat scenarios. One-on-one fights. Feeling a bright light shining against her face, Alice furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. She still felt lightheaded, but it was manageable. She could faintly taste the flavor of iron in her mouth as she understood that she was fed some blood while she was unconscious. Did I get healed? Alice wondered to herself while clutching her head. There was a single bright light shining in her direction, making it hard for her to see anything around her. Furrowing her brows, she tried to remember what had happened before this moment and realized that she had been knocked out after witnessing Lilia finish off the other two. Is Lilia safe? Ignoring the headache, she walked out of the spotlight so that she could make out her surroundings. Compared to the usual arena, this place was much smaller on scale, with large metal chains forming a web around the edges, preventing her from leaving. A myriad of weapons was scattered about in a similar manner to the arena, meaning she had to fight something. If I'm still alive, then that means we made it out of that round. Walking over to a dagger and a single sword, she adjusted her grip on both weapons before walking around the arena, trying to see what she was going up against. She noticed that there was an extravagant seat just outside the arena, and a beautiful woman in a red dress sat upon the seat with a small smile on her face. "Who are you?" Alice asked with a frown. There was something unsettling about this woman that was triggering alarms within her head. She couldn't put a finger to what the feeling was, but she did not want anything to do with it. "I'm your sponsor, dear." Let's just say I'm interested in what you can do, so this will be the last round in the arena. If you win, I will purchase you, become your new master, and grant you a life much better than this one. If you lose, well, you die." The woman shrugged as Alice furrowed her brows. Clapping her hands, the sounds of chains rustling echoed out from above the arena as Alice took a few steps back in caution. "And let's just say your friend Lilia has been given the same opportunity," she chuckled. Slowly entering the spotlight, Alice saw Lilia, or rather what she had become, climbing upon the chains surrounding the arena. Clutching her chest, she understood why she had an uneasy feeling with the woman. She had the same smile as the scientists that experimented on her, the uncanny smile that viewed everything as a test to see what result humored her. Large sticks could be seen across Lilia's body as her limbs had been separated at the joints and connected with mechanical contraptions that pulsed with red tubes threading through her skin. Unnatural canisters and gears clicked across Lilia's torso as her body twitched with each movement. She was like a clockwork doll that was crafted from an amalgamation of flesh and machinery. Her jaw had been entirely replaced by a mechanical mask, while her bloodshot eyes roamed around the arena before focusing on Alice. Twisting her body 180 degrees, she dropped down into the arena, revealing her flayed back. It was completely exposed as her lungs had been replaced by rhythmic pumps that pushed red fluid through her body. Her heart, beating against the machinery with several vials attached to her veins, each carrying a vial of unknown blood. Her skin had been stretched and sewn to represent wings while blood dripped from the wounds. "Lilia?" Alice muttered in horror as Lilia slowly stumbled towards her with mechanical movements. "Lilia." Hearing Lilia call out her name in such a manner, a surge of pain flooded Alice's heart as she glared towards the woman with wrath-filled eyes. "You! What did you do to her?" Alice roared out, surprising the woman with the sheer amount of emotions she was displaying. "Oh my, who knew you could show this much emotion? Let's just say, I had someone make her more compliant so she actually follows orders properly." The woman chuckled before clapping her hands. "Dance girl, show your friend your new form." The woman grinned as Lilia started to twitch before her limbs were forced into a dancing posture. Each movement she did caused Lilia to cry out in pain as Alice dashed towards the woman and grabbed onto the chains, separating the two of them. "Stop that! What do you even want with us?" Alice shouted out while shaking the chains, hoping to tear them apart so that she could reach the woman. "I just want some entertainment. I lost a lot of money after both the ACACN and the spider died, so I'm getting my money's worth. You shouldn't turn your back against your friend, though, since in this arena, you two are enemies." The woman smiled while snapping her fingers. "Arggggg." Blades erupted from Lilia's body as she burst into a crawl before lunging towards Alice with her elongated limbs. Gritting her teeth, Alice rolled to the side before taking a few step backs. However, Lilia was persistent as she continued to throw large swings towards Alice with her blades. Each swing caused her skin to rip as blood dripped against the white floor of the arena. Panic filled Alice's mind as she didn't know what she should do. She didn't know how she should return Lilia to normal. How would she fix Lilia's body? She didn't know. "Let's make her a little motivated, shall we? Can't have you dodging constantly." The woman laughed while clapping her hands. To her, this was like a circus where two actors threw knives at one another, each threatening to take their life. But the daggers always went wide. There was no excitement in this. She wanted to see the moment where the knife brushes against on of their cheeks, the moment where blood is spilled and the cold claws of death gripped their throats with each subsequent throw. She desired to see that bone-chilling rush of adrenaline with this fight. With her command, one of the vials within Lilia's back started to empty out as the vial of blood coursed through her body. Her veins were dyed in a deep green as the machinery around her body roared into life. Steam escaped through parts of her body as the red fluid within turned a deep shade of green. Lilia's body contorted as vines erupted from her limbs and covered the ground of the arena. Furrowing her brows, Alice wanted to cut away the vines, but she understood that doing so would cause Lilia a great deal of pain. Deep-root spirit blood. Blood belonging to a type of plant beast that sets traps on the ground. Each of its vines are highly sensitive, and the moment it senses a foreign living being, It'll snap up and trap the opponent. Drinking the blood gives you the same type of ability as you'll be able to set traps. But the downsides are that pain is significantly enhanced due to the sensitivity. A great torture tool, Alice recited in her mind. She could vividly remember the sensation of having the roots being cut off from her body when she was undergoing the experiment. It felt as though her nerves were being torn out strand by strand, little by little, while making sure it was as painful as possible. Since cutting the vines will be harmful for Lilia, Alice gritted her teeth since there was only one thing that she could do. She had to kill the woman giving commands to Lilia. Doing so may help Lilia momentarily. Jumping up, she grabbed onto the chains as she cut a line across her palm. Coating her dagger with blood, she flung the dagger towards the woman in one swift motion. "Why are the two of you both like this?" The woman sighed in disappointment. "All you have to do is kill the other, and you'll be allowed what I promised." Before the dagger could land against her, the guard knocked it aside while also making sure none of the blood even came close to hitting her. "I don't believe I have ever broke a promise that I've set. Granted, what comes after is up for debate, but I did what I promised," the woman joked before snapping her finger once more. Another vial activated as more blood was injected into Lilia's body. Glaring at the woman for a moment, Alice turned her attention back to Lilia, who was now clutching her body while making groaning sounds. Gritting her teeth, Alice watched as the two abyss bloods mixed within Lilia's body, forming an unholy union that sent shivers down her spine. Two large horns erupted from her forehead as black ichor erupted from her orifices. Her eye turned completely black as it was hard to tell where she was looking. "I'm S.Ori." Hearing the groans from Lilia, Alice bit her lip and held back the flood of anger in her heart. Lilia was someone she considered to be a friend, something she thought was impossible for 10 whole winters. She was someone who helped her out in this place, yet the woman who sponsored her reveled in Lilia's pain. As her anger reached its peak, Alice looked towards the ground and saw another sword pierced into the floor. Leaping down, she grabbed the sword and rolled to the side, sensing danger from behind. A wave of vines spread this black substance wherever it touched as Alice dipped the tip of her sword into this fluid. Seeing that there was no reaction, she could only estimate that it reacted based on human contact, but it was a blood type she had never seen before nor felt the sensation of. Adjusting her grip on her swords, Alice stared at Lilia, who slowly turned her body towards Alice's direction. "I'm S.Ori," she repeated once more as Alice made up her mind. She didn't know if it was the right answer, but it was the only thought of mercy she could imagine. The look of fear in Lilia's eyes, the pain of having one's body flayed open and injected with a myriad of blood. She understood it all. It was a demon she has fought for 10 long winters. Had it not been for her unnatural mutation, she would not have recovered from the experiments just like Lilia. Biting her lip, Alice adjusted her gaze on Lilia. The shaking of her grip against the sword, she was nervous. Alice understood that while she may try fool herself into a mindset internally, her body language betrayed her fear, her anger, and her sadness of what she wanted to do. She wanted to put Lilia out of her misery, but to her, it was not entirely an act of selflessness. It was selfishness. Selfishness in wanting to survive this God-forsaken place and see the light of day once more. With her mind now made her, Alice could only pray for redemption in her mind as she dashed towards Lilia, causing the woman to sit up on her seat, her eyes flickering with expectation as she understood the light in Alice's eyes. Her mind was made up, and she was going for the final kill. Excitement filled her heart as she wanted to capture every moment. From the instant that Alice's face warps from realization at what she had just done to the anger she'll feel towards her, she wanted to see it all. Dodging through Lilia's attacks, Alice broke through her defense with ease. Her chest was fully open. One twist of the sword was all it'll take to extinguish this life. All she had to do was plunge the blade in, and the fight will be over. But she hesitated, simply because it was Lilia. With her unable to take the final strike, Alice gritted her teeth and jumped back, avoiding the vines that were about to grab her. "Why? Why did you give up at the last moment? There was such beauty in your gaze. That fiery pace ion, that resolve to kill your friend. Why did you stop?" the woman shouted out in annoyance as Alice only glared towards her. "TSK. Fine. Let's do it this way then." Snapping her fingers, the rest of the vials emptied out into Lilia's body as she started to twitch from the pain. Her body contorted with bones and flesh bursting out of her torso, while tears of blood streaked down her cheeks. "What's your answer now, Alice? Will you kill or be killed?" The woman questioned while Alice could only clench her fist. Biting her lip, Alice tried to dodge as much as she could, but the ferocity of the attacks were increasing. "Lice." Looking up, Alice watched as Lilia opened her arms as though welcoming a hug, exposing her chest. Mustering the best smile she could in this condition, she tried her best to halt her attacks. "Do it." Hearing this, something snapped within Alice's mind as she let out a gut-wrenching cry before dashing towards Lilia. Plunging her sword into Lilia's chest, she twisted the blade as black blood flooded the arena floor. Holding back her feelings of pain, Lilia gave Alice a hug as images of her sister and brother flashed through her mind. But there was one more thing she wanted to do. Something she had to do to make sure Alice didn't blame herself. "Thank you." Squeezing out the last two words with what remained of her energy, she fell limp next to Alice. Feeling Lilia's body fall limp next to her, Alice started to pant heavily as anger and sadness surged in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the woman who orchestrated all of this. She was going to kill this woman if it's the last thing she did. Grabbing one of the swords, Alice continued to glare at the woman while jamming the blade into the gaps of the chains that surrounded the arena. Activating her sigil, a surge of power flooded her body as she pushed down on the chains in an attempt to break them. "Glare at me all you want, but it doesn't change the truth. You killed her. But that is the face I like to see. I was afraid, you know? Afraid that my efforts were in vain and I would have missed such a sight." The woman taunted while Alice continued her attempts to pry the chains apart without a second word. Seeing that she was getting no response from Alice, the woman frowned. "TSK, no fun. Gallard, go knock her out. Tell the hosts I want the most secure bindings for when I take her home with me." The woman sat down on the chair, having full faith in her servant. Sighing softly, Gallard nodded his head. "I will do as yo." Before he could finish his sentence, the two of them heard a snap from behind as he immediately drew his sword and parried a flying blade that was about to hit the woman. Glancing back, he could see an enraged Alice standing in front of a pile of broken chains, her bloodshot eyes glaring at the two of them menacingly as her first sigil flared with an abyssal might that surged through her body. How did she? Even with the first sigil granting the user a boost in strength, it shouldn't be enough to break chains of this strength. Gallard thought to himself with a frown. With the chains now broken, there was nothing blocking them from one another. Grabbing a dagger from the arena, Alice charged towards Gallard, who readied his blade. "Out of my way!" Alice shouted out in pure rage. Slicing the dagger across her palm, she threw her blood towards Gallard. Seeing this, he immediately held his breath since he knew what her sigil's ability was. He witnessed it during her fight against Tristan, yet it was still a moment too late as he could feel the strength leaving his body. Widening his eyes, he couldn't believe the potency of her blood, as it was something that shouldn't be affecting him. Yet his vision was blurring from the fumes. Furrowing his brows, he activated his own sigil ability as he sliced forward with his sword. A ring of crimson energy burst forth as it threatened to cleave Alice in half. But everything was captured within Alice's vision. Stepping to the side, she dodged the ring of energy before twisting her body, launching the dagger at the woman behind Gallard. "Forget the previous command. Kill her!" The woman panicked, seeing things beginning to get out of hand. Gritting his teeth, Gallard dashed in front of the woman and parried the dagger. Activating his second sigil, a similar ring of energy erupted out around him before expanding out in an instant. Jumping over the pulse of energy, Alice grabbed her blade while glaring at the two. She could see how she should proceed with the tools she had available to her. She could feel the bleeding on her palm worsening from her active ability, but it was fine. The more blood she sprayed onto this battlefield, the more beneficial it was for her. Throwing her dagger once more, Alice landed on the ground before pushing as much force as she could into her legs, dashing towards the sword she first threw after breaking the chains. Blocking the dagger that Alice threw, Gallard wanted to parry Alice's blade, but his sword was mispositioned to parry a second time in quick succession. With him having to protect the woman behind him, it was difficult to fight how he wanted. He would have been fine alone, but Alice's attacks were much more relentless than he had expected, and it was taking more out of him to fight against the effects of her poison. Even now, more of his strength was being drained with each passing second. Gritting his teeth, he activated his third sigil as energy pulsed out from his body, covering him in a crimson glow. The pulse caused Alice to be pushed back as she adjusted the grip on her sword to slow herself to a half. 3 rings appeared behind him as he designated Alice as the target of attack. With the target now selected, the 3 rings shot towards her. 3 sigil bearer. Widening her eyes, Alice was glad that her first sigil ability was one that weakened her target, otherwise this fight will be much harder than it already is. Focusing her gaze, she forced her eye to overexert itself as everything in her vision slowed down once more. Dodging the first ring, she parried the second. But this proved to be a mistake as the ring began to shave off the metal of the blade. Furrowing her brow, she adjusted her grip to save as much of the sword as she could before rolling out of the way for the third ring. Seeing as how the rings were swerving around to attack her again, Alice gritted her teeth and dashed towards Gallard. Since they were looping back around, she doubted that Gallard will risk harming himself of the master behind him with his third sigil ability. You did well. If you had more sigils, I'm afraid this wouldn't have been easy for me. But I'm sorry, this is as far as you get. Gallard apologized as a 4th marking appeared above his left eye. 4 sigils. Widening her eyes, Alice wanted to dodge but was too late. Around her, crimson rings manifested themselves as her movement was restricted. Gritting her teeth, she was unable to move a single limb as Gallard sighed in relief. Having finally caught her, he approached Alice and prepared to cut her head off in one swift motion. But before he could, Alice opened her mouth and spat towards him. Widening his eyes, he watched as a spray of blood splattered against his face with some getting in his mouth. She bit off her tongue. Gallard thought as he never experienced fighting someone as maniacal as Alice. With her biting off her own tongue, she was able to pool enough blood in her own mouth to spit towards him. Feeling his vision fluctuate with hallucinations haunting his peripherals, he was unable to concentrate and collapsed onto one knee. "Run!" Gallard shouted out with difficulty as he was trying to resist the hallucinations from Alice's sigil. But it was too late. Having been freed from Gallard's 4th sigil ability, Alice grabbed her blade before vaulting over him and lunging towards the woman who was paralyzed in fear. The initial use of her perceived sigil ability had left her unable to run as she was just an ordinary person. Wait. If you key. Without letting the woman finish her sentence, Alice plunged her blade into the woman's neck. She wasn't going to let the woman have an easy death since she had toyed with Lilia in such a way. Since my sigil is from the Twilight Hunter, my blood should have the same properties the drug counterpart. Alice thought to herself as she forced the woman's mouth open before holding out her palm, allowing her blood to flow into the woman's mouth. Watching her eyes widen, Alice continued to feed her blood even after noticing that Gallard had broke free of her sigil's power. Seeing him charge towards her, she fed the woman as much blood as possible before dodging out of the way. Narrowing her eyes, Alice curled her mouth into a grind as she noticed the effects of her blood slowly activating within the woman's body. Twilight reflection was a drug that caused you to hallucinate and experience the greatest high. While Alice was unsure of how addictive her own blood was, considering it only weakened sigil users, she was happy to see the woman already beginning to scratch away at her own skin. Her nails dug deep against her flesh, clawing her skin away before digging against her own flesh. Glaring at Alice with bloodshot eyes, the woman pointed at Alice before trying to say something. However, with the hole in her throat, only gurgling sounds could be heard, but it was enough to activate the captive mark on Gallard's body. A purple brand appeared on the back of Gallard's neck as he widened his eyes. Pain surged through his body as his body's control was wrestled away from him. Moving against his own will, he charged towards Alice despite his master's condition deteriorating. Dodging the first few attacks, Alice tried to weaken Gallard with her blood, but he seemed to have grown resistant towards the effects. With her already overworking her eye, Alice was unable to react in time as Gallard reached out for her neck and slammed her against the ground. Pinning Alice against the wall, he slowly tightened his grip. Struggling for breath, Alice tried her best to pry Gallard's grip from her neck, but his strength was firm like the mountains, unmoving. No matter what she tried, Gallard doesn't seem to react as he continued to tighten his grip. With her vision blurring and her arms losing strength, the world around Alice darkened as the cold embrace of death welcomed her presence. Bang! Crashing through the walls, a ball of flames collided against Gallard, forcing him to drop Alice. What the heck happened here? A woman's voice rang out as Alice could feel a pair of arms catching her before she fell to the ground. Glancing above her, she could see a beautiful woman with long black hair and a pair of pure white eyes looking down at her. Strangely enough, despite this being the first time she's met this woman, there was a sense of connection with her, something that caused her to feel safe within her presence. Meanwhile, Allura was angry at herself, at the fact that she was almost too late, and at the fact that she didn't make a choice sooner. Now that she was here, she'll clean up this mess and do what she's meant to do since the beginning. Holding Alice in her arms, Allura could see that she was deadly pale from the blood, loss of using her first sigil. Before she could reach for some healing blood for Alice, a ring of crimson energy surged towards them. "Oi, take care of your own master first before trying to kill us." Allura clicked her tongue in annoyance as she reached out for the ring and caught it with her fingers. Widening his eyes in shock, Gallard couldn't believe that it was caught just like that. If she is strong enough to do this, why is that half and half girl a captive? Gallard thought to himself, since the woman was more than capable enough of helping Alice, yet only showed up now. Shaking his head, he purged the unnecessary thoughts. The only thing he needed to do right now was to kill Alice. That was the command that his master gave him, one that he couldn't disobey even if he tried. Crouching down, he activated both first and second sigils simultaneously as a net of energy rushed towards them. Placing Alice against some rubble, Allura brought out a cigarette and lit it with her finger. "FCK sake. I alright gave you a warning, and you don't want to listen." Allura clicked her tongue in annoyance. With the same fire she used to lit her cigarette, she aimed it towards the net of energy before flicking the small flame towards it. Bang! Exploding into a giant wall of fire upon contact, Allura rushed through the flames and appeared in front of Gallard. Grabbing him by the head, she slammed in against the ground, forcing him to activate his second sigil once more as a pulse of energy rushed out. Snapping her finger, flames enveloped Allura's body as she shattered the pulse of energy without an issue. Arggggg! Roaring out in anger, Gallard ignored the flames and kicked Allura away before activating his third sigil. 3 rings manifested once more behind him as he designated Allura as the target. "URG, don't make me do more work than I need to do." Allura sighed as she dropped her jacket on the floor. She was currently wearing a sleeveless black shirt, leaving her toned arms exposed. Taking a big breath of her cigarette, Allura ignited both her hands with fire and charged towards Gallard. Breaking apart the rings with one punch, she flickered in front of Gallard and placed her palm against his chest. Widening his eyes, he was unable to react in time as a colossal wall of force slammed into his body, sending him crashing against the walls and breaking apart his armor. Cough. Catching his breath, Gallard was bleeding from his wounds, as he could feel several bones being broken from just one attack. Gritting his teeth, he freed himself from the wall before glaring at Allura. He was trying to work out how many sigils she was using, how powerful she was, and what he could do to defeat her. Noticing this, Allura lifted her head and pulled now the collar of her shirt and grinned. "I'm using just one sigil, Mr. 4 sigils," Allura taunted, causing Gallard to activate his 4th sigil while also reactivating his 3rd sigil. Feeling her body being restrained, Allura had a lazy smile on her face while the rings charged towards her, threatening to cut her in half. KRRR hearing the sound of the restraints breaking, Gallard was in disbelief. Little by little, the inside of the restraint started to warp as the ring of energy was evaporated before it could even reach her. Surprised? Allura asked as she simply walked out of his fourth ability while being on fire. Standing in front of him, she finished her cigarette before blowing a mouthful of smoke into his face. Immediately drawing his blade, he tried to cut her apart, but the blade was shattered with a single punch. Kicking him in the side of the body, Allura watched as he slammed against the walls before pacing out. Walking over to the woman who was clutching her throat in fear, while also scratching away at her body, she crouched down and stared at the woman before sighing. Now, usually I would finish you off as well, Bella, but since you're the target of her revenge, I'll leave you be. I'm not one to strip others of their revenge. You can also think of me sparing you on behalf of your husband since we used to be drinking buddies. Allura scratched her hair. But you have kept up royally, you know that? Look at what you did to that Lilia girl. Alice is going to come for your head if you don't die today. But that's none of my business. I'll be taking her from you now. Oh, you can rest easy though. If you survive today and Alice comes for you again, I won't be helping her. Standing up, Allura walked over to Alice who was struggling to keep herself conscious. You can sleep. I'll take care of you now. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. Allura apologized as she was truly guilty that she had taken this long to decide, and this delay caused Alice the pain of losing a friend. Looking towards Allura, Alice embraced the feeling of safety before glancing towards Lilia's corpse once more. Despite her form, Alice could see the peaceful expression on Lilia's face in her last moments. Biting her lips, Alice remembered the short time they spent together. Sleep well, Lilia. May you be reunited with your family. Seeing Alice fall asleep, Allura sighed before looking towards the ceiling. Jumping out of the arena, she landed on the roof and saw Jin waiting for her. Yo, my ace, what the FCK happened? Jin retorted before pausing, noticing Alice on her shoulder. She almost died. I'm not too clear, but it seems like she's formed a grudge against Bella, one that doesn't end until one of them is dead. Naturally, I'm going to take a neutral stance in all of this, but I'm not going to neglect my duties in teaching Alice what she needs to learn. Allura shrugged. Hearing this, Jin widened his eyes. Bella? Theron's wife? FCK. He's not gonna like this. Jin face-palmed. Well, it's a shame, but I got my own responsibilities. Care to leave a message to Theron for me? Why me? You know he's going to be PP'd. Jin gritted his teeth. You're the messenger. Of course, I'll have you do it. Who else would I ask? Allura raised an eyebrow. Fine. What do you want me to tell him? Jin sighed, bringing out a flask to drink. Just tell him that if he loves his wife, then he should spend the rest of this time with her. You can word it however you want, but the main message is for him to prepare himself to lose his wife in due time. Allura shrugged. Speaking of which, I'll give you the report on what happened outside the city later. Now that I'm taking care of Alice, I might go for a little trip to Zadash just so Alice has the time to develop herself. I'll come with you once I finish delivering the message. I got a few jobs I need to manage outside of this place anyways. Plus, my granddaughter's been hounding me about you, so you might as well keep her with you for a while. I doubt you're taking any more jobs, right? Jin asked, offering the same flask to Allura, who shook her head. No thanks. And no, I'm not taking any more jobs for now. Well, unless they have connections to the strange movements we've been picking up. But sure, taking care of two brats shouldn't be an issue. She's on her third sigil, right? Want me to help her find her fourth? Allura offered while bringing out another cigarette. Give it some time. She only recently got her third sigil after all. I don't want to rush her through sigil without her understanding their power, unlike the silver spoon kids that Noble raise. They only know more sigils equal more power. Such wasted potential. Jin sighed. Well, you know how they are. Didn't you rush your first 4 sigils too? Anyways, I'll take Alice to a proper healer and get her body checked out. I also need to buy her some clothes since she only has this. Oh, before I forget, help me forge an ID for her, will you? Before Jin could respond, Allura had already ran away with Alice. Feeling his anger rising, Jin gritted his teeth and walked away while massaging his eyes. He could only hope that Alice wouldn't be influenced by Allura. If she does, he doesn't know how he could deal with 2 Alluras when one was already giving him this much headache. Since we're going to Zadash, I'll need to arrange a carriage, some provisions and clothing for the trip ahead. Jin sighed. He had retired because there was too much work for him to do, and he wanted a break. Yet despite this, Allura kept pilling the amount of work he needed to do. Shaking his head, he contemplated how to break the news to Theron. No matter how he worded it, Theron was going to be PP'd. FCK it. I'll just blame Allura if it comes down to it, Jin shrugged before leaving the area. Drifting through her slumber, Alice found herself standing in a pool of blood that restricted her movements. The scent of iron permeated the air she breathed while the river beneath her dyed her body in crimson. Furrowing her brows, Alice looked around to get an understanding of where she was. Drip, HM? Alice turned towards the source of the noise out of curiosity, only to freeze up at the sight. She could see Lilia standing in the pool of blood just like her, only with a wound in her chest and an unceasing flow of blood that created this pool. Blinking her eyes, Lilia was now in front of her, and Alice was holding a blade through Lilia's chest. The look of betrayal and shock in her eyes. The burning hatred. Snapping her eyes open from her nightmare, Alice panted as cold sweat covered her back. It didn't go like that, she thought to herself while biting her lip. Clutching her chest, she could still feel the sensation of thrusting that sword through Lilia's chest. It didn't go like that? She asked herself once more, this time unsure of her own words. She didn't know if she was trying to convince herself that she did the right thing, or that it was truly what Lilia had wished for. Regardless of the context, the truth was that Lilia died by her hand. Clenching her fist, Alice couldn't help but wonder if the VIP had died or not. If she did, so be it. But if she somehow survived, Alice wanted to inflict the same, if not more pain than what she did to Lilia. Holding her head, her memories of what happened before she paced out was rather blurred. She remembers a burst of crimson before everything became hazy. I was saved by someone. But who? Alice furrowed her brows before looking around her. It was only now that she realized she was sitting on something soft. She was currently sitting on a bed much better than what is afforded to a captive. The gentle embrace of the bed cover and comfort of the pillow should be out of reach. Yet here she was sitting in one. Furrowing her brows, Alice paused when she noticed a weight missing from her body. The feeling of cold, hard metal pressing against her limbs and, more importantly, her neck, was now absent. Hesitantly reached up with her hand. She tried to feel for restraints, but there was nothing. She could feel her neck in its entirety with nothing blocking her hand. Emotions welled up within her body as her hands started to shake, unable to contain herself. Scanning the room, she noticed a mirror and immediately jumped out of the bed in excitement. Rushing in front of the mirror, she looked at her own reflection. As expected, there was no longer any restraints on her body. All she was wearing was a brand new white dress, simply yet comfortable, along with some medical patches around parts of her body. There were many questions flying through her mind, yet her attention was stolen by her newfound sense of freedom. No longer was she restrained as a prisoner of the Xania family, nor was she captive. She was finally free. Now how to leave this room? Alice thought to herself while scanning her surroundings. While the chances that whoever helped her had no bad intentions was high, she couldn't bring herself to take it for granted. There was something they want from her, and she didn't know what that was. It was better to have an escape plan than not have one. Walking over to the window, she could see the bustling streets of the slaughter docks below, the cobbled path with water filling the gaps. Large carcasses of abyss beasts that belong in the abyss water hung above the streets using large hooks while workers peeled them layer by layer, salvaging any useful parts they could harvest. Boats sailed into the docks from the distance with abyss beasts being restrained in cages amidst the other cargo. Looking above the streets, Alice could see large buildings crafted from wood and stone. Rope bridges threaded the gap between buildings, forming a chaotic web. Some hung clothes off these ropes, while most used them as ways to traverse different buildings. Despite the window being shut, Alice could still hear the merchants shouting for attention towards their wares, hunters having conflicts with one another, the bell tolls of the church, and the priests trying to resolve fights. This was the slaughter docks, and this was her first proper view of the city. Remembering the cost of such a sight, her excitement died down as she began looking for a route of escape, the most likely one being through the ropes and onto the rooftops. Tapping the surface of the glacis, Alice estimated that with a hard object, It wouldn't be too hard to break the thick glacé window with the help of her first sigil. With one route in mind, she turned away from the window and looked for other options. Except for the bed, there was only a single table in the room with a metal candle holder on the tabletop while the drawers were empty. I can use the chair as a distraction while the candle holder works as a weapon, I suppose. Better than nothing. Alice shrugged while holding the handle holder awkwardly. It was the type with a single long main body that split into 3 cups that would hold a candle each. Giving it a swing, she figured that it'll probably work as a makeshift hammer for now. Just as she finished adjusting to her new weapon, Alice picked up on the faint sound of footsteps approaching her room. Quickly jumping back into her bed, Alice hid the candle holder within the sheets before faking a sleeping posture while keeping one eye slightly open. Clack! Hearing the door open, the smell of smoke immediately assaulted the room as Alice tried her best not to react. You know, if you're already awake, you should just sit properly. I could hear you from downstairs, that's why I came up. No point jumping back into bed. A woman's voice rang out as Alice slowly sat up while narrowing her eyes towards the visitor. Upon seeing the woman, her memories became clear as this was the same person that saved her before she passed out. Maybe place the candle holder back on the table too. I can still see the 3 candles you removed from it, you know? Allura sighed while sitting on the chair in front of the desk. She had made sure to finish her cigarette before entering this place, yet the smell of smoke still followed her in. Hearing this, Alice clicked her tongue before slowly pulling out the candle holder from beneath the sheets and placed it back on the table. There we go. Now how are you feeling? Any injuries still lingering? Allura asked while adopting a relaxed, lazy posture on the chair. None. Shaking her head, Alice had already checked for any injuries, but there were none. That means the blood did its job, and so did the doctors. Now, I'm not sure if you remember, but I'm the one who saved you yesterday. As I said yesterday, I'm sorry for being late. Had I not delayed what I planned to do, you would have been spared from performing that act. Allura apologized sincerely as her eyes were serious. Hearing this, Alice looked down at her hands. She knows that it's not the woman's fault for arriving late, but rather an unfortunate play of events and circumstances. The one at fault is the VIP for doing such a thing to Lilia. Lilia's condition was irreversible, but it's no excuse for wielding the blade that killed her. I hope you can forgive me for my tardiness and that the two of us can get to know one another properly. Honestly, I don't know how much Caden has told you, but I'm essentially your new guardian. Allura scratched her head awkwardly. She wasn't used to talking like this, but this was a serious topic, so she had to be serious about it. Caden? Who that? Alice tilted her head in confusion. He didn't tell you his name? Teske, lazy be-starred, leaving everything to me like always. Allura broke character as she immediately rapid-fired curses towards Caden, surprising Alice, who thought she was the serious type from how she talked. Ahem. Caden is the one who dropped you in the middle of the abyss. He's also the one that gave your right eye. I'm sure you felt some of the power the eye brings from how you moved. Allura sighed. Widening her eyes, Alice understood that Caden was the Raven man who pulled her from the Xania family prison. Going by the flow of this conversation, Alice had an idea on who this woman was, but she wasn't 100% sure. Are you Allura? Alice asked hesitantly. Oh, so he doesn't forget to give you MYF King name, but forgets his own. Let me guess. He also didn't tell you Jack SHT about anything and threw you into the abyss, right? Allura rolled her eyes in annoyance. But yes, I am Allura. I'm your new guardian for the time being. Hearing the name Allura, Alice recalled who she was told to find. Allura, who was going to be her guiding light, the one that'll keep her safe. Having suffered through the coliseum, she finally found Allura. Now, I'm not sure how much you know, but that he lodged into your skull, but you need to know that it is very important. I can't say much right now since, honestly, the less you know the better it is for you. As you get stronger, you'll learn more about what having this eye entails. Right now, all you need to know that it is a direct connection to the abyss and it grants you enhanced kinetic vision based on your own abilities. Allura explained while Alice sat silently and nodded her head. She was no longer as wary as she was earlier after knowing Allura's identity. I made things slow. Is that the power? Alice asked curiously. Yes and no. You got a sigil, right? You're not supposed to be able to get them just like that, you know. Allura chuckled while pointing at Alice's forearm. Sigils can only be gained through two avenues, the most common being through shamans. They are special people who are born with an innate resonance with this realm. They can forge connections between the realm and a person by acting as a bridge. It is through this bridge that the Abyss grants a person something called a bounty. A bounty is when the Abyss grants you a choice of targets to kill, and in doing so successfully, you will gain one of its powers in the form of a sigil. Allura explained, showing her own sigil. Now, the issue with doing this through a shaman is that the choices are now limited since you're doing this through a third party, and the choices of bounty is limited to only 3. Once you pick a bounty, it is marked onto your soul. If you don't kill it, you can never change the bounty, nor can you advance. You are stuck. Wait. So if I didn't kill the spider, and someone else did after saying yes to bounty, I would be stuck? Alice asked with a frown. Yes and no. Yes in the fact that you missed your first kill, so you are stuck. No, because there will be another spider for you to kill in the Abyss. It'll be up to you to find them. While we're on this topic, I might as well explain what failing a bounty entails. Allura shrugged as she was trying her best to fight back the urge of smoking. If you fail a bounty, the difficulty of said bounty skyrockets. Meaning the next time you try fight the same creature, it'll get boons to fend against you. Each time you fail, the monster will keep growing stronger. There are 2 conditions of failure. The first is that you miss the final hit. If something else kills your target, then you've failed the hunt. The second condition is participation. If someone else does all the work for you, and then you get the final hit, it will not count as a success. Remember this, the Abyss has eyes of its own. Allura explained while pointing at her eyes. If I had to judge, I'd say during the spider fight it was a close 50-50th split between you and the ACACN. The fact that you got the sigil means you won just barely. Hearing this, Alice understood that she was lucky in having obtained this sigil. Otherwise it may take much longer before she obtained the first sigil due to the bounty having failed the first time. But setting that aside, we go to the second avenue, communing with the Abyss itself and asking for a bounty. There are certain spots within the realm where the Abyss's powers are extra concentrated. In these areas, your consciousness will be transported into a separate realm where you can directly obtain a bounty. It grants you a decent variety of beasts to choose from. The downside for this is that the power is not unlimited and it will be exhausted after several uses, and most noble families and large groups have a monopoly over these areas if they are ever discovered. Clapping her hands together, Allura then pointed at Alice. Then comes the third hidden option. She grinned. The eye. Alice furrowed her brows while holding her hand over her right eye. Bingo. Your right eye has a special connection with the Abyss. You are allowed to designate any beast as a hunting target while also being able to designate the target whenever you want. However, that's only if you have domination over the eye. Allura narrowed her eyes as Alice paused at this revelation. Wait. If her words are correct, then that means my eye could rebel if I don't have domination over it. Alice thought to herself in confusion. That eye has thoughts of its own. You will find out in due time since it's still adapting to your body. During this period, you'll be able to use some of its abilities as you wish, but the main one right now, choosing bounties, will be surrendered to it once it fully wakes up. So I suggest you take advantage of that as much as you can right now. Allura chuckled before leaning back. That's enough of Clace for now. I'll explain more that you don't know later, but we need to deal with some things here and now. First, you need a change of clothes, then I'll need to fully understand how well you fight. I only saw you fight twice, which isn't much to go off of. I want to see how you adapt, how you fight, and how you think during a fight. Once I see that, I can make an accurate plan on how to help you. Standing up, Allura leaned against the door before bringing out her cigarette and lighting it up with her finger. Taking a deep breath, she sighed on in relaxation as the smell of smoke drifted to the corridor. Aside from these, I don't know if there's any more things you need to do in this city. However, I could be wrong, so feel free to let me know if you have anything you need to do. What happened to woman who hurt Lilia? Alice asked with a frown. Since Allura saved her from the 4 sigil user, she should know what happened to them. Oh, Bella? Yes, she's still alive. Though I imagine she's going to be quite angry at you as you are with her. I decided not to finish her or her guard since it's your revenge to take. My only job was to make sure you survive that day and teach you how things go in the Abyss. I will say, however, now that you failed to kill them, the second attempt will be much harder. She'll be employing more guards around her, so moving to a different city for now will be your best bet. Allura shrugged. You sound like you know her. Who is she? Alice furrowed her brows since she wanted to know who she was up against. From the way that Allura was describing it, it seemed like she was more important than what Alice had expected, even with her being a VIP. Oh, I do know her. Well, more accurately, I know her husband, Theron Marius, one of the pillars of the slaughter docks and someone I had worked with quite a few times in the past. You can think of him as one of the lords of this ownerless city. Simply put, Bella is only in VIP because she is married to him. And Theron is not someone you want to annoy. Allura glossed over with a chuckle. Wait, if he is someone you worked with in the past, why help me over him? Alice asked, feeling confused by her choice. I tend to abide by my code of being neutral. I help out anyone and everyone if it benefits me to a certain extent while keeping the balance. I keep many connections open while not tethering myself to anyone. Just because I worked with him in the past doesn't mean we won't be enemies the next day. Anything else you want to ask? Allura smiled while gesturing with her hands in a dramatic fashion. None. Alice shook her head. If I want to kill Bella and take revenge for Lilia, I'll need to be strong enough to face off against Theron too. And if he's strong enough to be one of the supposed lords of this city, then he's going to be much stronger than a 4-sigil hunter placed as a guard. Alice thought to herself as her thirst for power only grew with this experience. Power allowed her to be free, power allowed her to protect, and power allowed her to take revenge. No matter what she did, she needed power. And Allura was going to be her path towards power within the abyss. Where are we going now? Alice asked, climbing out of the bed. We're going to get you dressed for the road ahead, then find my friend Jin for a set of ID for you. Allura grinned, finishing her cigarette and stepping out the door. Following behind Allura, Alice was unsure of where they are. It didn't seem like the coliseum from the way people was dressed and how well maintained the corridor was. With the way how Alice was trying her best to keep as close to Allura as she could without colliding into her was almost as though she was a lost kid. This was more evident while they stood next to each other. Alice was a little on the short side at 5 feet 2, but it was still rather average. Yet compared to Allura, who looked giant to her, it was no surprise that she seemed like a child in comparison. After all, Allura was a giant 6 feet 6. PFT, cute. Allura thought to herself, seeing Alice's eyes dart from left to right. Her curiosity knows no bounds as she practically left her thoughts through her eyes while her face was unreactive. Just one glance at the eyes told Allura everything she needed to know. After buying you from that place, I brought you to a healer to get checked out. And once I was sure you were okay, I rented a room for the night so you could have a good sleep. Allura explained while patting her head, taking Alice by surprise. She was too absorbed in her surroundings to react to the head pat, causing her to jerk up from the sudden touch. Why do both you and Caden like this action? Alice asked with a frown, unsure as to what this action achieved. We're just old beastards. Don't mind it. And I suppose it's just a way to express what we find adorable? You're like a small rabbit right now, scared and curious of your surroundings. Allura laughed as they reached the front desk. While Allura was returning the keys for the rooms, Alice couldn't help but notice the stares being directed her way. With her only wearing a dress, it was simple compared to what others were wearing, not to mention the fact that she had no shoes. We can just say your hair and eye are side effects if anyone asks. Allura smiled, knowing it was a result of the eye. Now come on, let's get you some clothes. Do you want me to carry you there? She offered, since walking around barefoot was going to be rather painful. They don't know if there was going to be anything sharp on the roads. No is okay. Don't need more eyes on me. Alice shook her head rapidly. With how many eyes were staring at her, it gave her a sense of discomfort. They were all observing and silently judging. It reminded her of a time where her father and her other family members would just stand there and stare at her during the experiment. Seeing this, Allura nodded her head and took off her jacket. With its size, Alice could easily hide her body within. Use this for now. Once we get you something to wear, you can be less conspicuous, okay? Receiving the jacket, Alice felt grateful as she nodded her head and followed behind closely. Walking onto the streets, she could feel the cold, smooth stone coated in water beneath her. The different textures of the world against her body, the gust of wind, the smells of sea beasts, sweaty sailors, and different smokes, while not pleasant, showed that she was outside in the world. She was not constrained or locked away. She walked with her own feet, made her own choices, and was allowed to do whatever she wanted. She had told herself the same words over and over when she was sent to the coliseums. But it was hard to truly believe those words when a collar was chained against her neck. But now she could truly believe in her own freedom. I never asked, but how are you feeling? Caden gave you the eye and sent you into the abyss without telling you much. And honestly, even without you knowing what you must do in the future, it's quite the big task. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to tell me, okay? Allura assured, giving Alice a path out if she couldn't continue. What happens if I stop? Would they take away my freedom? Send me back to the Xanias? Alice thought to herself with a frown. Nothing will happen. I'll help you get a new eye and things will stay as they are. I won't force you to do anything against your will. Everything you earned up to that point is yours and yours alone. I suppose you can do whatever you want. Allura shrugged. She wasn't one to force their mission on a girl they've just met. It was not how she did things. Hearing this, Alice nodded in understanding. She was glad that she was allowed a way out, but that's not what she was going to do. After all, the price of freedom was steep. As long as it's not something that violates what she believed was right, she didn't mind carrying out the task. She wasn't someone who'll just forget about her debts just because someone said it was okay to do so. I'll continue, but just to make sure, it's nothing evil, right? Alice asked, causing Allura to laugh. PFT, if it was evil, do you think I would tell you? But no, don't worry, it's nothing evil. I swear that upon my name, which I know doesn't sound like much, but trust me, you'll see in the future. Allura winked. Realizing how stupid of a question she had just asked, Alice gave herself a face palm internally. Following behind Allura, they soon arrived at an inconspicuous building located in an alleyway. There was a single main door and a window display that showed luxurious clothing for hunters and nobles alike. Walking through the main doorway, the sound of bells echoed out as a woman poked her head out from behind the store. She had dark tan skin, a pair of golden eyes, and long black hair that was tied into a high ponytail. The layout of the store was neat and tidy, with one half being reserved for male outfits while the other for females. Several tables in the middle of the store displayed outfits for the common citizen. Sarah, how's it going? Allura called out with a smile. Oh, for FCK's sake. Allura, I told you to not drag your smoke into my store, you are. Sarah rolled her eyes in annoyance as Allura still had her cigarette in her mouth. Walking over, she jumped up slightly and snatched the cigarette before extinguishing it on the floor outside her shop. You know I hate the smell of smoke inside. Sarah huffed, causing Allura to shrug. Sorry, I was excited to see my favorite tailor and I forgot about the cigarette. Stop with the tone. Makes my skin crawl hearing it from you of all people. So what do you want? You never visit me unless it's something you need. So do I have to deal with my old crew again? Rogue pirates or something else entirely? Sarah asked, sitting down on the table and leaned back slightly. Nothing to do with pirates. You might not believe it, but I'm actually here to hire your talent as a tailor. I recently picked up this kid, and she's going to be following me around for a bit. Can't have her walking around in her bare feet now, can I? Allura smiled, gesturing to Alice beside her. I'm not a kid. I'm point 20, I think. Alice frowned, trying to recall if she was 20 or 21. She barely remembered her birthday when her family was being nice to her. Never mind the period where she was locked up. The only way she could tell her pacing of age was based on how many winters paced by. Trust me, kid, it doesn't matter if you're 20 or 50, you're still a kid compared to me. Allura chuckled while patting Alice's head. So what do you think? Allura asked, turning her attention to Sarah, who was watching silently. What do I think? I think I can adjust a product of mine to suit her. A client had canceled their order due to the unfortunate circumstance of death. They already made a payment for the materials, so all you have to pay for is the effort it takes me, which is around 15 platina. Sarah smirked. Perfect. I have 15 on hand right now. Sorting out some coins into a separate bag, Allura tossed it over to Sarah before taking a seat in the shop. Thank you for your patronage. Now then, what's your name, young lady? Alice. Follow me to the back. I'll need to take some measurements quickly, and you'll be able to wait out here with Allura. Sarah smiled as she gestured to the back of the shop. Giving Allura a quick glance, Alice followed Sarah to the back while Allura only closed her eyes and tilted her head back to relax herself. Now that she has taken Alice under her wing, there will be a period of calm before things start getting out of control. She could only hope that others won't take long to realize the eye has been paced down. How much time did she have to teach Alice everything she needs to know? How much time did she had to prepare Alice? To help her hunt for sigils? She didn't know. Let's just hope Sun, Moon, and Eclipse are too preoccupied with one another to notice. She muttered softly while thinking back to an forgotten era. Sun? Moon? Eclipse? Alice's voice rang out, surprising Allura out of her rest. Holy SHT, she's done already. Allura blinked her eyes in surprise. She knew that Sarah was good, but she didn't think she was that good. Eminem. She said the client who bought was similar to my sizes. Only small adjustments needed. Can be done quickly. Alice nodded her head. Ah, I see. Lucky break then. Allura nodded her head. So who are Sun, Moon, and Eclipse? You made them sound like people. Alice asked curiously. Oh boy. Take a seat. Allura sighed while patting the spot next to her. They're not people per se. They are the three main religions that dominate the abyss. Church of the Sun, Church of the Moon, and the Cult of Eclipse. Allura held up 3 fingers. Church of the Sun believe in 2 doctrines: the path of preservation and the path of protection. Believers of preservation believe that so long as humanity lives on in the end, it does not matter what form they take, nor does it matter about who lives in the end. All that matters is that the concept and humanity as a whole survives through the ages. They are the kind that say the results justify the means. Now the path of protection is a little better, but they hate change more than anyone. They protect the current order of things and refuse change unless it benefits them and only them. While their titles may be fancy, honestly I hate how they operate. Allura shrugged, not hiding her disapproval of their ways. The second is the Church of the Moon. Like the Sun, their followers believe in 2 main doctrines: path of immortality and path of spirituality. They are pacifists, or so they like to advertise. They welcome all on their path to claim immortality of body and spirit, so long as they surrender themselves to the grace of the Moon God. The path of immortality believe in longevity through an immortal body that cannot die, while spirituality believe in longevity through the immortal soul. Between the two, spirituality is definitely the worst since the mortal flesh hold no value to them. Allura shrugged. They especially love the use of abyss blood, even the ones with strong side effects. Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but wonder if her family has any connections towards this church. Sadly, they are also the ones responsible for most of the healing against the side effects of abyss blood, so it's the more popular religion out of the 3. The last one isn't called a church since their doctrine is hated by most of the people. They revel in the belief of war and famine. They're what the Sun and Moon call an evil religion, but some people don't think so. They believe in cementing the human history through war. They wish to die where they felt most alive, in the heat of battle, while famine wishes to tread the path between life and death through hunger. They say that only when a person endures famine do they truly appreciate the value of life, and thus they seek for all to endure the trial of famine. And with that, you now know the 3 main religions in this world of darkness. Feeling excited to join any of them? Allura asked with a laugh. Shaking her head, Alice didn't like the sound of the choices. Church of the Sun seemed to only care about their own grand design, while the Moon abandoned the mortal form. And there was no need to think about the Cult of Eclipse. Don't want to join any. All 3 sound terrible. Yeah, me neither. That's why I didn't join any of them. I'm pretty much a freelancer right now. Allura nodded her head, seeing that Alice had the same thoughts as her. Terrible as they may be, they are unfortunately necessary. All 3 have skeletons in their closet, but Allura is only telling you of the most extreme beliefs of the churches. For common folk, the Moon is probably the best choice since they pursue immortality and don't mind healing people. Sarah interrupted as she came out from the back of the store. Which one did you join? Alice asked curiously. Me? I didn't join any of them. Didn't suit me while I'm out at sea. Out there, the only thing you can trust is your own power and your allies. Ain't no church belief helping you out there. Sarah chuckled while pointing at the set of folded clothes in her hands. Here they are. They should be just your size, though I may be wrong. Give them a try in the changing rooms and see how they feel. Sarah smiled as Alice nodded her head. Taking the clothes, she entered the changing rooms while Sarah turned her attention to Allura. When did you become the teacher? Even when Jin's granddaughter asked you a bunch of questions, you pretty much gave her short answers. Rarely did you go in depth like this, Sarah asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, unlike Ria, Alice is more my responsibility. I'm basically her guardian, so I'm responsible on teaching her about this world and the abyss. I've only known her for a few hours, but honestly, she's curious and doesn't know much. I figured someone her age would know all of this by now, especially the religions, but she knows nothing. Allura replied as she had a serious expression on her face. Even thought she didn't show it during her conversation with Alice. She was concerned with how little Alice seemed to know about the world, especially things that was considered common sense. I don't know where she was before coming here, but she was probably sheltered from the outside world. That so? You've got a lot to teach her then, Sarah sighed with pity. Yep. Though we should have plenty of time for now. Our next destination is actually Zadash. Hearing this, Sarah was about to say something when Alice walked out of the changing room with her new outfit. There was an obvious light of excitement in her eyes as her body language told the two all they needed to know. She loved the new outfit. Well, would you look at that? Not bad, kid. Allura praised with a thumbs up. Any tight areas? I can make more adjustments if needed, Sarah asked. The outfit was a fancy set of hunter armor. She wore a simple white shirt, a brown vest with a button jacket over the top. Golden buttons held the sides together while a bag for blood vials was attached to the belt. The jacket extended past her waist and stopped around calf height. She wore a set of leather pants with a pair of long boots that reached up to her knees and was fastened with black laces and golden buckles. Draped over her shoulder was a medium-sized cloak attached by a single lock in the center. The material was soft to the touch and flexible yet strangely durable and didn't seem like it'll tear easily. Seems like you like the outfit. That's good to know. Take this as well. You wouldn't want your hair to be fluttering about in the middle of a fight. Allura's a special case since she literally sets herself on fire. Sarah chuckled as she handed Alice a hair tie. Thanking Sarah, Alice tied her hair into a low ponytail so that it didn't get in the way too much. Thank you for all of this. In future, how I repay? Alice asked. Even with Allura paying for this, it was still much better than what she had expected. She wanted to show Sarah some gratitude herself, and not just from Allura paying what was owed. Oh, don't worry about that. Just come back to the store in the future when you need a replacement. The outfit will last you, but you never know what kind of fights you'll get into. Sarah smiled. She's right, you know. She makes some of the best hunting equipment I know. If it wasn't for this darn location, more hunters would visit to buy her wares. That, and they're all stupidly expensive. Allura cut in as she patted Alice's head. It's expensive because the materials are good. Aren't you wearing what I made yourself? Sarah clicked her tongue in annoyance. True. The outfit wouldn't break easily, but that doesn't mean you won't get wounded from a direct hit. Just means you won't have as many open wounds and mostly bruises. Anyways, if that's everything, care to be out of my shop now? I was dealing with another order until you two came in. Sarah waved her hand as Allura shrugged. You heard her. Let's go. All that's left to do is to get your ID from Jin. Allura grinned while leading Alice out of the shop. See you around, Sarah. Waving back to Allura and Alice, Sarah had a smile on her face seeing the two walk away. Even though Allura was always acting cheerful, there was a darkness in her heart. But it seemed to be elevated just a little by Alice's presence. Sarah didn't know why, nor did she know Allura's plans for Alice, but she wasn't one to meddle in others' business. She was just glad that Allura looked more alive than before. Leaving the store, Allura brought out a cigarette and smiled in satisfaction. You really like that, don't you? Alice asked while waving her hands, trying to push away the smoke. Yep. Helps me out a tad. Allura chuckled. Now then, we're off to find Jin. He's an old friend of mine that handles all sorts of things that goes on in different cities. He's a retired hunter and used to be pretty high up in the ranks of the Hunters Guild. He eventually gave up and made a name for himself underground. Now he's just an old man that looks out for his granddaughter while also helping me out. Hearing this, Alice blinked her eyes in surprise since that's quite the lineup of achievements. While she wasn't sure what the Hunters Guild was, the fact that he's a retired hunter and someone supposedly made a name for himself underground spoke volumes of his capabilities. She still remembers what they said about hunters when she was a young girl. They all died young. But for an old man to be around after being a hunter, he was either lucky or had the strength to back it up. And speak of the devil, here he is. Allura smiled while pointing at a figure approaching them from the distance. Seeing the man in a large trench coat, swept back hair, and a pair of fierce eyes, Alice felt a shiver down her spine. Even though he wasn't radiating any sort of malice, just being in his presence caused her palms to sweat and itched for a weapon out of her fight or flight instincts. The scar over the bridge of his nose and his beard only amplified this feeling. Oi, Jin, might want to relax yourself a bit. You're scaring the poor girl. Allura called out as the invisible pressure relaxed itself. Sorry, a little on edge after meeting Theron. You should be surprised that I'm even here unscathed after what you told me to tell him. Jin sighed in annoyance while massaging his neck. I mean, he knows he shouldn't take you out since you're important to a lot of places after all. Doing so is just welcoming destruction to his doorstep. Allura reassured with a grin. So is this the girl? Here's the card. All you need now is her name, age, and a picture. I've already filled out the rest and had her registered as your extended family member. Glancing at Alice briefly, Jin focused back on Allura and handed her a card. All right, I'll get that done tonight then. Is the carriage prepared? We'll leave for the other city tonight. Allura asked while placing the card into her pocket. It's prepared. You can find it outside the city gates when you're done with the documents. My granddaughter will meet you on the way there, while I still have some things I need to sort out before I leave. I'll meet you in Zadash. Jin patted Allura's shoulder before walking away. Seems like he's quite busy if he's not sticking around. Well, whatever. Want to get some food while I fill in your ID? Allura asked as Alice nodded her head. Now then, name is naturally Alice. You got a surname? Allura asked as Alice shook her head. She no longer wanted to be associated with the Xania family. In that case, I'll give you my surname. Agnelia. From now, you'll be called Alice Agnelia. Allura smiled as she patted Alice on the head. Age. You mentioned 20, so I'll put that as your age. Birthday. Do you know your birthday? If not, how did you track it? Don't know. Tracked using winter. Alice shook her head. Don't know, huh? All right, I'll make your birthday in the middle of winter then. Every winter we'll celebrate your birthday, though winter doesn't really come to the abyss. Allura chuckled. All that's left is for you to take a picture. Follow me. The process for taking the picture was rather simple as it was done quickly. Once they were done with picture, they made their way to a restaurant. After ordering a few dishes, Allura turned to Alice. So let's continue with the lessons. How much do you know about the abyss? It can be anything, just give me a rundown of what you know. Allura asked, wanting to see the depths of Alice's knowledge. With everything she's demonstrated so far, it was clear that she was ignorant when it came to the outside world. Therefore, Allura wanted to see what she was working with before planning out her lessons. I know a lot about abyss blood, their side effects, and some abyss beasts. Oh, and what you taught me about sigils, Alice muttered while counting with her fingers. Only that much? All right. I'll give a quick lesson for now, then tell you a little more about your sigil. First, there are 4 key things you need to know about the abyss. First, the abyss itself. Second, the beasts. Third, the blood, and lastly, the sigils. These 4 are the cornerstones of life in the abyss. The cycle of the abyss is as such. You kill beasts, you get their blood. You use that blood to help you with bounty hunts. You get sigils and repeat. This is the cycle that every hunter abides by. With this in mind, every hunter makes it a habit to memorize as much of the abyss bestiary as possible. That way, when you're out in the field, you know what you're up against. Naturally, it's not the be-all end-all since new beasts are being found every so often, but it certainly helps. Allura smiled. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy on hand, so we'll have to buy one later. But with this in mind, we'll use what we know so far to determine the abilities of your first sigil. After all, I don't think you quite understand what you killed for the sigil since it wasn't a twilight hunter that you killed. Hearing this, Alice paused in surprise. While the armor was indeed different from what she remembered, everything else was the same. She chalked it up to being a unique variant, nothing more. I thought it was just a unique twilight hunter, is it not? Alice asked as she glanced at her forearm. Well, it was. until it shed its skin and ascended to the next stage. It had advanced from being a special twilight hunter to a spectral hunter. The difference between these two is that the longer it fights, the stronger it becomes, so long as it doesn't sustain any damage. Give it enough time to stalk a prey, and it has the power to kill a 5-sigil user in just one hit. From the strength you demonstrated, I'd say you got the same sigil ability. Allura smiled while tapping the table. Your passive ability seems to be one that controls the enemy, while your active ability is something that boosts your own strength. Honestly, I can't tell if your sigil is anti-hunter or anti-monster. Shrugging her shoulders, Allura leaned back on her seat. Anti-hunter? Anti-monster? Yep. Sigils are separated into 3 types of focus, broadly speaking. There are the anti-hunter sigils, powers you use to kill other hunters. So powers that enhance your one-on-one combat ability is anti-hunter. Anti-monster abilities focus on killing beasts. So things like making the beast weaker or making yourself tougher to contest against them. Good examples will be that Lars brat you saw on the first day and the Asian who died. Allura explained while holding up 2 fingers. Lars would be classed as an anti-monster user since his sigils focus on making him fight against abyss beasts in a head-on collision, while the Asian would be anti-hunter since all of his skills are good against humans but less effective against abyss beasts. With that in mind, can you see why your sigil is a little weird? Since it's a mix of both. There is a 3rd type of focus, but you don't need to worry about that for now. Nodding her head, Alice digested all of this information as she wondered about her own sigil. Allura's words make sense. My active ability enhances my physical abilities, but also makes my wounds worse. If I don't wound myself, or let others wound me, my physical abilities will only keep increasing until my body can't take it anymore. Or so I assume. But once I sustain a wound, I'll have to rely on the passive ability of disorientating my enemies to escape. It sounds like an anti-hunter ability with properties of anti-monster due to its passive effect. Seeing Alice thinking to herself with a serious expression, Allura couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She was glad to see Alice working through the questions with the information she'd been given and figuring out the answers herself. To her, Alice's first sigil was strictly an anti-hunter sigil since the passive ability was weak against beasts. While she could augment this effect later with sigils, the core of the sigil was still building up towards the one-hit kill. Either way, Allura could see Alice having an affinity towards being a hunter with the way she thinks and considers the information she's been given. After finishing their food, it was time for them to prepare for departure as Allura handled the documentation. While Alice was waiting for Allura to finish everything, she was experimenting with what she had learned about her sigil. If Allura was correct with her sigil, she should be able to build up some strength by just keeping her sigil activated. As long as she doesn't have any wounds, it'll continue to build power until her body couldn't take it. With this new knowledge, Alice understood that she'd have to change her way of fighting. After their meal, Allura had told her a little more regarding sigils. The first news was that they were permanent. Unfortunately, there was no way for you to change a sigil after acquiring one since a sigil fundamentally changed a person's body. For Allura, her first 3 sigils were all flame-based, a choice she made when she was naive and regretted her choice, but she learned to live with her decisions. Alice wanted to ask about her other sigils, but Allura only dismissed the question, saying she'll show her when the time comes. The second piece of news that Allura gave Alice was the usage limit of a sigil. Each sigil had a different usage limit, with a good example being Alice's first sigil. It could be used constantly so long as you didn't sustain a wound. But once she did, she was on a timer before she paced out from blood loss. In Allura's words, there are no sigil without an internal cooldown or downtime. It's her job to find the weakness and exploit it when she fights other sigil users. But this was easier said than done. Alice tried to figure out the drawbacks of Lars and the Asian, but she couldn't find anything. Their abilities seemed well-rounded and didn't have a cooldown that could be exploited. Yet Allura reassured her that there was a rather large glaring weakness to both of their powers. Shaking her head, Alice focused her mind back on her own sigil as she was trying to gather as much power as she could internally. She could feel the blood rushing through her body as power started to gather. Based on her own estimates, Alice theorized that she could go almost twice as fast as what she had demonstrated before. only if she was given enough time to focus her mind on gathering the power needed. If she was distracted, it was harder to build up sufficient power without taxing her body greatly. I need to distribute the strength evenly, or else I risk compromising one of my limbs. But that's only when I want to draw as much power as possible. If I space it out, I can take people by surprise. Alice thought to herself, remembering Lilia's lesson regarding weak points. How much effectiveness do I lose if I start storing my own blood in a vial? Maybe I can draw out some blood for battle. Alice thought to herself while touching the pouch on her waist. With the way the pouch was designed and how it would hold the vials inside, even if she was to fall directly on the pouch, the vials would be safe. But if the pouch takes a direct hit, the vials won't be safe. A quick exploration of her outfit showed her own many secret pockets were scattered about, enough for her to hide daggers or other small hidden weapons. I need to earn money if I want to buy the things I need. But how do I earn money? The only thing I can do right now is fight. Alice thought with a frown. You look upset. Something wrong? Allura's voice interrupted Alice's thoughts as she had just finished handling the documents. Thinking about earning money. Too poor to buy anything, Alice sighed. That's what you're worried about? Well, earning money is both easy and hard, I suppose. Depends on what path you want to take for it. But don't worry about money for now. I'll get you some basic equipment. Here's your card. Keep that on you at all times and don't lose it. Allura smiled, handing Alice the finished ID card. It'll let you travel city to city without a bunch of paperwork. Once we reach Zadash, we'll need to make you a Hunter Guild ID so you can take commissions. Allura sighed while lighting up a cigarette. Another ID? Alice raised an eyebrow since she thought one would be enough. Of course. Did you think one ID was the be-all and all? Heck no. This ID proves you're a person and can travel to places, while Hunter Guild ID lets you use their services. Every place needs a different ID. It's annoying, but unfortunately, a single ID for everything doesn't exist. You can't get something that convenient with a snap of a finger. Allura shrugged dismissively. Setting that aside, come with me. We're going to the carriage now. It'll be roughly a 4-day journey to Zadash. I'll tell you a little about it on the way, and we'll also be picking up Jin's granddaughter on the 2nd day. She's pretty fun. I think you two should get along pretty well since both of you will be under my care for a bit. For her, it's more training purposes. What's her name? Alice asked curiously, since it sounds like she'll be spending a lot of time together with this person. Her name's Ria. It's better for you two to get to know each other without learning about her from me. Plus, it's easier for you to see how she's like. Allura smiled. Nodding her head, Alice followed behind Allura as the two of them approached the city gates. Unlike the fishing docks that was near the sea, the gate was not overwhelmed by the smell of dead abyss beasts. Several large stables could be seen next to the gate, as there were different queues for people entering or leaving the city. Walking over to the largest stable, Allura talked to the stable master and brought out a large wooden carriage with 2 horse-like abyss beasts attached at the front. Their fur was a deep purple with a bright red mane and ruby eyes. A black skeletal armor covered parts of their body as they glared at Allura for a moment before becoming docile. Jump on the back. The driver will be here momentarily, Allura said as she glanced back at Alice. Nodding her head, Alice climbed onto the back. She wanted to sit where they usually kept the luggage since they weren't carrying anything. Sitting here allowed her to observe the world fully. Seeing this, Allura only shrugged and let Alice do whatever she wanted. Sitting silently, Alice glanced towards the city. A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind, but in the end, she could only think about Lilia. When she arrived in this place, she was alone and didn't know where to go. She was only told to find a woman called Allura and nothing else. Captured once more, she was to survive in the coliseum. Then Lilia appeared and gave her the helping hand she needed. Lilia taught her how things worked, looked out for her, and protected her when possible. If it wasn't for Lilia, Alice didn't know if she could have made it out in one piece. Yet it was also these hands of hers that took Lilia's life. This second chance you gave me at the cost of your own life. I won't squander it. I promise you, Lilia. Alice vowed to herself. Lilia gave herself up at the last moment so that she could live. Narrowing her eyes, Alice engraved the image of this city into her mind. She was going to come back one day to get revenge against Lilia's killer. Everyone that was involved in her death had to die. The bodyguard and the VIP. Look at you brooding all by yourself. Thinking about vengeance? Have you made your final farewells to this city? We won't be coming back for a while since I'll be taking you around the abyss to train. Allura's voice interrupted her thoughts as Alice looked back in surprise since she didn't think Allura could tell what she was thinking. Oh, don't look at me that way. You're practically radiating malice. Your face is stone cold, but your eyes and aura give away what you think way too easily. Honestly, if you learn how to hide all of your emotions and expression in your eyes, it'll become a formidable weapon for you. Allura shrugged. How do I do that? Dunno. Do I look like the emotionless type? Either way, it's something you'll figure out yourself. Anyways, make sure you don't fall off. We're setting off now. Allura grinned as Alice nodded her head. Making herself comfortable, she could feel the carriage moving as the sound of hoovers clacking against the cobbled ground rang out. So the city we're going to is called Zadash. It's also known as the City of Young Hunters since there's a rather big training facility. You can visit it if you want, but we'll mostly be going for practical experience. It's better to learn firsthand after all. Allura explained. Okay, I learn faster by doing anyways. Alice agreed with a serious expression. Hearing this, Allura grinned deviously as Alice didn't know what she had just signed herself up for. And so, the duo started their journey towards the City of Young Hunters, Zadash. Tall, elongated feminine figures with spectral veils covering their body. A crown of silver that draped shadow over their faces. Strange bone-like spikes jutted out from the bottom of their skirt, while two freakishly long fingers held a lantern delicately. These were called spectral maidens, and they wandered silent forests. Anyone who was caught by these women had their essence drained from their body and sealed within the lantern. The brighter the glow, the stronger the maiden. Usually, one would find a singular maiden wandering a single forest. Yet Alice was surrounded by more than 15 of these creatures of darkness. Sitting on a tree branch while trying her best to keep herself silent, Alice gritted her teeth, thinking back to what Allura had said on the carriage. A good lesson to learn as a hunter is stealth. With stealth, you are able to approach your prey and study it without being discovered. Stealth is especially important for you since your first sigil relies on a one-hit kill with overwhelming force, or it becomes disadvantageous for you. Allura grinned as she gestured for the driver to stop next to a seemingly normal forest. Therefore, I want you to take a lap around the forest. There are a few abyss beasts, but nothing too serious. As long as you learn how to hide yourself, you'll get through easily, she reassured with a grin. How should I take the lap? Are there checkpoints? Alice asked curiously while glancing towards the forest. It was a strange forest as the trees themselves seemed to be alive with the way they were swaying, yet there was no signs of life. Their branches were oddly flexible, while the rustling of their leaves served as ambience. As you enter the forest, there is a special area deep within where the leaves turn to a vibrant shade of purple. Just pluck a few of the leaves and bring them back. I don't have a map, so just air. Keep walking forward until you find it. Hearing this advice, Alice suppressed the urge to retort about how little she was telling her. But a task is a task, and if this helps her get stronger, Alice didn't see any reason not to do it. Just normal beasts, yeah? Alice asked as Allura nodded her head, yet she only felt more suspicious with Allura's smile. Ignoring her instincts, Alice jumped off the carriage and made her way into the forest. Since Allura wanted her to work on her stealth, Alice assumed Allura was wanting her to be both fast and undetected. Narrowing her eyes, she jumped up onto the branches and started to make her way through the forest using the branches. What is she? A monkey? Allura blinked her eyes while pulling out a cigarette. Whatever. She'll need to hide in the branches if she wants to dodge the spectral maidens. If she alerts one, the others will find out and rush to her position unless she kills it in one go. Allura smirked while giving her body a stretch. She knew that there was a slight abnormality within these forests, as maidens don't usually gather like this. But it was a good chance for training. She wasn't irresponsible to the point where she won't even observe the situation after saying she'll look after Alice. It was the minimum she should do to keep Alice safe. And if it truly came down to it, she'll intervene, but only at the last possible moment. The threat of death kept a hunter on their toes after all. Normal beasts, my ace. These are F-King spectral maidens. Even someone like me knows about them. Alice gritted her teeth since these are the last things you want to run into when you're alone. They were often the target for scary bedtime stories told towards children who wish to stay up late. A story about an old woman who lost her children to the dark. Wandering out into the forest, she carries a single lantern and her cries forever echoing out, searching for her child. The misfortunate children that enter their sights will never see their family again, as their souls join the others within the lantern. The lantern containing the misfortunate souls whom the maiden mistook as her child. While most of the tale was largely exaggerated and changed to scare the children, it did not change the fact that they did indeed kill on sight. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, Alice peeked over the tree trunk and made a mental note on how many maidens were wandering around her area. I still haven't found the purple leaves yet. There are 2 maidens to my left, 3 on my right, and 1 that's standing in the middle. There are others, but they wander to other places before coming back. How many are there? Alice thought to herself as she prepared to jump to another branch. She didn't know why they were patrolling around this area. Were they looking for something? Or was there so many maidens that they were simply relocated to this area? Either way, Alice didn't want to stay around and find out. All she wanted to get was the purple leaf, then she can leave without looking back. Jumping over the gap, Alice landed roughly on the branch and quickly hit herself on the branch above. Just as she hit herself, 2 maidens swarmed her landing spot. Their hollowed voices sent shivers down Alice's spine as the eerie glow of their lanterns reflected the faces of dead hunters that they captured. Finding nothing, the 2 eventually returned back to their original position as the sound of whispering faded away, allowing Alice a moment to properly recover her breath. Calming her nerves, Alice looked for the next landing spot. If what Allura said was correct, she had to keep going forward in order to find the special area. While she hasn't exactly made a beeline towards the spot due to the presence of these maidens, Alice estimated that she should be on the right track. How long is left? URG. Next time I'll ask her to tell me everything about the training before I actually do it. I almost got caught earlier because I wasn't prepared for maidens to appear in this forest. Alice sighed inwardly as she repeated the process until the presence of the spectral maidens could no longer be sensed or seen. Once she was in the clear, Alice took the biggest sigh of relief she had done in a while. With the maidens now out of the way, she should have a relatively easy path forward. Unlike the earlier area that was swarming with maidens, this area was strangely silent. It was the kind of silent that screamed something was off. There was wind, yet the leaves made no sound. Stepping on one of the branches, Alice snapped it in half, yet she could hear nothing. Furrowing her brows, a bad feeling surfaced in her heart as she wanted to turn around and run away from this area. But it was already too late. A strange melody fluctuated through the air as Alice could feel her body's control being wrestled away from her. Little by little, her legs moved against her will and she stumbled further north. Despite her trying her best to control her body, her mind was losing its grip as well. This melody, this comfort that it brings. The allure was something irresistible. Walking past some foliage, Alice could see that she arrived at a clearing with a single lake surrounded by tall trees. Within the lake, a single blonde woman stood while singing her beautiful melody. As her voice rang out, Alice saw that she wasn't the only one trapped by her song. Several others, including maidens, were enraptured by her singing as they slowly approached the river, only to be snapped up by something unseen. Understanding that things would be dangerous if she entered the water, Alice tried her best to fight against this choir of allure and temptation. Thankfully, she felt the grips of this song loosening as she jumped back and stumbled against the wet mud. Collapsing on the floor, she glanced back and saw the figure slowly turning towards her location. I know Allura said I should be stealthy, but I need to stop this song. Gritting her teeth, Alice activated her first sigil as she grabbed a nearby pebble and threw it as hard as she could at the woman's head to stop the singing. Surprisingly, she didn't even attempt to dodge as the rock collided against her head, causing it to fall limp. While she had succeeded in silencing the song, the eerie feeling did not fade away. Little by little, the hair of the woman started to unfurl, and so did the rest of her body. Turning inside out, the grotesque form revealed itself while basking in the center of the lake. with black tentacles crawling out from within. Sharp teeth lined the edges of her flesh like a zipper while numerous hands clawed the water around it. A single opening on the chest resumed the song she had been singing, but the effects had already started to fade for Alice. All that it achieved was decreasing her physical powers. Thankfully, her first sigil combated this effect. Seeing that Alice was no longer affected by her song, the creature seemed to shake on the spot as the water around it started to boil. Understanding that this was her cue to run, Alice did not dawdle and immediately turned around. Seeing this sudden action, the creature raised one of her many hands and let out an ear-piercing screech that snapped the enraptured beasts out of their stupor. Locking their eyes onto Alice's position, they crouched down before charging towards her with feral instinct. OSH! Before she could finish her curse, she had to roll across the floor to dodge a bone javelin that one of the beasts threw towards her. Getting back on her feet, Alice jumped up and grabbed a branch before flipping herself upright. She needed to figure out how to lose them and fast. Thankfully, the strange creature in the lake seemed to be stuck there as she only had to worry about the myriad of beasts chasing behind her. Refusing to stay in one position for too long, Alice jumped towards what she perceived as a branch only for the outer bark to peel away, revealing the body of a great serpent beast that glared at her. Widening her eyes, Alice wished she had a weapon on hand right now, as the best she could do was to fall down in order to dodge the snake. With maidens, beasts, and a myriad of other monstrosities behind her and a large serpent in front, there was little Alice could do, since going to her left would only bring her back to the lake where the strange singer was. Ducking down, Alice scanned her surroundings and planned a route of escape. With the plan in mind, all that's left was to execute it with deadly precision and hope that she was physically capable of pulling off the feats she had in mind. Running towards the serpent, she crouched down and grabbed a handful of mud before throwing it at its eyes. With the serpent distracted by the mud, she kneeled down and slid under its tail, using it as a barrier against the others for now. But it wasn't over yet, since it was just a minor distraction. Ensuring that her first sigil remains activated, Alice could feel a steady buildup of power through her body as she catapulted herself through the treetops. Jumping above the forest, she twisted her body and scanned her surroundings. She wanted to see if she could spot the special zone within the forest that Allura spoke about. If possible, finishing her mission while also leaving would be optimal. Yet she couldn't find a spot of difference at all. Every single tree looked the same and reached as far as the eye could see. Gritting her teeth, Alice could only keep venturing north. Using the branches to decrease her fall speed, she glanced back to see where the beasts were. However, an open jaw welcomed her view as she quickly grabbed the serpent by the top of the jaw while jamming her foot on its lower jaw, preventing it from closing. "Darn snake!" Alice shouted out in frustration. With her unable to keep her footing, she was swept away by the serpent's momentum. Thankfully, it was taking her north, so she was saving some time. Bang! Crashing through the trunk of a tree, Alice glared at the snake in anger as she strengthened her grip against the jaw. It was only right for her to hit it back if it injured her. ARGH! Letting out a cry while releasing the dormant strength hidden within her body, she dislocated the snake's jaw as the sudden jolt of pain caused the beast to rear its head back in shock. Tossed into the air, Alice narrowed her eyes at the beast and adjusted her posture to increase her fall speed. Grabbing the snake's eyelid, she pulled it as hard as she could while slowing her descent. Forcing the snake out of commission to recover itself, Alice continued to run as the howls of the beasts filled the forest. Vaulting over a dirt mound, her foot accidentally got caught by some wood, causing her to fall head first as she raised her arm to protect her head. Crashing against the first, Alice felt the wind being knocked out of her lungs as she forced herself back on her feet. Seeing that the snake was staying behind, she sighed out in relief. Unfortunately for her, this relief was short-lived as she noticed why it was staying behind. The cold breath followed by a low whisper. Not daring to turn around, Alice could tell that a maiden was behind her. Everything has a weakness, she thought to herself, remembering Lilia's lesson for her. There were two options that she could think of right now. The second being a product of choice, one if what she expects doesn't occur. Looking down at the floor, she narrowed her eyes towards the part where the light was brightest. Now, Twisting her body, she grabbed the lantern of the maiden, taking it by surprise. Putting four in her hands, she yanked it away before throwing the lantern towards the crowd of beasts. Hiss! Letting out a panicked cry, the maiden rushed towards her lantern as Alice took this chance to run. She needed to quickly get out of sight, or else this chase will never end. Alice was mapping her route while traveling, so she could go back whenever she wanted, but things were looking dire. With each second of this chase, she was getting further and further from her objective. Thinking about it for a moment, Alice decided to give it one more try. She'll try get to the special zone one more time before turning back. It was a shame to fail the task, but the important part was to keep her life. Taking a sharp right, Alice wanted to run around the lake before traveling further inland. She didn't see the strange purple leaves that Allura was talking about when she jumped up, so she assumed they were further north than she had expected. Thankfully, it seemed like throwing the lantern back was the right move since the beasts were preoccupied with one another and didn't chase after her. After running through the forest for a while, the sound of beasts faded away, and she was clear of danger for now. The lake was long behind her as she took this chance to recover some stamina. Sitting on a branch, Alice took a break while making sure she wasn't injured. The pump of adrenaline during the chase could have made her ignore injuries, but thankfully, there were no cuts and only bruises at worst. Once she rested up for a while, she climbed to the top and scouted around, but it was the same as before. No sign of the special purple leaves. Scratching her hair in annoyance, she jumped down and made a mini-map on the floor using a stick. I think I should travel for a little longer than turn back. Any further, and it might get annoying to get out of the forest, Alice thought to herself while destroying the makeshift map she drew. Crouching down, she started to dash towards north once more. But no matter how far she ran, the special zone never appeared. Standing still, Alice scratched her head in annoyance as she sighed and prepared to leave. Turning around, she paused as dread filled her head. Besides the tree, there was a pile of freshly dug up dirt that covered up some markings on the ground. Furrowing her brows, Alice hesitantly brushed the dirt aside and saw the leftover markings of her map. Most of it was destroyed, but she could tell it was the same one that she drew. SHT. Where the heck am I? Cursing in her mind, she immediately started to run back the way she came from, but the scenery kept repeating itself. She could constantly come back to the pile of dirt that she had left behind. With no other choice, Alice sat down and frowned. She tried to dig through her knowledge of abyss beasts, but she couldn't think of anything that matches what was happening to her right now. Grabbing a pebble, she threw it as hard as she could, expecting the pebble to come back and hit her. Yet that never happened. Wait. Narrowing her eyes, Alice made some more markings before trying to walk out once more. Just like before, she returned to her start position. This time, she grabbed pebble she used as a marking before throwing it out once more. It hasn't returned. Furrowing her brows, Alice tried to escape once more and yet again, returned to the same spot. Only this time the pebble was gone from the floor. Sitting down, Alice started to scratch her neck as her brain started to think about the possibilities. The most likely answer was that this is merely an ability of a beast that messes with her senses. Otherwise, the rocks she threw would have come back by now. Taking a deep breath, Alice narrowed her eyes. There was a plan she had in mind, but she wasn't sure if it'll work. But it was the only thing she could think of right now. Rolling up her sleeve, she bit down on her forearm until she started to bleed. Making sure the wound was big enough, she started to sprinkle her blood everywhere around her. If it was indeed a beast, her blood should have some effect on it, allowing her to break out of this strange illusion. Granted, the choice of wounding herself was rather extreme, but it was the only way she could think of getting out of this situation. Through her trials, she estimated that the ability of the beast was the same as her own blood, one that messed with the senses. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how the pebbles she threw never came back. Since it was an ability that messed with the senses, she'll use the same strategy to defeat it. Walking around the area where she's been imprisoned, she made sure to sprinkle a little of her blood in every corner, spacing them out evenly so the fumes could reach as far as possible. The only issue with this strategy was how much blood she could afford to lose before she started to get dizzy and had to stop. It was also a way for her to prepare for future battles. If she could mentally calculate how much blood she is allowed to lose, she could make plans around that value. As she was walking around, she started to notice some changes in her scenery. Previous markings not matching up properly, bushes where they shouldn't be, and so on. Her blood was having an effect, and the beast was clearly struggling to maintain the illusion. Judging by how it's trying its best to keep the illusion, maybe it's a beast that hunts through making its prey waste their energy trying to get out. Otherwise, it should have tried to kill me already. Alice thought to herself with a frown. Despite being in this situation, she was in relatively low danger since it hadn't made a move to attack her in this illusion. It was unlike how her sigil worked, where she could still attack them if they fall victim to the poison effects. Perhaps it's a weaker version of the Twilight Hunter. Shaking her head, she continued to spread blood through the area. Sweat started to accumulate on her skin as she felt the tips of her limbs turning cold. She knew that she was approaching the limit of how much blood she could afford to lose. But she couldn't stop now, not when she was this close to breaking out of the illusion. Clutching her head, Alice ignored her headache while continuing to spread blood. Trying her best to regulate her breaths, she watched as her vision started to flicker. The trees warped while the ground seemed to spin. Alice didn't know if this was the result of blood loss or the beast losing its ability to maintain the illusion, but whatever it was, she had to stop her own bleeding soon. She didn't have any bandages on hand, so the best she could do was to cover the wound with her jacket to reduce the blood loss. Stumbling over her own feet, Alice kneeled down as sweat dripped against the grace. She could barely muster the energy to walk anymore as her nausea was getting worse. Biting her lip, she wanted to continue when a strange leaf appeared in front of her. It was iridescent purple in color and basked the grace in a purple glow. Widening her eyes, she raised her head and saw the source of the leaf. Surrounding her were tall willow trees with purple leaves that pulsed with life. A large waterfall could be seen across the small lake that reflected the purple glow, while small flowers could be seen across the ground. Looking up, she could no longer see the sky, as a blanket of green leaves could be seen hiding this view from above, while the underside reflected the pink and purple lights, making this area seem as though it belonged to the fairies. Around her, Alice could see her blood being sprinkled in a circle and understood that she had been walking in the same spot. Not only that, she could also see strange trees with a skull-like head made from bark. Purple leaves coated their body as they were struggling to stand up properly. Understanding that it was these creatures that had trapped her in the illusion, Alice forced herself to stand up as she had to deal with them before they recovered from her sigil's ability. Gritting her teeth, she took off her cloak and tied it over her wound, stopping the blood loss momentarily. Looking around for a weapon, she picked up a spare rock and jumped towards the closest tree. There were about 4 of these creatures surrounding her, so she had to make it fast. Bashing the rock against its skull, Alice grabbed the loose bark and tore it off without any mercy. Despite being created from wood, it was somehow able to scream, yet Alice ignored that. There are still 3 others I need to kill once I deal with this one, she thought with a frown, since her own energy was dropping rapidly due to her blood loss. Raising her hand, she repeatedly smashed the rock against the tree that was unable to retaliate. Bark, leaves, and sap flew everywhere with each hit, some even getting on Alice's body, staining her skin with a deep yellow. Once the head was completely crushed, Alice forced herself to stand up and make sure the tree was dead before turning her attention to the other creatures. 2 seemed to be on the verge of recovering since the potency of her blood was low. The only reason it was able to affect them was due to how much blood she had spilled. Clearing all thoughts in her mind, she only needed to kill these 3 and take their leaves as proof. As soon as she completes this, she'll be allowed to leave and properly rest. Rushing towards the creature that seemed closest to breaking out of her ability, she activated her sigil momentarily to gain a boost of strength so that she could finish off the beast quickly. Jerk! Plunging her fist through the torso of the beast, she gritted her teeth and plunged her other hand into the chest as well. Ignoring the pain in her hand, she let out a cry as she tore the tree in half. Shaking her head to dismiss the headaches, she glared at the 3rd tree. It seemed to have broken out of the effects as Alice's surroundings started to shift. Not good. Activating her eye to slow time down, She kept her sigil activated while rushing towards the tree before she could lose sight of it. Jumping up, she slammed her knee into its face and forced it against the ground. Stopping the illusion from being re-established, Alice jammed her foot against its throat before twisting her ankle, crushing the throat and separating the head from the body. Taking several deep breaths, Alice turned off her sigil before she caused herself to die from blood loss. Glaring at the last beast, she could see that it had already broken out of the illusion and was now staring at her with fear. Alice could feel its panic, the urge to turn around and run away. With her being in no shape to kill it quickly without reactivating her sigil, Alice didn't want to push herself more than needed. "Do you want to join them?" "I can make that happen," Alice threatened as she grabbed the head of the creature and crushed it with her hands. Understanding that Alice was giving it a chance to run away, the beast immediately turned around and scurried off. Sighing in relief, Alice leaned down and picked up a handful of purple leaves before stuffing them into her pocket. Now, how to get out of here? Alice thought to herself as she didn't know when she was trapped by the creature's illusions. Wanting to walk away, Alice could feel the energy draining from her limbs and understood that she was in no condition to make her way out of the forest. Gritting her teeth, looked for a tree to rest her body for now. Just as she was about to climb up, a harrowing cry reverberated through the zone as turned her head towards the source. She could see a distant shadow approaching closer from the forest as the trees were being pushed aside. Bang! Breaking through the wall of trees, a large creature 10 times as tall as Alice could be seen. Giant roots twisted and thread together to form its torso while giant trunks acted as its limbs. A flow of green energy enveloped its body from within as a set of emerald glows acted as its eyes. It was also covered by an armor of silver thorns around its shoulders and torso. On its shoulder was the creature that Alice had spared just a moment ago. "You've got to be kidding me," Alice muttered as she understood she should never leave any survivors in case things like this happened. Resisting the urge to facepalm, she needed to run away from this area as soon as possible. She instinctively knew that she couldn't compete against this creature no matter how much she tried. It was not something she could kill in her peak state, much less her current condition where she is already on the verge of death. Just as she turned around to run, she could feel its eyes lock onto her back as the small tree creature let out an enraged roar while pointing towards her direction. Thurfkur. Cursing out in her mind, Alice did not hesitate and immediately started to dash away while the behemoth of a creature charged from behind, destroying everything it came across. She so dearly wished she could curse Allura right now for sending her towards a place like this. "A few abyss beasts," she said. "Nothing serious," she claimed. "Beetle shit." Gritting her teeth, Alice tried her best to ignore the splitting headache she was receiving due to blood loss. Adrenaline constantly pumped through her body as she couldn't afford to slow down right now. The moment she did, she'll die to the behemoth tree that was chasing after her. Glancing back, she could see the excited figure of the small tree that she had spared. "I will mount your head on stick and burn it to ESH," Alice shouted out in anger as she was reaching her limit. She truly regretted not killing the beast when she had the chance. She had spared him out of concern that she couldn't fight anymore, yet doing so only made matters worse. Had she known this outcome, she would have killed him if it was the last thing she did before pacing out. At least then she would be relatively safe. It got to the point she was constantly hurling insults towards the duo that was constantly on her tail, even though she usually didn't speak much. Flipping over a branch, Alice was tempted to use her blood, but any more blood loss and she can forget about moving. Even though her bleeding was reduced thanks to the cloak, her movement would reopen the wound. The only saving grace was that she spotted previous signs of battle, meaning she was getting close to her original trail. All that was left to do was to figure out how close or how far she was from the lake. If she was to lead the tree to the lake, there was a good chance that the two may fight. Either that or both of them would try to kill her. However, it was a risk she was willing to take since she wasn't going to outrun this behemoth anytime soon. She could tell that they were just playing around with her, waiting for the moment she became tired and could not run anymore. The mere thought only caused her anger to increase as the small beast was annoying the heck out of her with its motives. Landing on the floor, she crouched down and grabbed a rock before twisting her body clockwise. Throwing the rock towards the small tree, she watched as it collided with the tree's head, causing it to stumble. Satisfaction emerged in her heart as she felt content before resuming her escape. Naturally, her action only served to aggravate the small beast. Commanding the large tree to increase its speed, the tree glared at Alice, waiting for the moment he captured her. The moment she could no longer move, it'll make sure she suffers all kinds of torture at its hands. With the beast now increasing its speed, Alice had to force herself to run faster as her lungs burned with each breath. She could barely control her body as each step she took was one taken with great difficulty. Jumping through the bushes, Alice could see a stream of water leading further forward and estimated that she was getting close to the lake. Almost there, she thought to herself, mustering up as much strength as possible. Bang! A tangle of roots crashed down behind her, barely missing her legs as it forced her to increase her speed once more. She was not allowed to slow down as the moment she did, the beast would threaten her with death. Just you King wait. Alice cursed out inwardly. Approaching the clearing, she could almost feel her burdens lifting. The chase was almost over. As long as she is able to cause the two to fight then hide, she'll be allowed to leave. However, the moment she saw the lake, her heart dropped as the lake was completely empty. There was no sign of the singing beast, nor was there any sign of the other abyss beasts that had chased her earlier. "You got to be kidding me," Alice muttered, feeling defeated. Just as she was about to dive into the lake to seek some cover, she noticed something strange on the edge. It was a pure white pile of flesh that started to bulge and twist with a multitude of hands poking out from the folds of its flesh. Recognizing it to be the body of the strange singing beast, Alice couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Was it like the spider that molted its skin? Or did something happen to come along and kill the beast? Whatever it was, Alice had to gamble. It was her final chance at escaping. Dashing towards the corpse, she heard the rumble of lightning as she glanced up at the sky. Dark clouds seemed to gather as a pillar of lightning struck down towards the corpse. The resulting shockwave caused her to be launched into the forest as she slammed against the trees. "Gods darn it! Disgusting King thing ate me?" A feminine voice shouted out in anger as a pair of hands pierced through the layer of flesh and tore it to shreds. Widening her eyes, Alice could see a female figure excavate herself from the flesh as flickers of lightning burned away the blood covering her body. She had long sky-blue hair with purple glows on the underside, a pair of radiant purple eyes that flickered with energy while lightning coursed through her body. The woman wore a sleeveless midnight blue jacket adorned with silver metal. An assortment of silver buttons and jewelry lined her jacket while the faint pattern of a flower could be seen on the material. Gloves that reached from her hands to her biceps, a pair of black shorts and long thigh boots that showed off some skin between the boots and shorts. Stomping down against the corpse of the beast, lightning covered her body like a suit of armor as it was concentrated around her arms, shoulder, and legs. On her shoulder, a sigil could be seen pulsing with purple energy. Noticing Alice, the woman was about to say something when the giant behemoth tree burst through the foliage, letting out a giant scream that caught her attention. "Another one? How many abnormalities is in this forest? It shouldn't even be this bad, darn it," she shouted out in annoyance. Jerking her neck, she crouched down as lightning surged through her body. Bang! The sound of thunder rang out as she launched herself towards the beast with a crazed glow in her eyes. Lightning arced from her body and struck the beast as she slammed down with her hands, tearing apart the wood while pieces would be charred from the lightning. "Yura!" Roaring out in anger, the behemoth raised its other hand and slammed it towards the woman who only laughed. Twisting her body, she kicked up with her legs, causing a blade of lightning to split the arm in half. "Two sigils," Alice thought to herself, noticing a sigil appear on her thigh. However, the behemoth wasn't done. Green energy rushed towards its body from the surroundings as the wounds were starting to repair themselves. "Oh, a recovery-type ability, the woman muttered as she jumped back momentarily to create some distance between the two of them. "That's fine. Let's test out my new ability." Stomping down, another bolt of lightning descended from above as the woman's hair flared up from the power coursing through her body. Electricity wrapped around her body fully, making it seem as though she was entirely created from lightning. A monstrous growl seemed to echo out from her body as she crouched down and transformed into a streak of lightning that rushed towards the beast. Bang! Each hit sounded like a lightning strike as Alice was speechless. This power. It was far superior to what she had seen in the Coliseum. Lars, the Asiasian, and even the bodyguard couldn't compare to what she was seeing. The blue-haired woman was simply unstoppable with her ability as she jumped above the beast. Gathering all of her lightning into her hands, she grinned and pulled back her arm. H-H-H! Letting out a loud shout, she threw the lightning down. K-S-H-H-H! A streak of lightning cleaved the beast in half, but it was far from done. From above, countless bolts of lightning continued to fall in the same spot, erasing any remnants the beast, including the small tree beast that was on its shoulder. Crashing down, the woman dismissed her lightning as she returned back to normal. The purple glow no longer being seen in her hair, as she massaged her shoulders with a frown on her face. TSK, the third ability is too hard to use, darn it. Takes too long to charge, and drains so much from me. All the lightning I charge up is basically gone with one strike. She complained while turning her attention to Alice. Yo, what did you do to annoy the tree? Not that it should be this far out in the forest to begin with, the woman asked curiously while walking over to Alice. Spared small tree. It ran away and big tree came running. Alice replied bitterly. Huh? You spared it? Yeah, no wonder it got the big one to come kill you, goodness. Never spare an abyss beast. They always go for the kill. The woman shrugged while crouching down next to Alice. Need some help to get out? I'm on my way to find someone, so I don't mind giving you a helping hand, she offered with a smile. Thank you. Your name? Alice asked curiously. My name? It's Ria. Nice to meet you. Hearing her name, Alice paused in surprise. She remembered that Allura had mentioned the name of the person they were going to meet. The granddaughter of Jin, Ria. Allura only mentioned her name and didn't say what she was like. She said Ria was fun, and that the two of us will get along pretty well, and that we'll both be under her care. Alice mused to herself while Ria was bewildered by Alice's reaction. Heko? Is there something wrong with my name? Ria asked in confusion. After hearing her name, Alice simply turned silent while staring at her. No, sorry. Was just surprised. Alice shook her head. Surprised by what? Bah, forget that. Do you need some healing blood? Your wound seems quite serious. Ria frowned as she could see Alice's cloak being drenched with her blood. It should be okay. Just be careful, since poisonous. Let's leave the forest first. There are some spectral maidens on the way out. Dangerous, Alice warned. They shouldn't be too difficult to be dealt with. Just follow behind me. I'll keep you safe. Ria puffed out her chest as she helped Alice back on her feet. Surprised by how helpful Ria was being, Alice couldn't help but wonder if she had any ulterior motive. Is it common for people to be this nice? She thought to herself while eyeing Ria's back suspiciously. Ignoring Alice's stare, Ria started to lead the way out confidently. Anything that showed hostility would be blasted to pieces with her lightning. Seeing the corpse of the abyss beast going to waste, Alice couldn't help but wish she had an extractor on hand so that she could harvest some of the blood for later use. Especially the blood of the tree creatures, since it seemed as though they had strong regenerative powers. It further reinforced her desire to start earning some money so she wouldn't be poor. But as she continued to follow Ria, confusion filled her heart as they still haven't reached the exit of the forest. Alice wanted to ask, but seeing as how Ria was not saying anything, she assumed that Ria had it all under control. Stand back a moment. I'll carve a way out for us. Don't you think it's rather annoying that this many trees in the way? Ria smiled while pointing towards the forest. If you're lost, just say so. Let me try find out where we are. Alice sighed as she gestured for Ria to follow them. Alice was going to backtrack a little, so that she could return to the route she had previously taken when entering the forest. No, there's no need. Ria shook her head profusely. I know a route. Less time spent that way, Alice retorted. If they spend any longer trying to get out of this darn forest, she was going to die of blood loss first. Sighing in defeat, Ria raised her hands behind her head and followed behind Alice. How come you in this forest? Alice couldn't help but ask curiously since they were supposed to meet Rhea tomorrow on the way to Zadash. But with things as they are, they would have missed each other had Allura not told her to enter this forest. Well, I had a commission near here. I figured it was a good idea since it'll let me find the people I need to meet. But I may have overstayed my welcome for a few days. I got carried away with killing things and things happened. So you got lost. Face-palming inwardly, Alice couldn't help but admire Rhea's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Granted, she could have come from the opposite side of the forest, in which case getting lost makes sense. But just from the brief period they've known each other, that possibility seems unlikely as Rhea got lost just trying to walk in a straight line. They would unknowingly drift to the right or to the left as they walked. And with Alice allowing Rhea to take the lead, they eventually walked in a large circle. So why did you come to this forest? Most would only come here when they have 2 to 3 sigils, so they can handle the beasts that appear. With your condition, you either came here early or took a big hit unexpectedly. Rhea asked curiously. If Alice had come here early, she was both foolish and brave. Wound self-inflicted. Needed it to activate first sigil ability. Then small tree called big tree, and I had to run. Alice explained while looking for their way back. Self-inflicted? Darn, you must have got unlucky then. It's going to be hard for you to get a useful second sigil if you need to harm yourself to activate your ability. Rhea shrugged. While self-harming sigils do exist, few would accept them due to their nature. It takes a while for a proper combination of sigil abilities to be gathered before the ability becomes good enough to use, hence why most would only take this kind of sigil later down the line. Yet if it was this strange girl's first sigil, Rhea couldn't help but feel sorry for her future. After all, with such a sigil, killing bounties was going to be very difficult. It has its uses, Alice shrugged. She knew the risks of this sigil, yet it had proven to be very helpful thus far. It lacked offensive capabilities aside from a boost to physical strength, but the effects of the poison was more than satisfactory. After all, it allowed her to survive several tough encounters. Of course, the help of Allura and Rhea was the main reason she survived, but she couldn't deny the potency of her sigil. Right now, there was 2 avenues she could focus on for her development. First was the aspect of enhancing her own body. If she was to go down this route, she'll take the role of someone that can kill with one hit. Her next sigils will revolve around augmenting this buildup of physical strength to increase its lethality. But it didn't suit the way Alice wanted to do things. The second avenue was capitalizing on the blood's perceived strength as a poison. If she was to choose her bounties correctly and find a way to recover her missing blood whenever she uses the ability, she'll be able to constantly use the powerful hallucinogenic abilities of the blood to augment her fighting. Not only that, if she does indeed find a way to recover her blood loss, the active ability of her first sigil will become pivotal in her future fights. After all, it'll speed up her blood loss, allowing her to spread the poison faster. And in doing so, increasing the chances of victory when her opponent suffers from the adverse effects. All that's left to do was to find the right beast to serve as a bounty. Allura mentioned that I'll be able to choose my bounties thanks to the eye. From the top of my head, there are only 2 abyss beasts that matches the description of what I'm looking for. They're both highly ranked beasts in terms of regenerative powers that the Xania family prioritized and tested their effects extensively on me. Alice thought while narrowing her eyes. The first beast was one that was farmed. Like her, it was locked away and harvested constantly for its blood due its precious nature. Titled the Shackled Matron, the beast was a faceless woman with red streaks down the side of her face. Iron wings that resembled coffins sprouted from her back while barbed chains constantly pierced her body, causing her to bleed permanently without stop. Her limbs would be bound by the chains, but when her life is threatened, she'll be able to break out into a frenzy. The abilities of her blood granted superior regeneration at the cost of an endless thirst for blood, while permanent side effects of prolonged use would cause barbed chains to slowly appear across the skin and a coffin-shaped wound to appear on the back. Once the coffin was fully manifested, it would snap shut, killing the user and becoming an offering to birth a new shackled matron. But with them being able to constantly harvest the matron, a supply of high-quality blood was often guaranteed, thus the price soared as a result. Everything granted by the shackled matron matched the desires of Alice, and what she wanted for a sigil to augment her blood, but there was one more beast that fit her liking. One that would significantly increase her offensive capabilities while also ensuring her survivability. Unlike the shackled matron, the beast's name didn't instill a sense of awe or fear towards it. Instead, it sounded painfully ordinary in a world where beasts like vampire lilies, shackled matrons, and twilight hunters existed. Yet one could not deny its abilities or effectiveness. Blood Raven. It was a simple raven with most of its body being created from blood. All of its feathers was blood, and it could enlarge and reduce its size at will so long as it can access blood nearby. But this wasn't the highlight of its ability. If it comes in contact with you, it could inject its own blood into your body, hijacking your system and draining you of all your blood. Taking a wound from the blood raven equates to death, and its abilities are something that Alice desires for her next sigil. With the blood raven sigil combined with the spectral hunter sigil, the way she could utilize the abilities will increase massively. There was one problem when it came to killing the blood raven, and that was its ability to turn itself into a pool of blood and escape. If she were to choose one as her next bounty, she needs to make sure she can kill it in one go. I can probably stock up on some abyss blood through hunts. I'll need to buy an extractor and find an excuse for Allura since I doubt hunters would drink this much blood just for a hunt. Though that's because their previous benefits are mostly permanent. Alice sighed inwardly. Hunters would build up their base strength through consuming abyss blood, but such a method didn't work for her. With all of the benefits being temporary, she could only drink a large quantity of blood before each hunt to prepare herself if the battle was going to be tough. Meaning she'll need to explain to Allura sooner or later. I shouldn't tell anyone about my body. Perhaps I can just explain that all of the blood I extract are high purity, but that's going to be tough. Shaking her head, Alice cleared her mind and focused back to the task at hand. She had managed to find signs of their previous path and already started to make their way out of the forest. Most of the beasts that the singing beast had controlled already ran away, while the few that remained was taken care of by Rhea. Seeing her lightning powers, Alice couldn't help but wonder what kind of beast she obtained the sigils from and what was their exact power. Sigil 1 seems to be one that coats her body with lightning, while focusing them around her limbs. Sigil 2 seems to allow her to fire the lightning in a ranged attack, while the third sounds like it would take everything she gathered and release it in one go. Alice thought to herself as she wanted to practice guessing sigil abilities. She knew that in the future, when she fights other sigil bearers, the faster she figures out their abilities, the quicker she can turn fights in her favor. So judging by your outfit, you must be pretty rich, right? The quality of your armor is high and not something new hunters wear. Rhea asked since all she was doing was following and killing any stray beasts they run across. No, someone else paid for this. Got lucky. Alice shook her head. What Rhea said reminded her of her continued debt towards Allura for everything she's done so far. Oh darn. If someone else paid for it, then you must have done them a big favor, no? None. They saved me from captivity and bought this. Said I can't walk around wearing only dress. Alice replied, causing Rhea to pause mid-step. Wait, if she got something this expensive after someone saved her from captivity then? Sugar mom or sugar dad? Rhea thought to herself while observing Alice. I mean, I can see it happening. Her hair is a tad weird and same with her eye, but it's nothing too major compared to other side effects of abyss blood. She has a pretty good figure and face to 'em. Ain't no way someone bought something that expensive for a fling, right? Right? Plus, if they got her for a fling, why is she out here hunting instead of being in their bedroom? Feeling Rhea's conflicted gaze on her back, Alice couldn't help but be confused by her reaction. Did I say something wrong? Say. What's your name? Rhea asked. It's Alice. Right then, Alice, this person. They saved you from captivity, right? Did they ask for anything from you while buying you stuff? Confused by her question, Alice thought to herself for a moment before opening her mouth. They didn't really ask for anything. They're looking after me now and buys me a bunch of stuff, Alice replied, tilting her head while trying to remember what else Allura asked of her. But that was essentially everything since all Allura needed was for her to fulfill a task that she doesn't know just yet. Hearing this, Rhea reaffirmed the thoughts in her mind. Bought a bunch of stuff without asking for anything? They're definitely planning to take advantage of her. But that still doesn't explain why she's in this forest. She said she was here because of a task. Hmm. Alice, can you tell me a little about how you met with this savior of yours? Huh? I mean, I guess so. Was going to die. Then they save me. I wake up on bed and they take me shopping then left city with me. Alice replied, feeling more and more confused by the questions Ria was asking. What were you wearing when you woke up? Air. Only white dress and bandages. Why such questions? Alice asked, hoping to get some answers of her own since she doesn't know if these are questions people usually ask one another. For all she knows, this could be completely normal, and it was her that was being weird. Holding Alice's shoulders, Ria looked at her with pity and sighed. Which city are you going to? Ria asked. Going to Zadash. Perfect. If things don't work out, look for Ria Sarza at the Hunters Guild, okay? I should be around Zadash for a while, and if your savior treats you bad, just tell me. I can guarantee your safety if you need to run. Ria promised as Alice was even more confused than ever. She had no idea what Ria was talking about and why she thought she was in any danger or why Allura would treat her badly. Considering they were both going under her care, it was a very confusing statement to make. All right, she doesn't know we're going to be acquainted with one another. Well, she seems eager, so I guess I'll stay silent for now. Alice thought to herself in realization. Okay, I'll remember. Alice nodded. Hearing this, Ria smiled happily. Great. Now then, let's get out of this forest. Zadash is still pretty far away, all things considered. I should be able to find the one who helped you, so I'll see how they are before I leave. If they're as bad as I think they are, I'll deal with it first. Ria grinned while jerking her knuckles. Raising her eyebrow, Alice couldn't help but shake her head with a shrug. If circumstances were bad, this kind of thought process may make things much, much worse. She makes it sound like Allura is bad to me with how I described her. If Allura was truly bad, I don't think Ria will be able to fight her, much less make life better, I guess. But that was something Ria had to deal with herself, since it's not Alice's place to lecture her about how she should live her life. After all, Alice herself had barely lived her own. As they approached the area where there should be several spectral maidens going on patrol, Alice noticed tracks of them making their way to another part of the forest. Whether that was due to the fighting or something else, Alice couldn't say for sure. But something felt off, and she couldn't quite put a finger on the source of that feeling. Thankfully, it wasn't just her, as Ria was also frowning at this discovery. Sudden influx of beasts. Appearance of beasts that shouldn't be in this region, along with maidens grouping up even though they shouldn't. Too strange. I'll need to report this to the guild once I get to Zadash and have them look at this, since this is too unnatural, Ria muttered. Following her path back, the two soon reached the edge of the forest and saw the carriage that Alice arrived in. Sitting on the roof looking relaxed as Allura, who was currently smoking a cigarette. I'm back. Here are the purple leaves. Forest too strange, too many dangerous things. Alice sighed while reaching into her pocket and pulling out the leaves that she had collected. Receiving them, Allura nodded before pointing inside the carriage. There's some healing blood inside if you want to take that for your blood loss. Spend the next few days resting and tell me about how you want to fight from now on. This trip should have taught you a little about how you want to survive in the abyss. We'll use that knowledge to decide your next sigils. Allura smiled as Alice nodded her head. Climbing into the carriage, she saw the vial of healing blood and drank a sip. Just a single sip already started her healing process, as Alice was surprised by how effective the blood was. Understanding that Allura had bought something high quality, Alice drank enough to keep herself alive before keeping the rest in her pouch. She didn't want to use up everything, especially when it was something of this quality. While Alice was resting, Ria was speechless. She didn't think that the person who saved Alice was Allura. Thinking back, her words seemed rather funny, especially with her imagining Allura as Alice's sugar mom. Face-palming inwardly, Ria cleared her throat and ran over to Allura's side. Weren't you supposed to meet us tomorrow? How come you're here today? If I didn't get Alice to go collect the leaves, you wouldn't been missing. Allura raised an eyebrow, while Ria coughed awkwardly. Got lost. Again. Staring at Ria silently with eyes of disbelief, Allura couldn't believe that this girl was still getting lost. Even when she would take quests that should only take a few hours of travel, she would get lost for a whole day. If it wasn't for the fact that she could handle herself, Allura would never let her go solo, and neither would her grandfather. I need to strap a tracking collar on you or something. While Alice was resting herself within the carriage, both Allura and Rhea sat on the roof. So is she the one I'm supposed to meet? Rhea asked while pointing at the carriage. Yep. You two will be under my care for a bit, since I'm going to be teaching her everything about the abyss. And your grandfather said I might as well take you along while I'm at it. Allura nodded her head with a smile. So what do you think of Alice for now? Any impressions? Allura asked, curious to see how Rhea felt about Alice and see if the two were compatible as training partners. With Rhea being a 3-sigil user and Alice only beginning, the two could help each other grow. Rhea will show Alice how to fight as a 3-sigil bearer, while Alice would show Rhea an adaptive type of fighting as well as new ideas. If the two can help each other, they'll grow to new heights. She seems strange, I guess. Not really much else to say. She talks a bit weird, very silent unless I'm the one doing the talking, and she just kind of stares at me. Rhea shrugged since there wasn't much she could say about Alice. I'd be more concerned if she opened herself up to you more considering what she's been through. But what I meant was her fighting style and how she handles herself in a stressful situation. Allura chuckled. Well, that's what you meant. She's resourceful. I didn't see her peak form, but the way she handled herself while being wounded, I'd say she's the more annoying kind of fighter. One that will get hurt easily, but if you let them do their thing, she'll be very annoying to deal with. She mentioned that her blood was poisonous. What sigil did she get for her first one? She killed a spectral hunter. Allura smiled, causing Rhea to freeze up. A spectral hunter? Not a twilight one. Yep. She got pretty lucky. It had just advanced from being a twilight hunter to a spectral hunter, so it didn't have time to prepare traps. She chose the poison blood ability that also boosts her physical strength the longer she has it activated. The only downside is that if she's wounded, it'll speed up her blood loss. Makes sense. Rhea nodded as the wound Alice had suffered on her arm shouldn't have reduced her to such a state. Yet she was on the verge of passing out due to blood loss. There is one thing I will say, though. She chooses the extreme options far too easily. Allura sighed while taking a big breath of her cigarette. I was watching how she fought, both in the arena and in the forest. She does not put importance on her own body to the extent that other people would, opting to harm it without much thought. While her first sigil does indeed support this kind of fighting style, at least the passive part does, it still doesn't explain her thought process. Take the moment she stepped into the special zone, for example. What she fought was something called dream callers. They are beasts that trap their victims in a strange illusion by hypnotizing their senses. Not only are they unable to attack while putting their victims into the illusion, but their only method of attack is to wear them down and wait until the person passes out. Allura explained while pulling out the purple leaves that Alice had handed to her. Once a hunter discovers that they've been trapped in an illusion, they would reduce the senses they are currently using to dispel the illusion, such as covering their ears, holding their breath, and closing their eyes. It takes a while for the illusion to re-establish itself once you begin cutting off your senses momentarily. A very simple counter to what is considered fodder, an easy target to hunters. But do you know what she did? She decided to fight fire with fire. She used the passive ability of her first sigil to fight these trees at what they do best, illusions. I was this close to interrupting the fight if it wasn't for the fact that she was able to outlast them. From one of the easiest beasts to fight against to something that put her on the verge of death. All because of how quickly she chose to harm herself. Allura explained while finishing her cigarette, lighting the butt on fire. She burned it to ash before pulling out another one. I have no clue what kind of life she lived, but I need to get this habit out of her system. This level of self-harm will not help her in the future, even if she was to get sigils that support this habit of hers. Hearing this, Rhea agreed with Allura's sentiment. So what's the plan then? I'm assuming once we get to Zadash you'll want to get experience. So getting a hunter license is needed and perhaps even signing her up for the training program. Rhea asked, but Allura shook her head. I don't plan on sending her to the training program. I'll have her do research on her own and give her nudges in the direction if she stays too far. If I hold her hand through everything, it'll suppress her own intuition. But setting aside the case of Alice, we need to sort you out as well, you know. Allura laughed while patting Rhea on the head. I thought I was doing okay? Rhea furrowed her brows, but Allura shook her head. I saw how you fought. It's a tad too linear with the sigils you've acquired. You need to open your mind to fresh ideas. Think about what you can do to push the boundaries of each sigil. There are those that follow a guideline for sigils, then there are those that innovate the uses themselves. You need to be the kind that innovates if you want to stand out as a sigil user. Allura laughed. Why else do you think I keep myself to using only 3 sigils? Naturally, I have more and I can end the fights easier since I'm primarily an anti-hunter sigil user, but using the first 3 lets me optimize how I approach fights. Flicking her wrists, 3 sigils appeared on her body as flames erupted from her hands. Granted, my first 3 sigils are also a tad incompatible with my other ones since I chose these when I was a young brat like you and Alice. Allura admitted with a laugh. Really? What did you choose for your 4th sigil then? Ria asked in surprise. She wanted to know what path Allura decided to choose if her first 3 sigils were incompatible. There was a large jump in power between the 3rd and 4th sigil, and same with the 6th and 7th sigil. If done well, this gap would become insurmountable with the amount of power you can derive from the 4th sigil. It was also why Ria was holding herself back from just obtaining the 4th sigil. A saying is passed around in the hunter community. Sigils 1 through 3 can be killed by normal people if they take you by surprise. But once you reach 4 sigils, only another sigil bearer can kill you. She wanted to develop her powers and prove to the abyss that she can take stronger bounties. I chose something that allowed me to bring others to my level for my 4th sigil. It strips them of their power while boosting my own. Allura smiled mysteriously, refusing to elaborate on the limits of her ability. Wait, so what happens if you use it on someone weaker than you? Then they become normal people. That's the key difference between anti-monster and anti-hunter. I focused on anti-hunter so it strips people of their power and makes it easier for me to kill them. It's less effective on monsters, sadly. Allura shrugged. Making a note in her mind, Ria wondered what she should choose for her 4th sigil. With the direction of her first 3 sigils, she was leaning towards being a front line fighter with raw power. Before she could think more, Allura flicked her on the forehead. What was that for? Ria pouted while holding her forehead. I know that look. You were thinking about your 4th sigil, right? Trust me when I say this. Don't rush it. Open your mind to the first 3 and think about what you can do with them. Once you can fight those with 5 sigils with just 3 sigils, then you should think about what you should get for your 4th sigil. These days, people only think about the honor and respect that comes with having more sigils instead of the practicality. Allura shook her head. The strength of sigil users between the 4th and 6th sigil had dropped dramatically since the old era, with people now unable to cross the gap into 7 sigils. Granted, the situation was a little better in more populated areas within the abyss, but the decrease in power could not be ignored. I need to make sure both Alice and Ria takes it slow when it comes to their sigils. Rush too much and it'll mess with their foundation, making it impossible for them to ascend as 7 sigil users. Allura thought to herself while lying down on the roof of the carriage. There was no rush for the next few days, as she didn't have any more plans to send Alice into dangerous locations. She had seen what she needed to see. All that's left is to organize a training plan. HNG, slowly opening her eyes, Alice yawned as she was happy that she finally got some uninterrupted sleep. Every time she had paced out so far only reminded her of her past, but this time, there was nothing. Sitting up, she glanced out the window and saw that they were currently resting in the dead of night. There was a small campfire while both Ria and Allura was chatting besides it. The driver of the carriage has already gone to sleep. Alice checked her arm and was happy to see her wound being fully healed. She was still feeling a little light in the head, but it was much better than before. Upon stepping out of the carriage, both Ria and Allura turned towards her. You're up. Feeling hungry? Allura smiled, gesturing to some meat that they were cooking over the fire. A little. Alice nodded her head. You two can talk for a bit. I'll go sleep now. Ria yawned while stretching her body. Bidding the two good night, she laid down in her own bedroll. Now then, after your first experience outside of the coliseum and fighting your own battles, how do you feel? Allura asked with a smile. She wanted to see what Alice took away from the experience herself. It's hard. Everything very dangerous. Need to get more sigils. Alice replied honestly, since it was what she believed. If she had more sigils, she'll be able to overcome these issues. You're only half right. The monsters you fought at the start are dangerous. That I agree with. But the one at the end? They're cannon fodder. Lowest of the low. What you need is not more sigils. What you need is knowledge and mindset. Allura pointed at her head. You see, the trees you fought could have been defeated by just holding your breath, closing your eyes and blocking your ears. But what happened? You bit yourself to use your blood and almost died from blood loss because of it. If you continue like this, no matter how many sigils you get, you'll still die from the weakest beasts. Hearing this, Alice paused in contemplation. She knew that Allura wouldn't lie when she mentioned how weak the beasts were. She knew it herself with how low their defenses were. If she wasn't on a timer due to her blood loss, she could easily tear them to pieces. While the Abyss does not impose any time restriction on acquiring sigils, the time between gathering sigils allow you to hone your existing strength and prove yourself to the Abyss. Personally, this is the cycle I like to use. Grabbing a wooden stick, Allura extinguished the flame before drawing a diagram on the floor. We'll skip step 1 since you already got your first sigil. What we need to focus on is the time between your first and your second sigil. You need to use this time to fully understand the pros and cons of your ability. Mindset is a very important aspect of this. With the right mindset and creativity, you can do many things with even the simplest of abilities. Flicking her wrist, Allura's first sigil lit up as flames danced across her fingertips. My first sigil is simple. I obtained it after killing an Ember Wyrm. They have the ability to coat their entire body in flames. Now, usually the Ember Wyrm would be chosen as the second or third sigil due to the fact that they can control their flames at will. But I killed it without any sigils and without any Abyss blood. Allura grinned, causing Alice to blink her eyes in surprise. How did you do it? It was simple. I spent about 2 weeks observing the Wyrm. Once I knew its route, I set up a water trap, waited for the F-Cur to drop in and stabbed a sword through the head. It couldn't light itself on fire if it's doused with water. Naturally, this wouldn't have worked if it was already on fire since a layer of protection is formed, blocking out the water. But because I knew its weak point and found its route, I was able to kill it without any sigils or Abyss blood to help. And that is mindset and creativity. Now back to you. I must ask, why is your first instinct to harm yourself and brute force your way out? The first solution you find may not necessarily be the correct solution or the most efficient solution. I'm not saying what you did was wrong, because at the end of the day you still survived. What I'm asking you to do is to reflect upon your actions and think about the consequences. What would have happened if Rhea wasn't there? If the trees outlasted you and maintained the illusion? Leaning back a little, Alice thought to herself, why was her first instinct to harm herself to use her blood? Perhaps all those years in the Xania prison made her numb to the importance of her own body. She wasn't bothered by the pain and her blood was poisonous to others. Why shouldn't she use it to her advantage? The only issue was how she almost ran out of blood, but she sought to remedy it using the power of sigils. So this is what Allura means by mindset, huh? Alice thought bitterly since she could already see the issue. She wasn't thinking about how she could remedy this issue with what she had already. Instead, she only sought more. In the way she was thinking of her own abilities. It was no different to the scientists. She didn't care about the damage, only the result. It is only when she almost died did she think back to the damage she was taking. Seems like you're understanding the issue. That's a good start. You understand the mindset you need to adopt now, the drive to find a multitude of solutions, and the creativity needed to hunt beasts. The next step is to understand your own power. With my first sigil being one that lets me cover myself with flames and control it, what do you think I can do with this ability? Allura asked. Furrowing her brows, Alice thought of the possibilities. If she was given the same ability, she can set herself on fire and control the flames. With these options, maybe she can make a sword light up with fire too? Or maybe she can set someone on fire from the inside out if she can get her hand inside them. Explaining the options to Allura, Alice watched as she demonstrated what she described. Not too bad, but very rudimentary. 50% of a hunter's growth lies in experimentation. Finding the conduit of your power, how the sigils manifest their abilities, and how far these abilities extend. After I tested my ability, I found out something rather interesting with my first sigil. Allura smiled. Flicking her finger, A small flame appeared on her fingertip. It's the ability to hijack any flame. You see, if I allow this small flicker of fire to enter the campfire, this campfire falls under my control, since it becomes part of my fire. Placing her hand into the fire, the flames started to dance before transforming into the shape of a WYRM. With this knowledge, I can spend less energy exerting myself to produce fire while all I need to do is to carry around some oil and alcohol. That way, I can get 10 times the result with a tenth of the effort. Allura chuckled before returning the fire back to normal. Seeing this, it was like a whole world was open to Alice. Ideas flooded her head as her mind started to turn. The conduit of her ability was her own blood. It was her blood that allowed the first sigil to activate. However, was there perhaps something more? Could she perform a similar feat to Allura where her blood hijacks another body of blood? Or perhaps if she was to dilute it in water, would it still retain the effects? Would the water become a drug that can be used as a trap? If the source of the poison is my blood, can I turn my blood into something that will diffuse the poison more? If that is possible, I can poison an entire room without almost killing myself with blood loss. With this realization, Alice understood that she shouldn't rush to get her second sigil. There was already plenty of possibilities with her first, and she should explore every avenue before securing her second. After all, each choice was permanent and shouldn't be taken hastily. Her physique made it so that she couldn't get permanent boosts from abyss blood, which meant that she had to be extra careful with each sigil she obtained since they're her only form of power boost. Quickly finishing her food, she said thank you Allura before looking for some sharp objects, vials, and water flasks. With the healing blood that Allura had given her, she'll be able to sustain herself through her experiments to find the best way to utilize her first sigil. Countless possibilities manifested themselves as Allura watched Alice with a smile on her face. That's it. Keep thinking. Explore the possibilities, visualize the effects, and don't be scared to take risks on outlandish ideas. It is this mindset that will carry you to the ends of the abyss. Allura thought to herself, if Alice continues down this path, she'll be able to handle things herself and understand the best course of action for her sigils. With a myriad of ideas now floating through her mind, Alice wanted to begin the experiments immediately, but there was a slight issue. Due to the nature of her first sigil, testing out the potency of her blood was going to be difficult. As the bearer, she herself wasn't affected by the poison, meaning she'll need to find some subjects for her to use. There are some beasts that roam around at night for you to test on. They're not too dangerous and only have abilities that augment their own attack. It should be pretty easy for you to deal with them. Allura called out, knowing that Alice was excited. Thank you. Nodding her head, Alice packed everything into a small cloth before strapping it around her back. Dashing away from the campfire, there were 3 things that Alice wanted to test. First was how long her blood poison lasted without her interference. Second, can she turn a foreign pool of blood into poison? And lastly, will her blood still work if kept in a separate vial? The third experiment was going to be the one she does last, since she only had 1 vial on hand, and that contained the healing blood that Allura gave up. The first experiment can be done with me just making a small wound and letting the blood dry. I'll see how long the fumes last for, and see if they still have any reaction towards it. The second can be done if I capture a beast as a target. Alice thought to herself as she circulated her first sigil's ability, boosting her speed. The area surrounding the camp was essentially flat ground and road with the exception of a small forest in the distance. It was a different forest to the one she almost died in, and if Allura's words were to be trusted, there should be nothing that will pose a danger to her if she is careful enough. Naturally, with the lesson she learned last time, she assumes that what Allura calls pretty easy should be corrected to pretty difficult. Arriving at the forest, Alice hoped that she wouldn't run into anything that was ghost-like similar to the spectral maiden. Otherwise, her blood may be less effective and wouldn't give her accurate results. Jumping up on a branch, Alice prepared the materials she needed for her experiments. Grabbing a spare piece of cloth, Alice tore it into 4 pieces before biting a wound on her forearm. She drenched the different pieces of cloth in blood before drinking the healing blood to heal herself. The setup was simple. Each piece was going to be hung out for a different amount of time, and she'll test the effectiveness of each piece. The time it takes for the beast to get affected, the time it takes to wear off, and so on. Ideally, It'll give her a rough estimate of the potency of her blood after it's left her body. The second test was a similar concept, but with two parts, as she wants to see how effective her blood will be when diluted and when it's been mixed with another blood. Standing up, Alice took a large breath of air as she prepared herself for the long night ahead. Waking up in the morning, Rhea looked around her and was surprised that neither Alice nor Allura could be found. But seeing as how the carriage was still here with most of their supplies, she figured that they most likely went a hunt for some breakfast. Giving her body a stretch, Rhea yawned before making her way to the river. But the moment she entered the forest, she blinked her eyes in disbelief. What the? Hanging from the trees were a variety of blood-soaked cloths with markings being etched onto the tree bark. Furrowing her brows, she couldn't help but be reminded of the decorations that the cult of the eclipse performs. Did the cult appear? Is that why Allura and Alice are gone? Rhea thought to herself with a frown as she jumped up to the trees and narrowed her eyes at the cloths. The color of the blood was close to being completely black as it turned hard to the touch. The usual faint metallic scent of the blood had been replaced by a sharp, putrid, rotting smell that caused Rhea to recoil back in disgust. Not only that, just the smell made her lose her strength and almost cause her fall from the branch. Is this Alice's blood? Rhea thought with a panic since she remembers Alice mentioning that her blood was poisonous. Making up her mind, she jumped down from the tree and circulated lightning through her body. Rushing forward in a straight line, she wanted to find whatever tracks she could. Noticing something by the lake, Rhea rushed over and spotted Alice, who was tending to what seemed to be an abyss beast. "Alice," Rhea called out, causing Alice to jolt up in surprise. "Huh? Are you okay? Were you hurt? Did the cult appear? What happened?" Rhea asked in quick succession, confusing Alice. "Huh? Oh, it's morning," Alice yawned. "Why panicked? Or did you see my blood? Sorry, was for testing." Hearing this, Rhea paused in realization. Face-palming, she understood that she had jumped to the conclusion that the cult of the eclipse appeared. "Did you stay up all night?" Rhea asked, feeling calmer now that she understood what had happened. Allura told me about tests. Gave ideas for what sigil can do, so I was testing all night. Found out my blood isn't lethal unlike original beast. Only made you weirdly relaxed, Alice explained as she placed the beast down on the floor. It was a strange furry abyss beast with black fur and a strange skull over its head. It had 2 legs and a pair of wings too small to fly but enough to give it some height while jumping and gliding. Alice had found this beast when she was hunting through the night, and it was relatively harmless. It only hunted for corpses and had relatively low attack power. 1 dose of her blood was able to disarm the beast for around 20 minutes give or take. Using this beast, she was able to find out quite a lot about her own abilities as the time it took to recover from 1 dose stayed the same, and it served as a baseline for Alice's experiments. With the beast being relatively harmless to her, Alice didn't want to kill it, especially after it had helped her this much. In a sense, it reminded Alice of herself, only with less gruesome experiments. "Ah, she gave you that lesson, huh?" "Yes, she did the same with me before. Though I wasn't as gung-ho about it as you, considering you stayed up all night for this." Rhea laughed as she sat down and crossed her legs. "So what did you learn about your first sigil? For it to have lasted the whole night, you must have learned quite a bit, right?" she asked, feeling rather excited to hear about what Alice had found. It'll take long time. Since hard to use right words." Alice furrowed her brows. She didn't want to take too much of Rhea's time. "Oh, that's fine. Just use me as practice. I know that you have a hard time speaking and putting thoughts to words," Rhea encouraged with an honest grin. Seeing this, Alice nodded her head. Since they were going to be spending a lot of time due to both being under Allura's care, it'll be good to get used to speaking early, especially since Rhea seems to be the outgoing type. While she was explaining the results of her experiments, Rhea listened carefully while trying to learn Alice's speaking patterns. There was 3 conclusions that Alice derived from her experiments. First was that the longer her blood was left out, the more condensed the effect became. With the dried blood, the scent would instantly cause someone to lose their strength, but it only lasted for a second or 2. Not only that, once this time passes, it'll take a while before her dried blood starts to have an effect again on the opponent. The second result was similar to the first. She can indeed have her blood infiltrate a foreign body of blood if needed, but it depended on the dosage. If she was to mix it with healing blood, the healing blood would gain the side effects of her poison. But just like the first result, the effects were reduced. But it was the third test result that kept Alice up the most. Similar to abyss blood, her own blood kept its special abilities while being extracted into a vial. So long as she kept the seal, the perceived poison will not deteriorate. However, that was not all. If she consumes the blood, it'll act as an extra boost in strength, increasing her physical power and giving her a jump in stamina. If she was to collect several vials, she'll be able to use it as small boosters without activating her first sigil. With the two chatting away at the lake, they didn't notice Allura observing in the distance. She watched everything unfold and was glad that the two were getting along just fine. Taking out her cigarette, Allura took a deep breath before sighing out. Memories of her own happiness returned to her. The days she spent with Caden, the time they spent hunting beasts, getting stronger, and protecting the kingdom. Shaking her head, Allura dismissed the thoughts. It was a time she could no longer get back, and her task now was to raise the next generation. After talking with Ria, Alice's speaking had improved a little, but was still rather disjointed. During the talk, Ria would often correct her and give her the proper sentences that she was trying to use. Seems like we've taken a bit more time than expected. Want to head back? I'm sure Allura is waiting for us, Ria asked with a smile. Okay. Let me go grab my stuff, Alice replied, trying to correct her way of speaking. Try to sound less confused at the end, ahaha. But yes, I assume your stuff is the blood cloths that you hung up overnight. Nodding her head, Alice made her way over to the tree and collected all of her test samples. After all, she can continue to see how her blood changed over time. The only issue she could think of is the stench, since calling it unpleasant was putting it lightly. You really want to keep them? Yes. Can be helpful when I see how they react over long time. Alice nodded her head. If you say so. Though you'll probably need to get a suitcase from Allura or something, since I don't think the driver would be too pleased to smell this scent for several days. Ria forced a smile. She wasn't even sure if the inn they were going to would allow Alice to keep her blood cloths. I'm okay. I can test in future. Alice shrugged. It wasn't too big of a loss since she had already discovered plenty of useful information from one night of testing. Once they reached Zadash, there were two goals for her. First was to obtain the bestiary so she could memorize the book. It'll make her ventures out to the wilds a lot safer if she knew what she was up against. Second was a set of equipment that'll let her extract blood. She needed a less dangerous way of extracting her own blood, while also needing a way to harvest the blood from beasts. As it stands, she has no way of properly harvesting the useful materials from the beasts she kills. A big waste of resources that could help her in the long run. Gathering all of her equipment, she separated the pile into two. One for things that she can still use, while the other is for things she should throw away and destroy. Just as she was about to leave, Ria grabbed her shoulder and pointed at the pile she left behind. Don't think you should leave what you don't need behind. Huh? Tilting her head in confusion, Alice wasn't sure what Ria meant. Were you never taught that you should throw your trash in the bin? Leaving out like this is bad. Ria furrowed her brows in confusion, but Alice shook her head. What? Watching Alice walk over and pick up the trash she left behind, Ria was left somewhat conflicted. She felt bad for saying that now, since it seemed as though Alice's parents were also bad. Scratching her head awkwardly, Ria sighed and made her way over to Alice and helped with picking up the trash. Sorry. Ria apologized, but Alice shook her head. Is okay. Thank you for telling me. In future, please tell me more. If I make mistakes. Picking up the trash, the two made their way back to the camp, but the atmosphere was now silent while Allura was left confused. I turned my head for 2 seconds and these two argued? Allura thought to herself in disbelief. Sitting on the back of the carriage, Alice sat silently while both Allura and Ria sat inside. What the heck happened? Allura whispered while Ria explained what had happened. Oh yikes. Maybe I should go have a talk with her, figure out her background a little. Allura sighed. Climbing out of the carriage, she sat down next to Alice, who was surprised that Allura was sitting here. Ria told me what happened. Anything you want to get off your chest? You look like you have a lot of things on your mind, Allura asked. Seeing the conflict in Alice's eyes, Allura couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It must be a difficult past to talk about, though I suppose I can guess what happened with how she's acted so far and how bad she is with talking to people. Allura thought to herself. Ria told you, Alice asked as Allura nodded. Then do you know how to get rid of these? Alice sighed while pointing at the trash she had collected from the forest. Ria said I shouldn't leave these out, but don't know how I should get rid of them. What's bin? She said these should be put in bin, but I don't know what it is. Alice scratched her hair in frustration. Hearing this, Allura burst out in laughter. Ahahaha, seems like both me and Ria misunderstood you. What did you think? I was talking about, Ria thought you were sad being reminded of your past since she asked if you were never taught. Allura smiled, pulling out a cigarette. Why I be sad over it? It just makes me angry. Alice frowned as Allura patted her head. Well, Ria was just worried since we don't know much about you. We thought you'd be more upset since some people are just like that. Hearing this, Alice understood where they were coming from. If we're going to spending more time together, perhaps it's better if I tell them a little about what had happened. Otherwise, Ria and Allura might have similar misunderstandings in the future. So what do you want to know? Alice asked, hoping to answer their questions. The rest of the journey towards Zadash was filled with Ria and Allura asking Alice questions about her past. While she kept most of the important information to herself, such as her body being special and that she was captured for experimentation, she didn't shy away from telling them about where she got her information. How she was separated from her family since she was a child, as they were the ones that allowed the experiments. How the scientists taught her everything she knows regarding abyss blood and certain abyss beasts. While Ria was listening to all of this, she was bewildered by how nonchalant she was regarding losing 10 years of her life to this. She couldn't imagine what it was like to try and adapt to a new world. To put it bluntly, Alice was essentially a child's mind in an adult's body. Her mental age and physical age wasn't matching up. As for Allura, she was more confused as to why Caden chose Alice in the end. She heard about how he broke into the prison and got her out. But with her knowledge of how Caden was, there had to be something more. Not only that, there was some discrepancies with Alice's explanation. If she indeed suffered lots of experimentation, even if they healed her later, effects would show up. The B-star does things on a whim. If he sees a heavily guarded place, he'll break through just for the heck of it. That does explain everything, though. If it was enough to interest Caden, why was Alice captured in such a place? Moreover, what did he see in Alice for him to plant the eye in her? Allura thought to herself. She had to admit that Alice was a little better at fighting than the average hunter and had the creative mind to match, but that wasn't enough for Caden to give her the eye. If it was enough, they would have just given the eye to Ria. Well, if Alice doesn't want to say, it's probably something serious. Caden wouldn't just give the eye to anyone either. I'll trust his judgment. She sighed, feeling annoyed that Caden left all of this to her without saying anything. He didn't reply to her mails, nor sent her any mails. All he did was drop Alice into the abyss with the eye, and called it a day. Next time I see his raven-cloaked ace, he'd better wish he improved his defenses after all these years. Allura thought to herself, feeling her rage rising with just the thought of Caden. While it was reassuring that this part of him hasn't changed after all these years, it was still annoying that Caden left everything to her. With the matter of Alice's past now understood, the group was a day or so from reaching Zadash. Compared to the coastal city of the slaughter docks, where the land surrounding the location was a mix of abyss water and tall cliffs, Zadash was surrounded by mainly forests, flat plains, and caves that reached underground. Despite the journey being a day away, the group could already see the city of Zadash as Alice was speechless. While she knew that Zadash was going to be big based on Allura's description of it being the hub of young hunters, she didn't expect it to be a colossal, sprawling metropolis built upon the side of a mountain erected in the middle of the plains. A myriad of tall towers with pointed roofs, spiked fences, and bridges connecting the path between towers could be seen, acting akin to a fence for the undercity. Faint mist from the top of the mountain drifted down, blanketing the city with an air of mystery, while the tall buildings, peeking out from the mist, looked as though they were the sharp teeth of a beast. Flickering lights shifted from beneath the mist while a purple moon hung over the city. This is the city of Zadash, the city of young hunters. Upon arriving at the gates of the city of Zadash, they were asked to present a set of ID as well as a travel permit. Naturally, Allura had both, and they were allowed in rather easily. Compared to the slaughter docks, Alice noticed an increase of hunters compared to civilians. If the slaughter docks had a ratio of 1 hunter for every 10 civilians, in Zadash, it was 1 civilian for every 3 hunters. Peeking her head out of the carriage, Alice couldn't hide her excitement as she was curious to find out what their sigil powers were like. Having experimented with her own, she now understood that each sigil had a new layer of depth to them. This understanding also allowed her to see that she had gotten very lucky in the fights within the coliseum. Had they fully understood how to utilize each sigil, she wouldn't have even been able to approach them without getting shredded to pieces. Lining the streets of Zadash was a myriad of inns, smithies, and apothecaries that dealt with abyss blood. There were rarely a shop open for the common citizen, with most of the shops being tailored to support hunters with their work. PST, Alice. Ria called out, grabbing Alice's attention. You've never been to Zadash, right? You see those 5 towers? The biggest ones in the city? Ria asked, pointing at the tall spires that could be seen from the outside with multiple interconnecting bridges. They're the most important buildings within this city. The first is the Hunters Guild. They deal with giving hunting targets and registering all hunters so that their information can be carried to other cities, making it easier for you to travel between places. The second is the Apothecary Guild. Like the Hunters Guild, they deal with all manners of abyss blood as well as medical usages of certain abyss beast body parts. Each of the towers looked similar with only minor changes. The Hunters Guild having the crest of the Hunters, which was a sword being held upside down with a runic marking in the background. The Apothecary Guild's marking was 2 vials of blood. The third tower is the City Lord's Tower. It's in the center and is also the biggest tower. The fourth tower belongs to the Academy, a place dedicated to teaching and training young hunters and people aspiring to become a hunter. And last but not least, the fifth tower that is dedicated to the Engineers Guild. They focus on using abyss blood as an energy source to make devices and other helpful tools that assist both hunters and civilians alike. Ria explained as she pointed at the last tower. Compared to the other towers, this one was adorned with a myriad of strange contractions on the outside with tubes of glowing red blood running up the side of the building. It's a tad complicated, but apparently it's something along the lines of this. A special type of blood increases volatility, it reacts and jump-starts an engine, and there's a neutralizer to stop it when they finish using it. Ria tried to explain, but Allura returned and gently knocked her on the head. You're jumping a few steps there. That's just what Luke told you, so you didn't bother him with his studies. You forget what he told you regarding abyss engineering. Allura grinned. Yes, he said. Explaining abyss engineering to me would be like explaining it to a duck. And even then the duck might know more. Both of you bully me about this, Ria pouted. She knew that her comprehensive abilities regarding this field of study was poor, but that was because she was more of a fighter than someone who likes to sit down and study. It had taken Luke quite a while before Ria understood the basic concepts behind abyss engineering, and he vowed to not do it again. But as Ria kindly explained, those are the main 5 towers that make up this city. Everything is done in support for the Hunter's way of life, and we'll be visiting one of them today. That being the Hunters Guild. We'll need to go there and help you set up an ID. They will need to take a picture as well as requiring some information regarding your sigils. It's to see what missions suit you best and see if you're able to take that mission. Allura smiled. Wait, I need to tell them my sigils too, Alice asked. Exposing all of the information about herself, especially her sigil, made her uncomfortable since she wanted to keep that information hidden. Unfortunately, yes. Though you can lie about them too so long as the effects are similar. Ria winked with a grin. I told them my sigils were Thunder Falcon, Storm Brawler, and a Charged Kale. All 3 have similar effects to what I actually got, but to a much lesser extent. Hearing this, Alice nodded her head in understanding. With the way her sigil worked, it can just be summarized as a quick boost in physical power. There was no need to mention the poison abilities. What beast is just physical boost? Alice asked Allura. With how your sigil works as a stacking physical boost, you can probably just say it belongs to the undead fiend. The sigil you get from that beast looks pretty similar to the one on your forearm. The undead fiend is a 4-armed beast with black and red muscles that look like magma. One of its main traits is that the more it takes damage, the more power it gains. Allura explained as Alice nodded her head. With the basics explained, Allura thanked the driver before grabbing the little luggage they have. I'll go rent us some in rooms if you want to take Alice to the Hunters Guild to get signed up, Rhea. You've already been through the process, so it shouldn't be too different, Allura asked as Rhea nodded her head. I'll meet you at the guild once I'm finished since it shouldn't take too long. I also need to find a few friends that I haven't seen in a while too. Allura smiled before walking away. Follow me. Let's get you registered so we can start hunting as early as tomorrow. Allura said this will be our hub for a little while, but she never mentioned we couldn't take the airships to other locations. Rhea grinned excitedly since her hunts have usually been solo thus far. Having someone to hunt with will be handy. Not to mention most of her time spent was trying to find her way home rather than actual hunting. With Alice around, things will become more efficient for her. Nodding her head, Alice followed behind Rhea as the two made their way through the mist-covered city of Zadash. There was the occasional cloud of mist that obscured their vision, making it hard to see the path ahead, but the street lamps made things easier. In terms of the location of the towers, the Hunters Guild and City Lord's Tower were the ones closest to the heart of the city, while the others circled around the edges. The next closest would be the Academy for Hunters, as wasn't too far from the heart. And even near the entrance of this city, Alice could see what seemed to be students. They each wore varying outfits, but what stood out was the emblem they had engraved on the shoulder. The emblem for the Academy was the icon of an eye with a sword piercing through the middle. It was the same sword that was seen in the Hunters Guild emblem, which made Alice wonder if there was history regarding that blade. As they approached the Hunters Guild, more and more hunters could be seen with large cluster of shops nearby, each vying for the attention of hunters. From blacksmiths shouting out sales within their shops to young women holding up signs for the potion shop, it was far busier than what the slaughter docks could compare to. Ignoring all of it, the two approached the Hunters Guild and entered through the large open doors. Inside, it was akin to a large banquet hall with large tables being set up, groups laughing and drinking in the day while talking about their next hunt. Hunters laying out maps of certain cities and the areas they need to scout, waiters bringing over their food, hunters making their way up and down the tower. It was something that Alice hadn't seen before, and her astonishment was there for all to see. Welcome to the Hunters Guild. First floor is mostly for basic missions, socializing, and general help from the receptionists. The floors above are for harder missions, registering missions for hunters to take and registration for new hunters. We'll be going to the third floor to register you, Rhea explained while leading the way to the elevators. They were similar to the ones Alice saw in the coliseum, only these were made from metal and had more safety features such as railing. Entering the elevator for the third floor, Rhea pulled a lever as a metal gate closed off the entrance, and they started to ascend the tower. If you're saying your sigil is the undead fiend, try not to show too much of your strength since the boost it gives without taking any damage is rather small. Usually they wouldn't ask for you to verify, but this is just in case, Rhea warned as Alice nodded her head. Reaching the third floor, the gate opened and they were welcomed by the sight of young hunters asking to be registered. With so many young hunters looking to register for the guild, Alice and Rhea had to queue up for quite a while before they reached the front. Their receptionist is a dignified old man with carefully styled gray hair that was swept back, a pair of glacés, and a thick mustache. He wore a gray suit and tie adorned with silver buttons. "Good day to you, ladies. How may I help you today?" he asked with a smile while setting aside some documents that he had just handled. "We're looking to sign her up for a hunting license." Rhea smiled while gesturing to Alice. I see. Very well. Do you have a form of ID on hand?" Nodding her head, Alice pulled out the ID that Allura had created for her and hoped that it'll work. She didn't know the consequences of walking around with a fake ID, but she wasn't too keen on finding out. "Let's see. Alice Agnelia, age 20. The man muttered while comparing Alice's picture to the ID. Pulling out a form, he started to fill in the empty boxes before stamping it with a red stamp he brought out from his inner pocket. "Take this to the next floor and bring it to the receptionist. It'll prove that you are allowed to take the exam to determine your rank and have your picture taken for the Hunters Guild ID. I also want you to fill in some information about yourself on the back before you hand it to the receptionist." The man smiled before gesturing for the duo to make their way up the stairs. Thank you. As they were walking away, he called another group over. With how many hunters the man needed to talk to, Alice couldn't help but admire his patience for being able to keep a smile on his face at all times. Setting her mind to the document, she turned it to the back and noticed that it was asking her what kind of jobs she would like to take along with what sigil she had. Finding a seat, Alice started to fill in the details. With my understanding of abyss blood, I should be able to take some jobs to do with being an apothecary. Though I'm not too sure what it entails, so it might be better to keep this empty for now and register for an apothecary license later. Hunting jobs are obviously the main ones I'm looking for, Alice thought to herself. In the end, she signed herself up for hunting quests, gathering, and delivery quests. There was also the options of escorting and rescuing, but Alice didn't think she was ready for them yet. With her abilities right now, it was going to be difficult to properly escort or save someone. As for her sigil ability, she marked it down as Undead Fiend, just like Allura mentioned. Gods, I can't wait for us to take hunt quests together. With you joining, we'll be able to tackle harder targets. Rhea grinned excitedly while kicking her legs back and forth. Did you also go solo before? Yep. I joined some hunting groups, but the way they split loot and rewards kind of annoyed me. Picture this for me, Alice. Here I am busting my ace to cover for the group, jumping in to take aggro and killing several beasts with lightning. Then I get paid the same as the F-cur that accidentally misfired an arrow that dragged all the beasts towards us in the first place. So naturally I quit that group. Rhea shrugged with annoyance all over her face. Then I joined some groups that do performance-based pay. At first I thought this was a great idea until they couldn't figure out who did more for the life of them. Oh, I did more because my skill trapped the beast. Oh, I did more because I'm the one who actually killed it. And so on. You can imagine how much they argued for pay. Hearing this, Alice felt sorry that Rhea had to go through all of this. Then I just ran solo. The pay isn't as high as running with a group, and the danger is higher, but less of a headache when it comes to the post-hunt stuff. Rhea smiled while sticking out her tongue. But that's gonna change when you register. We'll take hunts together, and we can just split the pay 50-50ths. If you need to buy anything and don't have enough money, don't hesitate to ask me for some help too. We're both staying with Allura, so it's only natural that we help one another. Nodding her head, Alice agreed with Rhea's sentiment as she had the same plan. Though she wasn't in any position to offer help with her being the weaker of the duo and not having any money to boot. Once she was done with filling up all of the information, she didn't even have time to stand up before Rhea jumped onto her feet and dragged Alice towards the second floor. Seeing how excited Rhea was, Alice's gaze softened and allowed herself to get swept up by her excitement. It allowed her to take her mind off Lilia's death and enjoy this new freedom of hers. Running up to the second floor, Rhea showed Alice to the second receptionist, who was currently free with no queue. Handing over the documents with her ID momentarily, they were told to take a seat so that they could see if there were any instructors available to finalize the last part of the procedure. This is going to be a fight. Since you only have one sigil, you don't really need to much, and they won't test your sigil too much since they think it's only physical reinforcement. In the future, when you get more sigils, you'll need to redo these tests so they can update your license to match your power. Makes accepting hunts easier, Rhea whispered over. Okay. Alice nodded. She wasn't planning on showing the instructor too much anyways, just enough to get her license. Miss Agnelia, the instructor is ready. Please go to training room number 3 to proceed with the final part of your registration process, the receptionist said as Rhea showed Alice to where the training rooms were. There was a path next to the receptionist that allowed them to access the outer circle of the tower on this floor, and it was filled with different training rooms. Most of them seemed occupied as the sound of combat would leak out from the behind the doors. From the roaring flames to harsh jerking of ice, a myriad of different abilities could be heard. Finding training room 3, the two entered and saw a large figure standing in the middle of the room with a smile on his face. He had spiky short blonde hair that was pulled back with the exception of a few strands, a pair of golden eyes, and a large muscular stature that looked lean as he was wearing a suit. Deep scars could be seen on the right side of his face with smaller scars on the left cheek. He looked to be in his 30s to 40s as there were wrinkles visible on his skin. Oh, for just one sigil, you seem to have suffered quite the side effects. Did you drink too much abyss blood during your bounty hunt? He asked, surprised by Alice's hair and eye. While he saw her document, Seeing it with his own eyes was different to seeing the picture. I did. Alice nodded her head as it was the most convenient explanation. Well, try to reduce how much you drink in the future, or else you'll return to the Dark Mother before you can get more sigils. I'll be your instructor for today. The name is Neil. On your document you wrote that your sigil is Undead Fiend, right? I expect to see good usage of the sigil, along with your own personal combat experience, in order to give you the green light for your license. Neil smiled as Rhea froze up at his name. Gesturing for Alice to come over, Rhea whispered into her ear. That's head instructor Neil. I heard rumors about him, but they're not bad. He's the most fair instructor you can get within these walls. He won't let you become a hunter if you show half-assed results, because then you'll just be sending yourself to die. He's the final boss if you want to be properly registered as a 4-sigil user. I haven't fought him yet since I'm still 3 sigils, but I didn't think he would be your instructor. You'll need to show a little more, or else you won't be allowed to get the license. She warned. Hearing this, Alice nodded her head. She wasn't planning on taking it easy either, not after they made eye contact. Similar to the feeling with Jin, he felt like a sheathed blade, ready to unleash slaughter at a moment's notice. It was a kind of feeling that could only be felt from veterans, ones that have survived heck. I'm glad to see that you're on guard. Most would take it easy seeing how I am. Neil chuckled. Taking off his suit jacket, he placed it on the side and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The metric of pacing this test is up to me. I will see if you are worthy enough to be a hunter, and that you're not just sending yourself to death's jaws. Alice Lilia, approach and prove that you can hunt. Neil smiled as an aura of intimidation erupted from him, a beast's killing intent and the threat of death. But despite this, it wasn't anything that Alice couldn't deal with. She's seen death face to face plenty of times already, danced with her upon the precipice of life and death itself. Fear is for the weak that run from death. She was someone who had danced with her, so what was there for her to fear? Walking towards Neil unaffected, Alice's lack of fear surprised Neil, as this glare was something he would only seen on the face of those that have almost died in hunts many times before. Interesting. He smiled, feeling a little hopeful for the potential this seedling was going to demonstrate. Taking deep breaths while making some mental calculations in her mind, Alice observed her opponent. Unlike out in the wilds, there was no threat of death here, so she could be a little more experimental with her abilities. A good chance to test her limits. Can I pick weapon? Or only hands and sigil? Alice asked, holding her empty hands up. There's a weapon rack to your left. Pick anything from there. I will wait. Neil chuckled while folding his arms in front of him. He was curious to see what kind of weapon Alice would choose. With his understanding of hunters, she wouldn't go for anything heavy since her physique doesn't support such a fighting style. He could be wrong, but there was a high chance that she'll pick something light. Maybe she'll use kicking power more. Or perhaps finesse weapons. She seems to be looking at daggers and short swords. Neil thought to himself as he was familiar with a variety of fighting styles, their benefits and shortcomings. Whatever Alice picked, he wasn't going to make it easy for her to pace. In the end, she picked a dagger and short sword combination with some throwing knives she spotted in a barrel. Hiding the throwing knives across the different straps on her outfit, Alice adjusted her grip on the short sword and dagger before nodding her head in satisfaction. Compared to the weapons they were given in the arena, these were of a much higher quality, and each one looked rather new. Sorry for long wait. Alice apologized. It's fine. You can start whenever you want. Nothing is off limits. Just demonstrate to me how well you can fight while also using your sigil. Neil dismissed as he jerked his neck and entered a fighting stance with his bare fist. With him giving her the green light, Alice crouched down slowly before narrowing her eyes. Even without clashing with him, she knows that his defenses were going to be quite tough. Even now, she couldn't think she could throw anything fast enough for it to hit his body. The dormant power hidden behind each of his muscles threatened to burst out at a moment's notice. Breaking out into a sprint, Alice held the dagger in her mouth before throwing a handful of small rocks and dust she found near the weapon rack. Naturally, it was easily blocked with a side swipe from Neil, but she never expected it to work in the first place. It was to allow her to close the gap between them. He said he'll let me do whatever, but that doesn't guarantee he won't attack me the moment I enter a certain range. Alice thought to herself with a frown as she reached down and grabbed two throwing knives nimbly with her fingers. Her fighting experience was nothing to be proud of. But with the benefits of her eye, she was able to handle small knives like trained professionals and throw them accurately. The moment she should let go, how much power she should put into the throw to ensure accuracy, and how she should hold the knife for it to fly straight. Her instincts were honed towards these hidden weapons, and a single glance at how the Asian in the arena fought was enough to teach her these techniques. Neil was still composed. Everything he is seeing thus far was nothing special as he caught the knives with his fingers while keeping an eye on Alice. There's a third dagger just behind the two, and she'll take this chance for a lunge. He mused to himself, twisting his body to dodge the third dagger before stomping his foot towards her, breaking up her momentum and making it harder for her to attack. If she ignored the warnings and continued forward, Neil will be able to hit her with a hard counterpunch at maximum power. Oh, hiya. Raising an eyebrow in amusement, Neil watched as Alice took a step back but attempted to cut his Achilles' heel with her short sword. You don't have the speed for these attacks yet, Neil lectured as he pulled his foot back, avoiding the blade. While his defenses are indeed high enough to ignore the damage these weapons would cause to him, it wouldn't be far for Alice if he took advantage of his veteran status in such a way. Hence, he was going to make sure she couldn't land a hit. He was going to test how she was going to surpass this wall. Without saying anything in return, Alice didn't need Neil to tell her that she was slow to him. With how her eye worked, everything would slow down in her vision. Yet there were still moments where Neil would move like usual, meaning even if she watched the world in slow motion, he would still be able to launch a barrage of punches as though he was in normal speed. But one didn't need to be fast if they wanted to be annoying. Her left hand was completely free as two knives were thrown towards Neil's knee. That makes 5 knives. She took 8 knives, a short sword and a dagger, meaning there should be 3 more knives that she can throw before she's forced to fight me head-on. Neil thought to herself. By his estimations, she'll try to use one knife to close the gap once more and find a chance to throw the last 2 up close. However, things don't often go to plan. Instead of throwing more knives, Alice twisted her body and made a wide, arching slash with her short sword. Raising an eyebrow, Neil caught the tip of the blade with his fingers before adjusting for a punch towards her head. He made sure to adjust his speed to match the speed that she's demonstrated thus far. Watching her skillfully twist her body to dodge his punch, Neil immediately understood that she had great kinetic vision. She was already prepared the dodge once punched towards her head. She definitely saw the trajectory of my punch. Seems like I should up my speed and see how good her kinetic vision is. Neil mused to himself while trying to shake Alice off, but she was persistent. Jumping up, she attempted to kick Neil in the face as he reached out to catch her foot. If he catches her, he'll be able to prepare for a large attack and slam her into the ground. Knowing this risk, Alice flicked her wrist and threw the dagger towards his eye. Neil had to make a choice. Either block the dagger or grab the foot. He could see that behind the dagger, 2 knives followed closely. If he moved his head to dodge while grabbing her foot, one of the knives would hit him. Her instincts for opportunity are pretty spot on. She definitely suits the job of being a hunter. Though with what she's demonstrated so far, she's more of an Asian than someone who hunts beasts. Opting to block the dagger and knives, Neil took a step back to dodge Alice's kick. But Alice wasn't done. If this was the limit of her flurry of attacks, she wouldn't have survived the arena. Twisting her body, she used leverage to break the short sword from his fingers as she swung up with the blade, forcing him to take another step back. Let's see how she defends. I've been on the defensive for long enough. Aiming for the moment she lands on the ground, Neil leaned forward for a harsh punch. Twisting her body once more, she forced herself to make another attack, but this time, she used her sigil to enhance her power. Seeing the sudden increase of speed and power, Neil was forced to pull back his punch as Alice landed against the floor harshly and rolled away. I assume that is your sigil. Is that the limit of the physical boost? Knowing what the undead fiend is like, the base enhancement should be pretty low until you take damage, Neil asked as he brushed off the dust on his body. However, Alice didn't reply since she was formulating some backup plans in her mind. Her lack of reaction caused him to chuckle as he adjusted his arm before punching out towards her direction. A sudden gust of wind assaulted her as dust was kicked up from the pressure. Widening her eyes in shock, she watched as Neil charged towards her like an unstoppable beast. She knows that she couldn't afford to be hit by this attack. She had one more gamble she could take, but this one was going to be riskier than what she had demonstrated. Leaning forwards, she raised her blade and used it as a shield to block Neil's punch at the last moment. Yet that wasn't enough to fully nullify the force of his punch as her blade warped while sending her crashing backwards. But her goal was achieved as she had tossed out a small handful of her powdered dried blood. The effect should be rather quick, and the opportunity of attack was small, but it was her best chance. Quickly recovering her posture, she charged onwards with the final knife she saved for an instance such as this one. But to her disappointment, the gap was much smaller than she initially expected as Neil had already recovered and caught her blade. Poison, though dried so the effects were reduced. Had it been a stronger poison, I might have been forced to do more. You never planned to fight this fairly, did you? Neil chuckled, though he didn't blame her. He did say anything goes. Well, that's enough for today. I've seen everything I needed to see. You and your friend can wait in the hall while I finalize the report. Neil smiled, causing Alice to sigh in disappointment before thanking him and walking away. I wonder what poison that was. It even made me lose all my strength for a split second. If she was someone on the same power as me, that split second could have been the deciding factor. He thought to himself, since that last moment took him by surprise. While she was unable to hit, she definitely proved herself more than worthy to be a hunter. Walking away from the arena, Alice couldn't help but frown at the result. With how quick he recovered from the poison, she doubts that he'll go down even if she was to use her own blood. His resistance was simply that high. Not only that, his physical power was off the charts. For him to be able to move at normal speed while the world was slowed down, so effortlessly at that, how fast would his full speed be? Alice asked herself, but the answer evaded her. Whatever it was clear that she was no match for him. And the best chance she had, he was still fast enough to recover. Unlike others, Abyss Blood does not leave a permanent boost for me. My base strength will forever be below other sigil users. The only time I'll get a permanent boost is when I obtain a sigil, the moment I siphon the beast's strength for myself. Alice sighed inwardly. While Allura may be right regarding not rushing head first into things, there were gaps that technique simply couldn't cross. Of course, it was arrogant of her to think that she had tried everything, but she shouldn't rule out the possibility of getting a sigil early. How should I even explain this to Allura? Regardless, I need to study up on different abyss beasts so I have a better idea of what I want for my second sigil. Meanwhile, Rhea wasn't sure what to say, seeing the disappointment in Alice's eyes. You feeling all right? If you're upset about not landing a hit on him, don't worry. Not a lot of people can, especially when they only have one sigil. I'm sure once you get more fighting experience, you'll be able to overtake him in no time. Rhea cheered as Alice nodded her head. I want to hunt already, Alice sighed. She wanted to hunt so that she could earn some coin to buy the stuff she needs. She couldn't keep asking Allura to pay the costs. Oh, itching to go out and fight, are we? Let's hope the process doesn't take too long so we can go grab a mission from downstairs. Rhea grinned excitedly. She was glad to see that Alice was as excited about fighting as she was, someone who she could truly resonate with. Eminem, speaking of mission, you said you needed to report? About the forest. Hearing this, Rhea froze up. In her eagerness to help Alice, she had completely forgotten what she was going to do after reaching Zadash. Right, there was that I needed to do. I'll pop downstairs quickly to hand in the report then. Watching Rhea run towards the elevators, Alice couldn't help but chuckled in her mind as she sat down and waited for Neil to finish the registration process. This moment of silence to herself allowed her to reflect on the fight. Closing her eyes, she thought about what else she could do in that moment. With the limited tools she was given, what could she have done? She wanted to set some traps using her blood and the knives, but with how closely Neil was observing her, it was hard to do anything without him noticing. Perhaps I should ask Allura what I should do in that kind of situation. I need to be able to set traps with my blood without my opponent noticing if an upfront confrontation happens. Alice thought to herself. One of her original plans was to coat one of the knives with her poison, then embedded it into the ground. That way, the moment he takes a step towards her, the The blade should cut the sole of his foot. However, not only did he see through her plan, but he also made sure to keep an eye on her hands to make sure she couldn't do anything of the sort. Plus, I don't think the knife would be able to pierce his boots. He would have just broken the blade when he stepped down. Alice sighed. Shaking her head, she glanced to the side and noticed a pile of newspaper being left on the table. Grabbing one, she was curious to see what it was about. Unfortunately, most of the words eluded her as she was only able to read around half of the page. But just this half was able to give her some information about what was happening out in the world. Strange beasts, movement of churches, murders of high clergy members, war between nations, apostle of famine rumored to appear. Alice furrowed her brows, unsure as to what to make of these titles. All of the news in these papers were focused on the events happening in the abyss, causing Alice to wonder what was happening above ground, how she could return to the surface, and how the Xania family was coping without her being around for them to experiment on. Their production of usable abyss blood would have slowed, without her being around. Knowing them, they might be experimenting with other people to get the same results. Alice frowned. Running her hand through her hair, Alice leaned back and sighed. She placed her hand over her right eye and wondered what else this eye could do. Allura said the eye has a mind of its own. It'll take a while for it to awaken fully, so for now, I have access to two functions, one being a bounty and the other being able to slow down time. Do I have to see the monster for the bounty function, or can I just activate it? Alice wondered to herself. In this moment, she felt a surge of power from deep within. The world around her darkened as she was transported to the void where she chose her sigil power after killing the spider. Widening her eyes, Alice could see the reflection of this void beneath her as though it was the surface of a mirror. In her mind, words started to echo. What do you wish to hunt? No way. Alice paused in disbelief. Furrowing her brows, she wanted to experiment with what the eye could do. What can I hunt? What can I choose? She asked. Without replying, her surroundings lit up with ghostly replicas of beasts. From tall monstrosities to small insects, every single beast that she could choose was available to her. Swallowing her saliva, she wondered if she could categorize the beasts based on what she required. Can you show me the sigils? That will give me poison powers in my blood, Alice asked. Answering her question, hundreds of beasts disappeared, leaving behind those that matched her question. Alice's breathing hastened as excitement welled up in her mind. She didn't want to say the name of the beast that she was thinking of just yet, since she wasn't sure if it'll lock in her choice for the bounty. If it did, she'll be forced to hunt that beast for her next bounty. Show me. Beasts that have blood powers along with poison. Once again, the catalog of beasts changed as the list became smaller. There were a few that Alice recognized within the group, but many of them were unfamiliar. Walking through this strange realm, Alice wanted to explore more when she felt a crawling sensation on her skin, a gaze on her back. Turning around, she froze up at what she saw in the sky of this strange realm. It was a single eye that was barely opened. The gaze scanned through the realm before stopping on Alice. It felt as though she was being stared at by something primordial, something that reminded him of what she felt from Caden the first time they met. In this instant, Alice wished she disappeared from this realm and returned to reality. Snapping her eyes open, Alice panted and saw that she was still on the seat within the Hunters Guild. Holding her eye, cold sweat filled her back as that eye in the sky looked exactly the same as the eye that was planted into her eye socket. Regulating her breathing, she calmed her beating heart and thought about what she had just learned. I can look through what seems to be a catalog of beasts. I can filter it based on my thoughts, and the key to entering this realm is commanding the eye in my mind. To leave is the same as entering, Alice thought to herself as she looked at the floor. The time I have within this place seems to be limited, as the giant eye in the sky doesn't seem too welcoming of me. That feeling. I don't want to see what happens if I awaken it fully. I should only enter that realm once I'm properly ready to designate my next bounty. Making up her mind, Alice adjusted her sitting posture and waited patiently. Time paced as she watched the myriad of hunters moving back and forth through the building. She found it rather curious as to how the guild was responsible for all of these hunters. Was there a reason they had to obey? What stopped this place from collapsing in on itself if hunters decided to rebel. Curious thoughts flowed through her mind as she spotted Neil coming out of the training rooms with his jacket on. Whispering something to the receptionist, he called out towards Alice. "Miss Alice, your Hunter's Guild license has been processed, and you are now officially a hunter. Right now, you have access to the most basic missions, but once you demonstrate knowledge and strength befitting of harder missions, your license will be upgraded. You need to keep this license safe, and the moment it is lost, you should get a replacement as soon as possible, as you will not be able to accept any missions or get discounts from the stores affiliated with the guild." Neil explained while handing Alice a card similar to her ID card. Hunter's Guild license. Name: Alice Agnelia. Age: 21. Star Hunter. 1 sigil. The missions you can accept right now are on the 1-star mission board. The number of stars should roughly equal to how many sigils you own, but some are harder than the others. Just because one mission was easier doesn't mean all missions of the same star grade are just as easy, so keep that in mind. I look forward to your future, young hunter. Neil smiled. Thank you. Walking away with the license in hand, Alice couldn't wait to accept a mission and begin earning some coin. Making her way downstairs, Alice couldn't see Ria anywhere and understood she must have been taken away to provide more information regarding the strange movements in the forest. There were some articles mentioning strange beasts, though I'm not sure if they're talking about the forest or not. Either way, the guild must be taking this rather seriously, with the news even reporting about it. Alice mused to herself while making her way to the mission boards. On the first floor, there were 3 mission boards: 1-star missions, 2-star missions, and 3-star missions. Each board had a small crowd of hunters surrounding them, with guild employees occasionally adding new missions to the board. Unfortunately for Alice, her height didn't allow her to see most of the missions on the board with how tall the hunters were. They all stood head and shoulders above her, forcing her to push through and make her way to the front. At first, the hunters were annoyed by someone pushing through, but seeing her height, they understood she couldn't see anything, so allowed her to the front. Let's see. Scanning her eyes through the different missions available, Alice noticed that most of the 1-star missions were rather mundane, from finding lost items to clearing up small rodents. There were a few hunting quests, but all the ones that she saw were snatched up quickly by the other hunters. Scratching her hair in frustration, Alice wondered what she should get. I'm not really fit for finding lost item quests since I don't have any tracking abilities. I suppose I could take the clear out rodent quest, though I wouldn't be able to know if I killed all of them if they hide themselves. Alice furrowed her brows. Her plan for the rodent quest was to simply attract all of their attention, then drug them with her blood. That way, it'll be easier to kill them all in one fell swoop. After browsing the board for a while, Alice decided not to take anything for now. She'll ask Allura and Ria's opinions regarding it later. For now, she had to find Ria. Walking through the city, Allura had a strangely serious expression for once, as she was no longer smiling. Turning into the alleyway, she leaned against the wall and knocked against the wall. Dark Mother's blessings. Allura spoke while finishing her cigarette. After speaking the code, a portion of the wall opened up as she leaned down and stepped through the gap. Behind her, the door closed once more. There was a single dimly lit path down as Allura sighed. They need to raise the ceiling of this darn place, she complained. With her height, she had to constantly lean down to not hit the roof. Making her way down, the dimly lit passage slowly opened up to reveal a strange temple at the bottom of this city. Tall pillars with red banners supported the ceiling of this cavern, while broken chains dangled from the roof. In the ages of old, something colossal had been imprisoned here. But once it broke free, the residents rebuilt the city and repurposed this place into something different. As she descended into the temple, she could see masked puppets dancing on balconies that were out of reach. A myriad of people talked in private stalls, but Allura ignored all of that. There was only one place she needed to go here, one place for her to get the answers she needed. Approaching the temple, a myriad of floating towers could be observed as they were connected with an invisible string of energy. Stepping through the large open gates of the temple, Allura watched as the world changed around her. In front of her, an altar with a strange tree in the shape of a person could be seen. The head of this person was missing as it was transformed into a myriad of branches. Kneeling in front of this statue was a single person adorned with a lavish black gold and red jacket, a white shirt and black pants. He had medium-length black hair with red highlights and a pair of crimson eyes. If it isn't Allura, the esteemed patron of the underground. How may I help you today? The man smiled as he stood up and turned around. I need information. Movement of the cult, what happened in Slaughter Docks and the situation in the war zone. But of course. Is there a time limit for this information? He asked while flicking his fingers. The floor opened up as 2 chairs and a table appeared. Just tell me what you know for now and deliver the rest later. Allura sat down and pulled out a cigarette. Very well. For the movement of the cult, most of their attention is focused on the war zone, with the 2 apostles being tempted to make a move, but the other churches are keeping them in check. Tensions are high, but all 3 seems to be waiting for something to appear within the desert. For the Slaughter Docks, I assume you are interested in the strange movement of people on the outskirts and the casualties of the churches. Sadly, even we're in the dark about this. The only link we have is that what we assume to be blood rituals are being performed everywhere. We're still investigating this, but incidents like this are popping up more frequently. The man frowned, surprising Allura momentarily, as the underground were the best in obtaining information. Situation in the war zone is closely linked to the movement of the cult. The war between the nations seems to be a diversion created by the Apostle of War, but the other apostles have already seen through this, resulting in the situation at the desert. This is all that we know thus far. As a branch of the underground, the information we have may be limited, so you might find out more in the future if you visit the main temple. Naturally, if we get any updates regarding your questions, we'll deliver it to your inn. Nodding her head, Allura stood up. As always, we are pleased to have you use our services. May I assume that young Lady Rhea and young Lady Alice will be joining you in due time? Perhaps. Allura replied without turning around. Making her way out of the temple, she took a deep breath and sighed out. The apostles are making bigger movements. It's going to be hard to stay out of it. Movement in the desert, It might not be what I'm thinking about, so only time will tell. Allura thought to herself. With how much they're focusing on the abyss, Allura wonders if it was because Caden had implanted the eye into Alice. If not for this, they should be focusing on the tasks on the surface. TCH. Annoying captive leaving everything to me as usual. He'd better take care of the SHT on the surface if he's leaving this much to me. Allura cursed in annoyance before speeding up slightly. Now that she had gotten what she wanted from the underground, as well as renting some rooms for Alice and Rhea, it was time to meet up with them again and plan her next lesson for Alice. Finding a seat on the first floor, it didn't take too long for Alice to spot Rhea coming down from upper floors as she too spotted Alice. With her unique hair, it was rather easy to see her. Alice, Rhea called out with a smile. Did you get your license? Eminem did. 1-star hunter. Alice nodded her head. Now we can do some missions together. Since I haven't done too many 3-star missions just yet, I can't take you to them. The most I can do, I take you to the 2-star ones, but they give a decent amount of money. Have you seen Allura? Or is she not here yet? Rhea asked curiously. Not here yet, Alice shook her head. However, before Rhea could say anything, the 2 of them paused, noticing a shadow in their peripherals. Who's not here yet? Allura grinned while sitting at the same table. Arg. When the heck did you get here? Rhea cried out in surprise. Just now. But sounds like you 2 have finished getting Alice her ID. Allura laughed. Gods, please don't just appear like that. But yes, we did get Alice her ID. We're just thinking of taking some 2-star hunting quests for now, so that Alice can get some experience and earn a bit of coin. Rhea nodded her head. That's perfect then. I was going to say you should take Alice to some 2-star hunt quests, since 1-star doesn't usually deal with hunt targets. Let Alice deal with the beast solo and see how she fares. Don't interfere and let her figure out things herself. Hearing this, Rhea furrowed her brows. But aren't they meant to be taken on by 2 sigil bearers? I know that you want us to fight harder opponents, but wouldn't it be better for Alice to get used to them first? Rhea asked, but Allura shook her head. Even within sigils, there are a difference in quality. The Spectral Hunter sigil belongs to a higher quality than usual, with most taking this sigil later down the line. The normal 1-star hunters and beasts cannot compare to Alice, so might as well get her used to taking out 2-star hunts. Allura reasoned as Alice agreed with her thought process. 2-star hunts shouldn't be that bad, right? Alright, I'll go look for some suitable 2-star hunts then. I won't choose an easy one, nor would I choose one that's bordering on 3 stars. Is that okay? Ria asked as Allura nodded. Just get her the standard 2-star hunt. Nodding her head, Ria jogged over to the 2-star hunt board and started to look through the available missions. Meanwhile, Alice and Allura were left at the table while Allura ordered some snacks from the waitress. You look like you got something to ask me. Care to share over some snacks? Allura offered, pointing towards the food that just arrived. Eminem, just wondering when. I should get second sigil, and that when I was think about it, I was taken to strange place where a bunch of beasts appeared and giant eye in sky. Hearing this, Allura paused. I'll tell you about the eye first. The place you went was usually what shamans and people who find a special connection to the abyss find themselves at when searching for bounties. I'm guessing you were able to filter through them to find one that you wanted? That is the benefit that comes with the possessor of the eye. Allura explained while ordering some alcohol for herself. I don't suggest you use that until you know what you want to hunt, since it'll only speed up the process of the eye awakening. After that, well, it'll be a contest between you and the eye to see if you can dominate it. Second, why are you in a hurry with your second sigil? Allura asked curiously. She still remembers their talk the other night regarding being creative with the sigil and not rushing head-on. After a night of experiments, Alice definitely discovered new uses, yet she's still wanting a second sigil. Allura wanted to know her reasons, understand her thought process. I fought someone called Neil. For my test, there wasn't much I can do with what I have right now, and when I did surprise him, he was just faster. Unlike others, I don't have the base strength needed, Alice explained as Allura was silent. A low base strength is indeed an issue, as Allura recalled all of Alice's fights. She was definitely dexterous, but her strength was low. Most would compensate this lack of strength using abyss blood or pure training, but high strength didn't suit Alice's fighting style. What she's wanting is not strength, but more speed. I suppose we can mix some lower body training with some high-quality abyss blood to give her a slight boost, since she is indeed weaker than the standard hunter right now. While the boost in strength the first sigil granted was indeed impressive, it merely allowed Alice to stand her ground. If she needs to understand that with her first sigil, she needs to set up traps rather than upfront confrontations. A hunter would usually take after the beasts they hunt for sigils. Alice is trying to fight as a head-on fighter rather than a trapper like the spectral hunter. All right, I still wouldn't suggest you getting a second sigil just yet. I'm guessing you want speed, right? Allura asked as Alice nodded her head. Then we can pair that with some lower body training, a tiny bit of abyss blood usage, but the key part is for you to understand the strengths of your sigil. You need to understand that in a fight, a head-on confrontation should always be your last resort. And the only time you should reveal yourself is when you have finished setting up your traps and you're trying to lure them towards the area, Allura explained. Seeing the slight frown on Alice's face, Allura sighed. Try this for now then. For the 2-star hunt, I want you to spend a day or two observing the beast. Then on the second day, prepare traps for it with your blood and build up one-shot damage potential with your active ability. In the meantime, I'll go purchase some blood kits for you, so that you can extract your blood for traps. Let me know any other items that you need. I'll keep it on a tab, so you can just pay me back when you start finishing more hunts. Allura offered as Alice nodded her head. But Allura misread her disappointment. She wasn't disappointed with the training plan, nor Allura's idea of having her understand her sigil. What she was disappointed about was the fact that part of the plan was to enhance her physical power through abyss blood, something that wouldn't work with her. Once again, she was left cursing her physique. Had it not have been for this physique, she wouldn't have been locked away. Had it not have been for this physique, she would be able to utilize the benefits of blood like everyone else. Sighing inwardly, Alice dismissed these thoughts since reality couldn't be changed. Everything that had happened. There was no denying history. All that she could do now was to try her best towards the future. Thinking to herself, she asked Allura if she could have a bundle of thin wire that wouldn't break easily. If she wanted to set up traps, the best way would be to soak some thin wires with her blood so that she could spread the scent out further. Not only that, if the beast they're hunting gets caught by the wires, they'll be stuck momentarily, allowing her an easy target. All right, I'll see what I can do. Any request for the wire? I can ask a blacksmith that I know for something a little special if you want, Allura asked. No, just basic things for now. I want to learn from basic. Hearing this, Allura grinned and patted Alice's head. I like your attitude. All right, I'll get you the basic things you need. Let Ria know when she comes back. Oh, and remember, when you know what you're hunting, find some books to do with the beast first, then you should go observe it in person. You need to have some idea of what you're killing before venturing out, Allura reminded as she left the Hunters Guild Hall. Watching Allura leave, Alice couldn't help visualize how she should utilize her sigils, with Allura mentioning that she should leave head-on confrontations as a last resort. Huh, where did Allura go? Ria asked as she returned after registering for a new mission. She want to buy some stuff for me. Next hunt, I'll be learning how to make traps. And she didn't even tell me. URG, coming and going as she pleases. Ria sighed while sitting down. Here's your next hunt target. The Kata Charger. This beast is known for its unstoppable charging power and brute strength. It has no eyes but has a very keen sense of smell and hearing. Ria introduced as she placed the mission poster on the table. On the poster, Alice could see a behemoth almost twice the size of a normal human being. Menacing black muscles all over its body with hard plating on its back acting as armor. 2 large horns protruded from the side of its shoulders, hiding the beast's neck. Its head was connected to a plating on the back of the body, as there was no eyes or features except for a wide mouth with a row of jagged teeth. It seemed to be able to walk bipedally, but the giant muscular arms suggest it's mostly quadrupedal. Strange insectoid legs protruded from its abdominal area, with the details being hidden by its arms. It's the only normal 2-star hunt I could find, sadly. It's a bit strange since kata chargers aren't usually seen around these areas, but if there's one around then might as well kill it. The coin reward for this thing is 30 gold pieces, pretty good if you ask me. It's roughly 3 weeks of earnings for a standard family. Ria smiled as Alice nodded her head. Allura told me to find book on beast. Do you know where to find? There should be a library down the street. We can also go to a bookstore instead since you need to buy a bestiary, don't you? If I knew you needed one, I would have kept my old one with a bunch of notes in it from back home. Ria sighed. It was a book that her grandfather had forced her to memorize that contained a bunch of notes from when he was a young adventurer. In fact, some of the entries in that book was submitted by himself with the notes he wrote. A true treasure. I've already memorized it all, so I don't have a use for it. I can probably ask my grandfather to bring it over if you want. He'll be here in a few days, Ria offered, but Alice shook her head. Is okay. I'll learn little by little. If you say so. We got 3 to 4 days to try kill this beast, so we got a bit of time for you to study it. What do you want to do now? Allura mentioned letting you do the work, so I'll have you take the lead. I'll just help out with where things are, Ria asked. Library. I want to learn a bit about Kata Charger first. Then after Allura returns with the stuff she said she was getting, I need to extract some blood so I can use it as poison, Alice replied while thinking of what else she needed. All right, I'll take you to the library first then. I'm sure Allura will find us later or appear out of nowhere like she did earlier. Finishing up the food that Allura had ordered, the two left the guild hall and made their way to the library. Now the library I'm taking you to is usually used by students, so you might get quite a few eyes turning your way since you're not a student. But this is the best library in this city and nothing can compare to it. It might not look very big once we get there, but trust me, every book in there is worth thousands. Ria boasted while leading Alice through the confusing maze of a city that is Zadash. Upon arriving at the library, the outside of the store looked inconspicuous as it seemed like an ordinary house with the exception of a single emblem above the door. What truly changed was the moment they entered through the door. Tens of bookshelves lined up on the sides of the house, while a single large pillar rose up in the center of the room, adorned with a globe surrounded by rings that were connected by a thin metal bar. A myriad of books decorated the base of the pillar, while there was a single desk at the back of the shop with a man reading a book without looking up at the new arrivals. He had short grayish-purple hair, a pair of black eyes, glacés, and wore a smart suit. Besides him was a cup of what is presumed to be coffee. Mr. Nalem, do you happen to have any books on the Kata Charger? We're planning to hunt it and my friend Alice here wants to learn as much as possible before fighting the beast. Ria asked as Nalem glanced up from the book without moving his head. Observing the duo for a moment, he nodded his head slightly. Shelf 4, Row 1. Find the book called Compendium on Blind Beasts. You should find information regarding the kata charger in there. If that is not enough, there is also Shelf 3, Row 3, an in-depth study on 2-star beasts. These two should have what you need. There is no one in the library right now, so feel free to stay at any table you find. As always, return the books to the place you got them after you're done. Laziness will not be tolerated. Nalem guided before focusing back on the book in his hand. Thank you very much. Rhea smiled before turning to Alice. Let's go. We got permission now. Despite being confused by the interaction, Alice followed Rhea without saying anything for now. Once Rhea found both of the books, the two sat down at a table. You sounded like you know the store owner, Alice asked once they sat down. HM? Oh yeah, I do. My grandfather showed me this store when I was younger. He said it was a place he always liked to use, and Mr. Nalem provides every book you need. It's strange since the books within this store change often, yet he is still able to provide what's needed. But that's the only strange part. Other than that, all you need to remember is that Mr. Nalem loves his books, so you need to treat the ones you borrow with respect, Rhea explained. Don't bend, dirty, or damage any book. Return them where you found them. Violation of these rules marks you as banned from this store, and all knowledge obtained about this store and from the books within this store are to be wiped from memory. Hearing this, Alice raised an eyebrow. What strange powers did he obtain from sigils in order to impose such a rule? Personally, I haven't seen anyone violate this rule, but let's not be the first. This store will help you out a lot if you are careful. Rhea chuckled while pushing the books towards Alice. I've already had my fair share of studying, so I'll just rest a bit while you read up. Rhea stretched before resting her head on her arms. Seeing this, Alice laughed inwardly before looking toward the books. Since the first book that Nalem recommended was the Compendium on Blind Beasts, she figured she might as well give that book a read first. Flipping to the index of the book, she looked through the words before barely finding kata charger. I really need to improve on my reading. Alice sighed inwardly. While she could read some words, it was very limited. She figured that if she started to struggle a lot, she'll ask Rhea for some help regarding the information. Flipping to the page about the kata charger, Alice started to read its information. The kata charger, while blind, is by no means a beast you should look down upon. With the sense of sight being deprived from this beast, its smell and hearing has been significantly enhanced to the point that it can tell when something has been tampered with. To approach a kata charger is to blend yourself in with its natural habitat, a difficult task as each human has their own scent. Even if you are to cover yourself head to toe with the foliage surrounding the home of a kata charger, it will still discover you. Reading this, Alice furrowed her brows as her options was now further limited. If it could tell what's different, trying to set up a trap was going to be very difficult. Maybe I can annoy it with a scent it dislikes and force it to jump into my trap. She mused while continuing to read. She wanted to find any notes on what it dislikes, but the rest of the text focused on the charger's habits and home. With quite a few of the paragraphs being unreadable, Alice could only leave the book for later. Focusing on the second book, an in-depth study on 2-star beasts, Alice found the page that detailed the kata charger. Despite its body shape looking akin to that of a bull, the kata charger can actually extend the head and abdomen forward up to 10 meters. To eat the prey, they have a special hinge around their shoulders that will shoot the head forward at blistering speeds to take people off guard. The duck? Is this a charger, or is this an Asiacian? What kind of beast is this? Alice thought to herself in disbelief as the image depicted the kata charger dislodging its head. The strange insectoid legs on its stomach was actually to help it move its large neck back to the body. Try fight from range so that you can react to the head extension. Avoid close quarters combat. Furrowing her brows, Alice skimmed through the rest of the information with it, basically telling her what to avoid when fighting the beast. Leaning back, Alice couldn't help but feel grateful towards Allura. If Allura didn't tell her to research on this beast, she would have never known that it would shoot its head forward like that. She shuddered thinking about the potential consequences of fighting that beast without knowing this fact. Taking the books, she returned them back to where she got them and made her way to the counter while Nalem was still reading his book. Mr. Nalem, Alice called out hesitantly. M&M, do you have any books about how to use poison sigils and types of traps you can make with them? Alice asked as Nalem stared at her for a moment before placing down his book. Are you planning on poisoning the kata charger? Poison fumes. I'm not. Too familiar with the sigil. Need to learn what traps and how to use before getting second sigil. Alice admitted. Interesting. What sigil did you get? Hearing this, Alice hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth since it was better if she could get as much information as she could. Spectral Hunter. First or second sigil? Nalem followed up while leaning back a little. First? Oh? Spectral Hunter for your first sigil? I haven't seen that done in a while. Alright, there are 2 books you want to get. Shelf 1 Row 6, A Guide to Poison Beasts, and Shelf 8 Row 1, A Hunter's Guide to Traps. Nalem nodded before standing up. Since I haven't seen a hunter take the Spectral Hunter sigil as their first sigil in a long time, I'll lend you something from a private collection. Turning around without waiting for Alice to react, he tapped his finger on one of the pillars and a staircase opened up leading down. Feeling confused, Alice decided to find the books that he mentioned first. I wonder what he's going to give me. She couldn't help but wonder. According to Ria, Nalem had been the owner of this store for a long time now. If he's lending her something from his own private collection, then whatever book it was, it may be potentially priceless. Finding the books that Nalem told her to find, she spotted him coming out of the bottom floor with a strange book in his hand. It looked similar to a journal as the pages and cover showed its age despite the care that Nalem was showing it. This is the journal that an old acquaintance of mine kept. He focused heavily on poisons, and his first sigil was the Spectral Hunter just like you. Perhaps you may get some inspiration after reading these notes. Nalem smiled fondly at the journal. Seeing this, Alice couldn't help but wonder if his friend had paced away. I know that look. No, he is not dead. We merely went our separate ways. Perhaps you might even run into him one day if you follow the path of poison. Nalem shrugged while handing Alice the book. Thanking him once more, she took the stack books back to the table.